beautiful people coming in. Rudy is here. Stefan is here. Seymour is here. Jody is here. Beverly, welcome. Christine, welcome. We are seeing all of you coming in. Cornelia, Anne, we are so glad to have you here on this third day of this astronomical, amazing, impressive event. And yes, I've been a part of it, but it hasn't been about me. It's been through us, the three of us. I'd like to introduce, first of all, I'm Rochelle Ritgers, and I'd like to introduce my co-host, Jody Curtis and Ann Fernandez. And the three of us have been just using source energy to put this effort together so that we can impact the planet in a vibrant and powerful way. And it has been working. So Jody, do you want to step in and make some thoughts and comments?
Sure. I am so pleased and happy with the way things have been going, and all of the presenters have been incredible. I've taken almost a whole notebook of notes so far of all the new information that we've learned, and it's definitely been a labor of love for all of us. And we love all of the presenters that we're sharing with you. They're very powerful people, teachers, healers, speakers. And this morning, our keynote is Dr. Smita Naram and her son, Krishna. I'll save their bios for right before they go on, but I'm just really excited, as I always am, to hear their presentation. So, Ann, do you want to say anything?
Absolutely. I'm going to say something I said after the first day, and I was literally buzzing. My hands were tingling. I carried that energy on. And so I'm feeling an addiction to this. What I mean by that is that when you gather people together who are like-minded and who are here to help humanity and just raise the frequency and the vibration, it's like you're just walking around the rest of your day with that beautiful energy. So this is our last day today, but we're planning on doing this next year too.
We're going to do it in person next year. So everybody plan on gathering Sedona, right?
That's what we've been talking about. Yes, we're going to put this together in such a big way in person. Won't that be extraordinary? And to bring these amazing speakers and amazing facilitators together in an energetic vortex in the middle of Sedona. Hello.
If I may take a moment and just introduce Cornelia, who has helped us so much in the background, doing all the tech stuff for us. So we would just want to thank you, Cornelia.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
Yeah, this day promises to be enormous, actually enormous. Starting out with a bang with Dr. Smita and Krishna coming in from Nepal. I don't know if we've mentioned that already, but they are there with beautiful orphan children and supporting the needs of the children there. And I can feel the childlike energy coming through. And we have Peter on here, and he's also one of our speakers today. And his childlike energy is coming through in his background with his beautiful colors. Thank you for bringing those colors to us, Peter. Who else is coming in here? Let's see. I see some others. Mindy just came in. Nice to see you. Chris came in. Where are you guys coming in from? Please put your entry point from in the chat so that we can see what kind of activity is happening amongst us here. Let's see. We got Colorado represented by Mindy. Las Vegas. Christina's coming in from Las Vegas. I'm coming in from Iowa, right on the Mississippi River, so you can get that yin energy coming through. Cornelia's here from Paradise Island, the place where we all want to be, right? Vera is here from, where is it? Madeira Island in Portugal. Wow. Wonderful, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Let's see. Mindy's got a watch party here with ladies. She's got a house full of ladies there. Alberta, Canada. Beverly, thank you for being here from Alberta. Welcome, welcome all of you who are coming in on the early part of the show. Hopefully you can stay for the remainder of the show. It's so power packed. We every day so far, all 3 days, or both of our days before today have been so filled with just dynamic, powerful, transformative energy, really. And we know that we already have a lineup ready for that today. So definitely you want to plan on being here. We just, Jody did a whole bunch of work last night on the videos from the past 2 days. If you missed anything from the past 2 days, she will have those videos. They're in the middle of uploading right now to YouTube. So we'll get a letter out to you with the link to the YouTube place where you can actually catch anything that you might have not seen for the last couple of days. And sometimes, like me, I love to watch them over because you gain new tidbits when you get to focus in a different way or just hear something differently when you're watching. San Jose, California is represented here. Chris, welcome. Thank you for being.
Rochelle, I have to share that Dr. Smita said we're coming in from our hearts. I thought that was awesome.
Oh, I love that.
That is so awesome. That is where we are all coming from. And in just a few moments, I'm going to start a meditation, which will ensure that in case anybody's still scattered and running around from their brain. But yeah, it's nice to have all of you here. Oh my gosh, what a great line. I love that feeling that you just projected there, Dr. Smita. Thank you. Yeah, so what we're going to do is just take a few moments to center, to bring in the intention. In fact, if you guys are open to it, anybody who would like to speak their intentions very quickly, right now, I'd love for you to open your mic and speak your intention. I'm just going to speak mine right this moment. And it is to just be available and present to each of you, as well as to radiate this dynamic love that we are generating out into the world. My personal intent has always been for this to raise the collective frequency so it's measurable on the Schumann resonance. That's what my own personal goal has been. So that's my intention. Jody?
Well, let's see. My intention would be that for everyone to keep an open mind and an open heart to allow all the information to come in today. And may everything that needs to be said, and everything that needs to be heard, and that we all receive all of the blessings to align our own individual self with the frequency of health.
Anne?
So, wow, what's coming in right now is that I know that whatever you call it, God, spirit, source, your higher awareness, that energy is flowing right now. And I am calling in that energy so that every presenter, every speaker today is speaking from that place, and that everyone listening is accepting and taking in that energy that is shared from source, from spirit, from higher awareness. And not only that, but that each person will walk away with that energy and keep spreading it into their family, their friends, and their community. And so I am already seeing and feeling this energy just blast out into the universe. Thank you.
Aho. Wow, that was awesome. Does anybody else want to speak there? Oh, Cornelia, we'd love to have you speak your intention, dear.
My intention today is that everyone who is listening in today or the replays, that you will take whatever it is that you need for healing, for your life, whatever message is there for you, that you can hear it and accept it.
Beautiful. Thank you. Anybody else who would like to speak their intention, just unmute.
I would love to, Rochelle. You know, you guys, I think the world is in such need of healing, as we all know. But just it's come home to me so personally because my mom had nearly died this week and it has been in the hospital. And just so happens that Cristiano is in at Joe Dispenza. He left the same day my mom ended up in the hospital, and I'm here with you guys. So we're in these healing places with healing people. I don't think that's an accident. I know, Rochelle, you're sending love right now. And I know that you guys did that before. And I appreciate it so much. It's helped me emotionally. And it's also helped so much with our family. And it just has brought that personal healing nature this week in every way. And so my intention is just to continue to bring out in myself that healing energy, and also to receive from myself and my family that emotional and spiritual and physical healing energy.
We are honored to be here for you and your family, Laura. Thank you.
So
Thank
much.
you so much. Yeah. Anybody else want to speak their intention? Okay, with that, then what we're going to do is just go into a brief meditational time before we actually open with our first speakers, our amazing keynote speakers, Smita and Krishna Naram. So let me just invite you to just drop into a place of silence, allowing your body, your shoulders to relax. And just as a matter of an exercise, let's just breathe in to the deepest part of our torso and being intentional about calling in our highest frequency love representative of source energy. Allowing our shoulders to relax and drop into a state of peace. And putting our to-do list, all of the distractions of our day, putting them like a little vortex coming from our head, a rainbow vortex, spinning gently with the tip of that vortex down in our heart, and just letting all of those worries and concerns and busy thoughts to float down into our heart, into the space where source energy can embrace it and love it and support it, as we are here creating our own vortex of love in this international, worldwide grid, crystalline grid of elevated spiritual energy, bringing forth all the wisdom from the universe through us. Let us feel that energy floating through every cell within us. Let us be that energy. As it moves through our physical expression, our physical bodies, into our thought bodies, into our spirit bodies, our ethereal field, our auric field, and out into the cosmos. And as you sit there in your spiritual space, in your physical space, just want you to feel as you are the empowered being behind the ability to generate your energy outward. So while you are filling up your center, your core, with this beautiful love energy, I want you to expand it outward until it hits the walls of the space that you are in. And expand it outward even further until it covers the community that you are in. As you fill up your heart center even more, expand that beautiful energy out and covering our blue-green planet, so each of us is merging our energies together in this envelope, this hug of love to our beautiful blue-green planet. Watching the frequency of all the places, all the communities vibrate even higher in that love frequency. And let us all come from that space today and let that energy just radiate out as a beacon of love throughout our day. Just allow yourself to feel that radiant love as it feeds into you and rolls outward. Take a deep, gentle breath, bringing yourself back into the here and now, into this space and time. And when you're ready, open your eyes and be present to today. Wow. And it is such a beautiful space that we are in to begin our summit today. Jody?
Yes, so I'm so excited. You know, I love Dr. Smita and her son Krishna Naram. And Dr. Smita is the co-founder of Ayush Shakti, which is one of the leading and most trusted Ayurvedic health centers around the world. They have many, many centers around the world. She's a highly accomplished Ayurvedic physician, pharmaceutical herbalist, and nutritionist. And she has personally supervised over 200,000 detoxifications worldwide for the past 32 years. I cannot say enough about both Dr. Smita and her son. And she has a lot of amazing health tips for vibrant health and radiant energy. Both Smita and Krishna have made a big impact on my own life. And as I've jokingly said, but I've lived on mung bean soup now for 3 years, and I feel better than I ever have taking the herbs and learning the ancient secret solutions for health, vibrant health and wellness. And she has also published a book called Your Health is in Your Hand, which goes right along with, what we're doing is empowering people to align with that frequency of health that is our body's natural state. And Krishna Pankaj Naram, her son, is the son of Dr. Smita and the late Dr. Pankaj Naram. He's been learning pulse reading and the ancient secrets of Siddha Veda and Ayurveda from his parents since he was only 6 months old. And he's done in-person workshops for over 350,000 people. He's been on TV sharing the methods and traveled around the globe over 12 times sharing these methods. So we are super excited to have them here to share these with you. I know a lot of people on the call have been impacted greatly by these ancient secret solutions that they're going to be telling us about. So Dr. Smita and Krishna, it's all yours.
So we'll share the screen. That's amazing. And we need to find a way to, slideshow. Okay, so here we are. Right. Yes. Okay, so I want to say I'm so happy to be here, absolutely delighted. And my heart and my intention is that whatever we speak today, both of us together, must and with our commitment that it has to create breakthrough in whoever is listening in terms of their health, their happiness, the emotional being and the spiritual being. So our intention and commitment that if you use just one thing from what we are going to share today, you must find some breakthrough in your life. That's our promise. Before we start anything, I want to just acknowledge our teachers, our master. We come from 2,500 years old lineage, and Vaidya Jivaka was the head of this lineage, from whom he was the specialized physician at that time, who was known for his surgery, detox panchakarma programs, and pulse reading. And he taught his students, and finally, we learned it from our master. And I learned directly pulse reading from my husband, Dr. Naram. We both started together Ayush Shakti. That's how we both founded it together 35 years ago. And we devoted our life to uplifting humanity and bring health and happiness on this planet. So I want to say thanks. Now, this is a great story, which I really, I got very inspired. One day, 10 years ago, I was sitting in the office, my chamber, and a man with his wife just walks in. And it was full of people. And he looks as if he just stood up from the graveyard, a dead body, only skin and skeleton. And the tummy was completely bloated, full of water. You can see that. And he had serious liver damage. 90% of the liver were damaged. The doctor said that either we should do liver transplant, which is again very risky, or you have probably a couple of months to live. I started ancient 3R formula, which I'm going to talk to you. This 3R method is something anybody uses in their life, they can bring a vibrant health. And they can get rid of chronic health issues. You can share it with your friends, family, everybody. And trust me, all will benefit. So we started that. I started with detox and liver restoring formula with liver renewing and rebuilding things. And you will not believe me, in 3 months, his liver was 90% okay. In 6 months, everything was fine. There was no cirrhosis. He's still living today without really taking even any herbal formula. So that's what is possible if you follow a very systematic way of doing things. The 3R formula is literally remove toxins, because we believe toxins block our channels. And because of that, the circulation is blocked, organs get undernourished, emotions get undernourished, and we get troubles in our life. So remove toxins, restore, and then renew your emotions, spirit, and physical body. So let's jump into eliminating toxins from your body. We believe that whenever we eat something, it has to be, our gut health is so important. And it has to digest everything, metabolize everything. And finally, if you don't digest very well, the half-digested food, when the poor gut health, will convert into a very toxic mucus. It putrefies, becomes frothy and mucousy. Modern science calls it amyloid toxins, literally. And what are the signs of these toxins? In fact, this was known 5,000 years ago, but now we have found that these toxins, when they block pancreas, create type 2 diabetes, it goes into arteries, it can create blockage in the circulation. In the head, it can create Alzheimer, foggy head, or brain fog, or nervous blockages, and decision is blocked, a lot of other things. So these toxins, what are the signs? 1, bloating, gas, indigestion, no appetite, mucousy stool, diarrhea, constipation, heavy feeling after eating the food, no energy, increase in the weight or sudden loss of weight, lethargy, laziness, heavy pain, stiffness, lack of focus, confusion, etc., etc.
Yeah. Now, this slide itself, the previous one, it's so important. I really feel everyone who's on this call, you can take a screenshot of this, note it down, do something. And just for your own self, as a self-diagnostic, self-assessment, self-discovery, take down yes or no, whether you have it or not. And that way, if you are more than 7 yes, really take care of yourself, do something, do the things that follow. If it's over 5, then you're still okay, but take care right now for the future. And if you're above 3, like 3, then you're really safe. And 1 more safe. Everything is no. I think you really are an example of excellent health. So do this for your own self. It helps. Now, if you're facing any of these symptoms, have very simple, take 1 or up to 3 slices of ginger and a pinch of rock salt. Believe it or not, you can do this after food. You can even do this before food. This helps like anything. Suddenly your digestion becomes better. And if your gut is good, then believe it or not, you'll feel so good. You'll feel more love towards everybody. So this is one home remedy I've seen work fantastic.
The second thing you can do in order to, and Judy already spoke about mung bean soup, that is something that we advocate a lot. So if you have any of the such symptoms, just as a prevention, just to keep your health in a great shape, have a great energy, total clarity of mind, just do 5 to 7 days of mung bean soup fasting, mung and vegetables combined together. Every time you feel hungry, just keep taking mung bean soup and vegetable soup, and that's it. Do this kind of fasting once in a month, and you can keep doing it couple of months, or you can repeat this after every 2 or 3 months, and you will see and you will feel that your mind is clearer, your energy is better, your gut health is improved, and suddenly you feel very light and unblocked.
Now, this is something so beautiful. I mean, this is not beautiful what's displayed, but when you follow what's displayed, something beautiful happens inside you. So the foods which you should avoid, you're going to get a list of something called foods that kill you versus foods that heal you. So if you hate yourself and you want to poison yourself, have lots of wheat, lots of dairy, lots of sugar, lots of preserved stuff, lots of flavored, colored stuff. But if you really love yourself, then avoid these. Don't have these. Reduce them if you're having it now. And in the future, completely eliminate them. Still, you'd be safe. In dairy, processed dairy is the worst. So don't have that. And sugar is really, it's a very sweet poison. So you can have it if you don't like yourself, hate yourself, but if you love yourself, then don't have it. Well, if you love yourself and you want to love yourself more, then there's another list of food that's going to come up. So here's Christopher. He's from USA, and believe it or not, just hearing this it melted me with joy at the end what he experienced. But before that, there was a condition he faced where his carotid arteries, the arteries sending blood to his brain, got blocked. And now he happened to face, the doctors discovered later on, they did a big calculation after so many tests, and they tell him, Christopher, you have had 200 strokes. Now, one stroke and person may die or may lose mobility. 2 strokes and you're really on the bed. 3 strokes is really sometimes unheard of. 200 strokes? And he said, yeah, I wondered I was feeling unhealthy. And they're like, what? Just unhealthy? You can die any moment. We don't even know how you're walking. So what does he do? But now he stopped feeling emotions even after a certain point in time. Someone died and he's unable to feel sad. That's when he felt really, my life is really on the lowest of the lows. So his daughter in 2016 met with Dr. Moksha from Berlin, and he met her. She discovered, they found out everything as per the pulse, followed what mom and dad advised. They did a big detox experience. I think they came to Mumbai.
Yeah, he
They
actually came to Mumbai.
Yeah,
Yes.
believe it or not. Now, weight loss is good. He lost a lot of toxic material, lot of blocks cleared, but he suddenly started feeling emotions. He started feeling human again. And now all of a sudden, all the effects of this block, this stroke, all that started melting away. Today, he's healthy. He's doing so well, way better than before. And now he really feels he's alive again.
And his arteries, they found, is actually unclogged just by doing detox. He, from 90% blockage, it is now, in just 6 months, it was 30%. So that is what is possible if you follow principles of 3R formula. The detox is the first step, clean it up. The next step, and then diet. I just wanted to give you also diet for weight loss along with the detox, because you lose weight anyways when you do the mung bean fasting.
So
But
what
along
did
with
he
that-
do? What did he do? And what do others do? So what are foods that heal you? You saw foods that kill you, but these are foods that heal you. And in this way, if you take them, so take foods which are light to digest, like mung bean soup, green vegetables, squash, zucchini, garlic, turmeric, ginger, then have 60% vegetables in your food, 30% proteins. Proteins would be even soya bean, mung beans are a good source of protein, 10% carbohydrate. So if you want, you can have rice, but have it only 10% of your food. And then healthy fats like olive oil, walnut, flax seeds, and even avocado, all kind of seeds, nuts. They're really good. So if you want to love yourself and if you want to have foods that heal you, have them in this way.
And avoid sugars in every form. Honey, jaggery, wheat, rice, potatoes, all kinds of carbs are very, very fattening. It can even create fatty liver or increase weight. So now the next step. So once you clean up your house, you remove the blockages. Now you want to restore your house. I always believe this body is house of our soul. And we have to respect it in the same way how we take care of our house, our car, everything. We have to take double care of this body because this is having the soul, which is kind of a part of the God. So we need to take care of the house of the God. So first step is remove toxins and then the restore. Restore everything that has become weak because of this blockages and no supply and malfunctioning, etc., etc. How do you do the restore? So for that, we spoke about toxins, the ama toxins that we don't want at all in our body. But Ayurveda talks about vata, pitta, and kapha. Vata, pitta, and kapha are three doshas which are important for functioning of our body. So we need them, but they have to be always in the balance. It has to be under balance, not too much, not less. So let's look at that and how to balance them. Pitta, for example, is a fire energy in our body. It helps everything to metabolize, digestive. We have so many enzymes, hormones in our digestive metabolic system. And Pitta is something that controls their production. So we need Pitta. Like sun energy we need on this planet. But if it is too much, it creates a lot of heat-related issues like anger, skin problems, ulcers, or sometimes headache, or acid reflux. You can become short-tempered, angry. Also, Pitta is very good for, like, it has a good intelligence. And if you have any of those symptoms, a little bit here and there, or you have one day this symptom, immediately, at least for a couple of days, stop taking sour, fermented, spicy food and take lots of squashes, pumpkins, ghee, sweet spices like fennel or cumin, coriander. These are cooling spices. And you can have a herbal tea made from a teaspoonful of coriander, fennel, and cumin powder, and that's also helping to calm down Pitta. So now we would actually share some real stories with home remedies. So whoever wants, they can take a screenshot, write it down. We will be sharing also some bonuses, so you'll get a lot of this in written form as well. But we want to share something which can help you immediately in your life. So this was a real story of Verena from Vienna. We have a clinic partner, Veda Vital, in Vienna. And she met me there with Dr. Judith is our doctor over there. So, and she suffered from gastritis, digestive issues, severe chronic pain, very uncomfortable situation for many, many months. She tried few things, it gave temporary relief, back to square one, and she really wanted to get rid of it forever. So she followed very strictly the sour fermented, the diet for Pitta that I gave it to her, ama reducing diet, the detox program that we spoke, the healthy meat detox, which is 28 days detox program to remove toxins from the liver and colon, and some herbs. And she actually got rid of these symptoms in 6 months. She doesn't have it anymore. It's now many years, she doesn't even take any herbs. That's what is possible. So if anybody has acid reflux, should avoid sour, fermented, and spicy food completely,
for
as
sure.
we discussed.
And have lots of squashes, pumpkins, ghee, sweet spices like coriander, fennel, or cumin. These will all help to cool the body and also digest the vitiated pitta so that you're actually feeling better from inside, not just on top, on surface, or quick
Yeah.
fix, but deeper healing takes
Deeper
place.
healing things. And this is a very powerful home remedy. I've seen it works very well.
Yeah. Now, this home remedy, you can do it despite having pitta or no pitta. It helps the digestion so much. But take a screenshot of this. This works like anything. 1 teaspoon of fennel powder, 1 teaspoon of coriander powder, 1 teaspoon cumin powder, quarter teaspoon of carom seed powder, and half a teaspoon of ginger powder. So mix this in, say, half a glass of water, and you can take it like every 1 hour, or you can take it 2 to 3 times a day. I'd suggest take it at least 2 to 3 times a day, and slowly it starts cleansing your body of such toxins which even you thought, what, this existed in my body? I'm feeling so much better. I never knew I could feel so good. Even if you're feeling good now, you can feel better.
And then here is a bonus, a gift from both of us, actually, gift of love from our heart. A booklet, which is having lots of tips on how to get rid of chronic digestive issues.
Yeah. Now, in this all has been compiled with, I think, at least 45 years of experience of mom and dad, and decoding these scriptures, all the ancient secrets our master taught. It was so difficult to put it all in one 45 minutes experience. So mom thought, let's make a booklet of this so that you have everything with you. Not just the things which we are suggesting now on the previous slides, but everything.
Everything.
Diet, home remedy, lifestyle, marma, even sometimes mantras which may be useful. So go ahead, get this. I really encourage you to
I
help
think the
yourself and your
link
loved
is there.
ones.
Link is put in the chat box, I guess so. So you can copy it and you can download when you want to have a time. Yeah. Now, this is another thing which happens when there's excessive pitta, which is a skin problem. Too much pitta, when accumulates under the skin, our own immune system thinks this is a foreign body, a virus, bacteria, or something. It begins to attack. And that's how autoimmune skin problem comes. Psoriasis, eczema, skin rashes, urticaria, all of this situation is too much pitta and immune attack. Now here there is this, one of the client from UK clinic, Dr. Meera Sony's place. She's 12 years of girl. And you can see that she had practically this by birth, actually, psoriasis. And now after 6 months of diet, herbal formula, a simple detox, and home remedies, she just completely cleared up the whole psoriasis. The skin was okay, and she's fine now. This is the feet psoriasis. Normally, it's very painful, crack. It bleeds sometimes. You can hardly wear the shoes. And he actually he went through 28 days of detox, followed by herbal formula and the home remedy and the diet. He's completely free from this now. And 4 years, it's not come back. So
this is beautiful. I really think this itself can change anyone's life, because I've given it to our patients, and who've been having modern medicine from years and not getting results after a point in time. They had this 3 times a day, 4 times a day, and suddenly it works. People feel, what? And even I feel like, is this magic? So half a teaspoon of ghee, 1 teaspoon of turmeric or curcuma powder, and quarter teaspoon of black pepper powder. You can have this, and any itching or skin condition, you can start really feeling deeper healing. You'd feel the moment you have this, your body feels that you've had something powerful, and it responds in that manner. I really challenge you to try
you
this.
can try this even for the nut allergies and different kind of allergic situation, because this is kind of a calming the histamine reaction naturally. Of course, you have to follow the pitta reducing diet that we discussed. And again, this is my gift, both of us, from our heart to your heart. A booklet on how to get rid of psoriasis, eczema, urticaria, different kinds of skin problem. And this is coming from 300,000 people we treated suffering from skin issues. It is a nectar of this completely. So download the booklet and use it, share it with the friends and family, so that you can spread this message of healing, natural healing in people's life. Now, the second one is Vata. Vata is actually excessive air in the body, and it is responsible literally for all kinds of movement. And if it is deranged, it causes pain, arthritis, Alzheimer, fear, phobia, insomnia, decision making is always difficult. There is a wavering mind, and it is a very important dosha to be under control. So if somebody is having symptoms of any of these things which I described, it is always better to take a always soupy, warm food with a little bit of spicy like ginger, garlic, black pepper, cinnamon, etc., and avoid completely dry, cold, preserved, and raw food. This is very important. A simple home remedy of castor oil, 1 teaspoonful at night with ginger tea, is extremely good for vata reducing. I have seen people taking that can improve the quality of their sleep almost instantly. So now I will share few of the things related with vata. So one of the commonest thing is arthritis, joints pain, back pain, neck pain, frozen shoulder. And we are going to share a lot of murmur points right now. So be with us. Here is a real example of rheumatoid arthritis, which is a autoimmune kind of arthritis, very painful shoulder. She's a medical doctor, pediatrician, professor in Munich University, Germany, and very skeptical, of course, about Ayurveda, ancient healing. But somebody, one of her colleague, who is also medical doctor, got rid of rheumatoid arthritis, and she pushed her to come to me in Munich at Eleanor Kolbeck's place, who is our clinic partner. And she was so bad, she could not walk. The hands were crooked, literally. And she knew that surgery cannot even help her hands to get straightened up anymore. And knees and the hip were almost becoming degenerated and could go into surgery within a couple of years. So she followed 3R formula, straight away came to in Bombay, first 21 days of detox. At home, she followed everything, restore and renew program for the joints, which includes herbs, home remedy, diet, some oil enemas that we taught her to do by herself. And she followed it religiously for 3 years. By 2005, her rheumatism arthritis was negative in her blood test. And every year it is negative since then. She is now almost 80 years of age, but she still runs, climbs 5 floors like a young lady, and her hands are straightened up. She's painting 2-3 hours. That is what is possible when you follow the principles of ancient healing.
Beautiful. Now, how to really bring vata into control and lower so that you can walk better, you can digest better, think better, dream better, and feel better. Have less pain in the body. Now, turmeric, 1 teaspoon. In fact, take a screenshot of this. I'm just going to say this out for you, but take a screenshot of this.
Yeah.
Turmeric, 1 teaspoon. Dry ginger powder, 1/2 teaspoon. Garlic paste, 1/2 teaspoon. Coriander seeds powder, 1 teaspoon. Carom seeds powder, 1/4 teaspoon. Fenugreek seeds powder, 1 teaspoon. With warm water, mix this. You can have it twice a day, but if it's more pain, you can even have it 3-4 times a day. Now, this is something which is real magic. I would even suggest that mom says what it can do. I'll actually go ahead and then explain to you again how to do it. But just so you know the potential of what you're learning, what you're discovering, and what you can do with it, I want to show you this.
So I think there is a, yeah, we can play the video. This is the real story of frozen shoulder. I'm showing you this murmur so you can understand. This was the range of movement, and he'll tell you what this case. She's Cynthia from US. She herself is a physical therapist and had a frozen shoulder for 20 years. You can see a range of movement was so limited. these are the points. You can see how much she, for the first time after 20 years,
Go. Okay, beautiful. Now, what you saw was her name's Cynthia. She's a pain therapist. She has a
she's a
PhD in
physical therapist.
yeah, and she has a PhD in managing pain. So she said, Dr. Smita, I can manage pain very well. The problem is I cannot move my hands. So that's what she came for. So 20 years back, she was in the Marines and very ambitious young woman, fell in love with a man, and suddenly she discovers he doesn't want to be with her anymore. That's the same day she fell. And the way she fell, she hurt her shoulder in a way now with all this emotional trauma and physical trauma. She couldn't lift her hand up. She, since 20 years, she's been managing the pain, but she cannot lift it up. It hurts like crazy. So when she came here, mom did this marma. And what you do is, for anyone who wants to learn this, in your shoulder, at the bottom, there's a part called the axilla in medical terms. And you
Center of the armpit.
center of the armpit. You go in there and then start feeling around. You'll feel two lumps, one lump, like nodules. And now that hurts like crazy. But what you're going to do is press that, press it, press it, press it, and press it so hard that it even disappears, melts away, massage it every day. And now the moment that happens, suddenly you can lift your arm up.
Yeah.
So with practice, mom has got to a level, dad got to a level that in 30 seconds, 1 minute, it disappears. And years old frozen shoulder becomes free. You can do this too. And take a screenshot of this. This works so beautifully. You saw this with Cynthia. The moment that happened, she was in tears. And she said, I was able to forgive 20 years old emotional trauma and let go of physical trauma. So this
So that's
was
what happens when you get rid of physical problems, even the emotional situation which created it gets released suddenly, and the heart is opened up. So this is another bonus and gift from us, from our heart. And this booklet, I think 100,000 people have downloaded so far, and they have used in their life. It contains lots of marmas, home remedies, diet, herbal formulas, everything you can do in order to get rid of chronic pain. And if you want to, you can, of course, take help of Ayushakti doctors, but this is something that gives you a tool. You can share it with anybody.
Yeah. Now, usually all these booklets, the knowledge to get it, people pay many times. They have to pay. They have to pay the doctors who are our students. But we want to acknowledge also the work that Jody and, this whole big movement called Global Healer Summit. So we want to give it to you just from our heart, from their hearts.
And I guess we are getting all the links in the chat, so you can copy and you can just keep it and open it whenever you have time. Download that. So this is another, as I told you before, that vata, excessive vata creates chronic pain, stiffness in the joints, back pain, neck pain. Then the second thing which is predominantly created is depression, fear, insomnia. So this was a man who suffered from IBS, a chronic irritable bowel syndrome, where you get a lot of stomach pain and the bowel movements are not regular, sometimes diarrhea, constipation, never feeling fresh. And that impacts always the brain. The gut health is connected directly with our nervous and the brain health. So he had a severe depression from this chronic IBS. And we did the remove. The first step was detox, healthy meat detox, 28 days, which is very popular across the world. It pulls out toxins from the liver and colon and the kidney, 3 places actually. So he did that, and he felt in his IBS after many years, almost 60% relief, but 90% relief in 3 months in depression, fear, everything. So in case if somebody has depression, fear, here is what you can do.
Yeah. This is a beautiful remedy. So 1 teaspoon of Brahmi powder. Brahmi is Bacopa monnieri or even Gotu kola. They're two different plants doing the same thing. So they're used as alternatives and you can use whatever's available. 1 teaspoon of that. Then half a glass of pumpkin juice. And if you don't have pumpkin juice with you, white pumpkin juice, then you can use some another
Yeah, English marrow. You can use
English
the English marrow.
you can use English marrow. And lastly, 1 teaspoon of ashwagandha powder. This is called as Vidania somnifera. Vidania somnifera. Mix this all and have it in the morning. You can have it second time at night before going to bed also. And now these two marmas, they're just beautiful. I've given them to people suffering from anxiety, depression, nervousness. Even I've seen dad give it to children with schizophrenia, with such conditions, and it helps. So first one I'd go is with the third eye, where your third eye is, and press 6 times over there. That's one set. Do many such sets. You can do 6 sets like this throughout the day. And it's just something beautiful happens. It increases concentration, focus, enthusiasm. Secondly, on your temples, you can now apply ghee in the sense that take 1 teaspoon ghee in a cup, melt it a little bit, put your fingers in it, and then go on your temples in a like clockwise, we can say, or forward direction 6 times and then down, 6 times and then down. And it's so powerful. Do it before you go to bed, and the sleep you get is a healing sleep, a deeper quality sleep.
Yes.
So again, now for more secrets, remedies,
Many
diet,
marmas on depression,
depression,
sleep,
anxiety,
anxiety.
nervousness,
Yeah.
sleep, panic attacks, this would be the link. And it has a deep compilation. So many things in one place that even you'd be like, wow, all this knowledge for me. You'd love it. I really guarantee you'd
And
love
you
it.
can share it with others. You share it with others, and this is how you help humanity. You help and contribute in people's lives. The third one is kapha, which is very important to be under balance. Kapha is literally forming, it is from earth and water. It creates a body shape, body mass. So it is a solid structure, but if it is too much, then you can get mucus, allergies, respiratory problems, sinusitis, tumor, lung fibrosis, or cyst, or extreme situation, even cancers. So if somebody has a tendency to grow weight or have these situations, allergies, etc., avoid absolutely wheat, dairy, all kinds of milk products, sweet fruits, and add lots of ginger, garlic, basil, and spicy things in your food so that kapha is reduced. You can even use regularly ginger juice, basil juice, and a pinch of black pepper with half a cup of warm water 2 or 3 times a day. That reduces kapha. This is the real example of Debbie, whom I met in Dr. Tom Mitchell's place in North Carolina. He's our clinic partner. And she had a severe breathlessness. And she came actually just to lose weight. So I told her that Ayurveda works on the root cause. And when we increase your metabolism, immune system, and digestion, naturally you may not need the inhaler, because she was taking inhaler for 15 years. And I said, are you okay with that if that happens? And she said, no, it's okay. I'm very happy. So after 6 months, she lost 31 pounds. But as a side benefit, because when you follow ancient secret, you don't get side effect, you get side benefit, extra benefit. Her doctor, actually GP, stopped the inhaler because he said your lung function is absolutely normal. You don't need it anymore. So that's what happens. So now if anybody has cough, cold, allergy, it is important to avoid wheat, dairy, sweet fruits, and we spoke about it, so I don't repeat this one. But this home remedy is very interesting. Besides, we give also a lot of Ayushakti formulas.
Yeah, this is powerful. This is really powerful. 10 basil leaves, then 10 fresh mint leaves, half an inch of fresh ginger, 2 black peppercorns. So 2 of those beads of black pepper, 1 cinnamon stick, and 2 cups of water. Now, crush all the above together and then put it in water, boil it for 3 to 4 minutes, and then strain it. You can add honey if you want, just for the taste of it, but better not add honey. Just have it as it is. You'll experience the power of how these ingredients interact with each other and then in your own self. It'll be really, really powerful.
Yeah, it helps a lot with people who have allergies. They feel immediately opened up and decongested. So the third step is renew. So I gave a few example of restore. Okay, I took just the common things that people suffer, but there you can do lots of things to restore your body and bring it back to normal, repair it. And finally, the aim is to build, renew in such a manner, in step-by-step way, so that you have a solid, profound health, vibrant energy, a complete blissful emotions, in your life. The spirit is always happy and nourished. That kind of a feeling you can have when you have a constantly daily rebuilding program. For that, I always recommend people to take this smoothie on a daily basis. This smoothie is something which is nourishing immune system, bones, our brain, nervous system, metabolism, digestion. It helps to keep the cholesterol under control and helps with the liver functioning. So I tell everybody in the morning, have your energy drink.
So now just take a screenshot of this as well. It will be difficult to remember this. So carrot juice, half a glass, pomegranate juice, quarter of a glass, beetroot juice or spinach juice or both, half a glass each, soaked almonds, about 10 in number, and soak them overnight, 4 dates, but they're optional. If you have diabetes, then don't have them. Then 5 walnuts, 1 peeled cardamom, so the seeds inside the cardamom you're going to use, flax seeds, 1 teaspoon, ginger paste, that's half a teaspoon, and then fresh turmeric or turmeric powder. So fresh turmeric, either 2 inches, or turmeric powder, 1 teaspoon. Mix this up and then drink this every morning. It really, it makes a big difference when you have this.
You will have such an energy throughout the day, focused mind, but also constant energy, stable energy.
Yeah, stable energy.
This is another gift from us. It's a 5 natural things you do in your life regularly to boost your immune system. You can download this. We have published a research paper on immune system with herbal formulas and the dietary program, where 90% people had a great immune parameters in their blood. This is another, I want to share this because you should feel inspired. What can happen in your life when you follow these principles? This is the lady. Jane, I'm so inspired by her. 20 years ago, when she was 74, she came to India, stayed at Ayush Shakti Mumbai clinic, and she had just started taking prescription medication for blood pressure. The doctor said there might be slight impact on the heart, and the joints are getting worse, and you might need to go for surgery, knee replacement or something after 3 or 4 years. So somebody suggested, and she just came at 74 years of age, did the whole 3 weeks of Panchakarma detox in our clinic in Mumbai. In 3 weeks, she could not walk 5 minutes. She started walking up to 30 minutes. She could not climb 10 steps. Now she was climbing 2 to 3 floors at a time. Went back home, I told her how to maintain good health, how to stay youthful, keep your memory active, joints always flexible and agile. And she followed it. Even today, she takes the herbal formula. She follows monk and vegetable fasting once in 3 months. And she's following the diet of no wheat, no red meat, no dairy. These 3 she has stopped forever, last 20 years. And today it is 94 years of age after 20 years. She has no arthritis. She walks 8 miles a day. She inspires me. When she told me that, I said, my God, this is the kind of health I want to have. Active mind. She's doing community work for 3 hours and blood pressure is gone. So doctors stop prescription medication. That's the role model we want to have. That kind of a health we all want to have, isn't it, in our life? This is one last thing I wanted to share. Of course, I mean, we are running out of time, so I don't want to go into the story, but I wanted to share a home remedy for hormone balancing, because we women, for us, balancing hormone is the key. If hormones are balanced after puberty, or if there is PCOS, or after delivery, or during menopause, everything is great. So this is the general formula anybody can take.
Yeah. Papa used to give this to so many women patients. And in fact, I became popular in college because one of my friends took it and she loved it. She felt so good after that. So she acknowledged me, but this was dad and mom creating this. 250 grams of fennel powder, 50 grams of coriander powder, 100 grams of cumin powder, 50 grams of carom powder, and 10 grams of asafoetida or hing. Mix this all and then make it into 60 packets. Now take 4 packets every day with warm water. Suddenly all your hormones, they start being nourished and secreted in the right amount. If it's over secreted, it becomes normal. If it's under secreted, it becomes normal. Even weight starts reducing or increasing depending on what you need. And a lot of powerful effects happen to your emotions as well.
Yeah, that's something I've used everywhere in the world. So, my intention is always to share and contribute in everybody's life. Really, that is, we come from there. That's our commitment in life. And we made Ayush Shakti with that purpose. So far, humbly, I would like to share what we have done. We have helped actually 1.5 million people on this planet in last 35 years. And we keep records of everybody who comes to us in our system. Our doctors keep record worldwide. And we have found that we have 90% success rate. 35 years we are working. And we have 3 hospitals and resorts where people actually come and do the Panchakarma detox for 20 days, 21 days, 30 days, 15 days, 2 weeks. We have it in Goa, India, Mumbai, India, and Germany, Passau. Germany is in the very respectable hospital. 150 plus clinic partners globally. We have that many people. That's how we can help thousands of people every month. We've been helping more than 10,000 people every month. And we have published, at the moment, this is the old slide, but we have published 30 research papers in US-based medical journals, Europe, and UK-based medical journals and pharma journals. So because we need to convince the modern society by only proving them that this is really working on not just 1, 2, 3 people, but on a group of people, on scientific parameters. So this is some of the people connected with us. I just want to offer you this, you can see there is a toll-free number which you can call if you want to book appointments with our doctors. But if you want to become a clinic partner, where you also want to help others and earn out of it, we call it Seva Lakshmi program. Seva means helping humanity. Lakshmi means earning money. We have started this program, and next month onwards, I'm going to train everybody how to generate wealth by helping humanity. If you are interested in this program, write to me on info@ayushakti.com. You can see there is a number here, email address, info@ayushakti.com. You can even write from our website, www.ayushakti.com. So there are numbers here, and I'm sure Judy will put some links in the chat box. If anybody wants to connect with us or book appointments or anything, you are always welcome. That's not my intention when we did this workshop, but of course, We would like to help humanity, and some people really need guidance from the expert. And you can always come to here. Welcome to reach us.
Yeah. Now let's take a moment to acknowledge, appreciate from our heart to the hearts of Global Healers Summit, because they've done a beautiful work. I want to, from my heart, give 1000% of love, appreciation, congratulations for this movement. And I love you and I'm with you. This was beautiful.
We love you, and we are with you.
We love you and we're with you. Thank you so much for your spectacular presentation. We're so happy to have you come on and share.
Such an
I was
honor
worried
to
it
see
should
you
not
all
become
from Nepal.
information heavy, but we have so much to share. And if one thing you use in your life, my God, my 45 minutes is completely worth it.
We are so happy to see you from Nepal. We feel your energy there and we feel the childlike energy. Oh, and I'm sending you so much love. Thank you. I adore you guys. Mm.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Love you. Love you.
Okay, we are moving into our next speaker, which is our precious, amazing co-host, Ann Fernandez. And we have become so familiar with Ann today, but let me just share a little bit about her. Yasmin, her name is Yasmin Ann Fernandez, is a published author, speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, meditation guide, Reiki master, and a medium and channel from the non-physical world. She is also a vice president on the board of the Yucca Valley Center for Spiritual Living. Anne has studied with shamans and worked with renowned psychics Chuck Bergman and James Van Prague. She has a private practice as an intuitive life coach and has been working with thousands of clients over 40 years. She is passionate about helping her clients to be empowered and guiding them back to wholeness. Anne's own experience with an autoimmune disease led her down a dark path where she wanted to leave her body. However, the spiritual thread that ran through the tapestry of her life caused her to find her way back to wholeness and begin to heal. Anne is one of our co-hosts, as I've already said, and an amazing wisdom keeper and dear friend. Anne will now share her depth and wisdom in her presentation. We are multidimensional beings. Anne?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Well, I guess it could be good afternoon or wherever you are. Hello and welcome. So yes, we are multidimensional beings. And why I chose to talk about this is because for pretty much my whole life, I've had experiences that were organic, that just happened naturally. And I was afraid to share because especially back then, you didn't talk about such things like, oh, I was on this dimension and I had an ascended master speaking to me, and you just didn't talk about it, right? Or at least I didn't back then. But I'd like to start off by saying, so what does it mean to be a multidimensional being? Well, it means to have your reality focused on multiple dimensions at one time. Now, this can seem a bit fuzzy to someone, who's not fully familiar with dimensions. So I would like to share my personal experience as a multidimensional being, and perhaps many of you will resonate with some of the scenarios. So my personal experiences have allowed me to tap into information and wisdom beyond this 3D environment, beyond our physical world. And when I began traveling the universe, whatever words you choose, I suddenly realized I was living in a box. And as soon as I trusted the downloads and the information I was getting and gathering, and that I was able to actually apply them to my everyday life here, I felt suddenly very free. I didn't have to depend on just the knowledge and information from others like my doctors or my religious teachers or even some amazing, gurus that I had spoken with here. I now knew that I could just get this information for myself, take responsibility, and just check it out for myself. And I could become the arbiter of my own life. And the more that I trusted the downloads, the more I expanded my awareness. So I would like to share with you the main tool that allowed me to climb what I call the spiritual ladder and to journey to other timelines. And I'll mention timelines in a bit, and down and dimensions, and meet with ascended masters and guides, and just found wholeness in my current existence. So are you ready for this ancient secret? Okay, hold on. It's meditation. And I wanted to express it like that because I feel like we all hear about meditation, the importance of it. We've all read about studies that were done on meditation, but I'm here to tell you that meditation, or just going into stillness, is the key to expanding your awareness, to traversing and traveling out of the matrix into other dimensions, connecting with others on a spiritual realm. That was the key for me. And as you know by now, having been on here for 3 days, that meditation does not have to be where you sit for a couple of hours. It can be doing dishes, it can be vacuuming, listening to music, walking in the woods by yourself. But meditation is the key. That's what allowed me to grow and climb on the spiritual ladder and to travel to other dimensions and to connect with my other selves on other timelines. So life here on earth does not define you. So yesterday I spoke about, challenges and traumas and how we allow these things to define us. But taking this a step further, just knowing that we are multifaceted beings and citizens of this universe. We are citizens of this universe, not just planet Earth. And this experience can allow us to move beyond the everyday life stuff and recognize our vastness and just the vastness of this universe. So as you know, humanity is in need of guidance beyond this 3D world right now, and that there are energies and other dimensions wanting to assist us. Did you know that when we accept the help from other dimensions, from other energies, angels, guides, that when we accept the help, that not only are we growing in awareness, but that we help all those on other dimensions as well continue to grow and expand their awareness. So we're all working together. So it's so important that when we have assistance and when we have help and when we have downloads, that we trust it and we accept and we apply and use that help. So yes, we all grow in other dimensions in the physical and the spiritual form. Through my hypnotherapy work, I used to say, whatever you focus your energy on, you get more of. So it's human nature, though, to focus on challenges. But what if we focused more of our energy on expanding our awareness and meditated every day? Wow. Well, that is when we can begin to tap into other dimensions and timelines and recognize that we don't begin and end with this physical body. We don't begin and end with this physical body. We realize that our connectedness is not just with each other, but also with an expansive universe. This is when you realize your wholeness and who you truly are. Everything is here in this universe to guide and support us. We just have to align ourselves with our own unique journey and walk our path, and the right guidance will show up on many different realms. But the journey must first begin with us, going within, understanding that all the challenges we face are merely opportunities for us to grow. So the next step is to understand our purpose on earth and recognizing that our own personal path may be different from everyone else. So instead of doing the human thing, where we compare ourselves to everyone else, focus on your own journey. Have a deeper understanding of why you're here, of your path, your purpose for being. That is what is necessary to expanding your awareness and connecting on all other dimensions. So here are the steps to spiritual growth. First, you must have a desire, obviously, like anything else, right? You must have a desire to grow spiritually. Second, acknowledge your challenges as opportunities to grow. And third, have a spiritual practice, a meditation or one of your choosing. Fourth, trust the downloads from your intuition. Trust, trust, trust is the key word here. And then fifth, we must take action, right? Because what does it mean if we have knowledge, we have wisdom, we have information, and we don't use it, we don't apply it, we don't take action, right? So taking action. So I want to share very quickly my journey, and this is going to be in a nutshell. This happened over years, but through my meditation, all of a sudden I found myself in the fifth dimension, and this is what I was told, that's where I was. Then this space opened up with all ascended masters, with the Council of 12, and they would have conversations with me. I was able to look into my own records, so go into the Akashic records. And of course, it took me a good year, I would say, to actually absorb all of this, to trust it, and to completely realize that this was all here to help me. And once I did that and applied it in my life, guess what happened in my next meditation? I shifted to the next dimension, to the next level. And this kept happening over the years. Once I accepted, once I absorbed and applied what I was getting and trusted it, then another dimension opened up to me. So I will jump to the 12th dimension. So all of a sudden, one day I am in deep meditation and I am in a space I was told was 12th dimension. And this wonderful, amazing female energy, and I say energy because it wasn't a physical body, spoke to me and said, "Oh, you're out of the matrix." And so I stood there looking around, and all of a sudden I saw this beautiful tunnel in front of me. And I said, "Oh, what is that tunnel?" And she said, "This is where you pass through when you die, and this is where you come through when you're born." Of course, I initially looked at it and said, "I am not ready to go there." So it took me a few meditations before I said, "Okay, I'm ready." And as soon as I said I was ready, I zoomed through this beautiful tunnel and I opened up this other space on the other side, and it was all spiritual beings. It was all just bright light of energies. And over probably about 3 or 4 weeks, I kept going back to that space. And I kept gathering more information, more wisdom. And the key thing here is that everything I could apply to my current consciousness and life here. And to me, that was the key. They were all here helping me with my own personal growth. And when I was teaching and guiding others through my classes and my private clients, I could apply some of this information to help guide them as well on their journey. So I had beings like Michael the Archangel, Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, Jesus, the list goes on. Like I tell people, sometimes my car is just filled. There's no room for other passengers, right? Especially when I'm on long road trips. And the wonderful thing about it is that it became like a normal everyday thing for me. Of course, I went through the initial, what is this? What's happening? What do I do with this? But once you accept all of this, it's just so normal. It's like having a conversation with you guys right now. You can ask questions, you can ask for help, you can have normal conversations on any realm, any dimension of your choosing. So the biggest thing that I want to share with you today is to open your heart, open your mind, open yourselves up to the fact that we don't have to live in a box in this 3D world. There is so much more in this expansive universe that is open to everyone. So I'm going to have Cornelia share a video. It's a 3-minute video. And at the end, I will give you an affirmation that you can use to help you to journey to other dimensions. So Cornelia. So we need sound. We can see the video, Cornelia, but no sound. There we go. Now we can hear the sound and no video. Cornelia, we can hear the sound, but no video. There we go.
Okay, it obviously had to do with the moment I went into full screen. It took off the
Okay,
sound,
this is fine. This is perfect. You can share this.
and I just start from the beginning. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you so much.
Okay, can you hear it now?
Yes. Wow, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that, Cornelia. I appreciate that very much. So I hope you guys noticed what I noticed when I saw that years ago. I thought, I just went, wow. Because as you can see, as we went all the way into outer space, it was the same thing that they were showing inside the human body, right? So if you noticed the similarities. So I want to leave you with this thought. Who are we? Are we just this body living in this 3D existence? Or are we so much more in this expansive universe? This truly reminded me that we are one, not with each other, not just with each other, but in this expansive universe, and we have access to everything. If that is the one message I can send across to you, to know that you have access to everything, and that everything that shows up, whether it's a guide or an ascended master, an angel, whatever it is that comes to you, open your hearts, open your minds, and trust and apply that information. Because when you do that, you grow even more on the spiritual ladder. Thank you all for listening, and I hope that you all begin to trust your own intuition and the messages you receive. Thank you for listening. Have a blessed day.
And that was phenomenal. So, such an illustration of the possibilities of who we are, right?
Yes.
Most of us have not experienced the kinds of experiences that you have had, but to have someone in front of us describing the possibilities that looks like a regular human, you don't look any different than any one of us, right? Gives us this sense of infinite possibilities for ourselves, right?
Yes.
So what a great illustration for this, for us to be able to actually use the power of meditation to explore the outer world and the deep inner world, which is truly where all of that comes from, right?
Yeah.
Coming from the heart.
Thank-
Yeah, thank you. That was exquisite. I'm so excited to have heard that and to have experienced what you were speaking of, and to share that with the wisdom of the world. And as I've called you before, the wisdom keeper, I absolutely know that for sure now. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, it just made me want to share one more message with everyone, because I have been that person for many years that kept that door closed and was in fear of sharing this information. And boy, once you open that door, so I encourage everyone who have these experiences that seem unreal or woo-woo, fling open that door and step out into the world, because it's amazing what happens to you on every level. Thank you guys again. And now I would love to, thank you, Marlene. I would love to present to you our next amazing speaker who I've met personally. And because of him, I have a desk that every once in a while I can stand up and work on my computer. So Dr. Stefan Zavalin is a movement mentor driven to change desk work culture. Despite losing his vision in graduate school, he started a company called Love to Move, where he mentors organizations on adapting company culture to improve productivity and health. The dream: evolve the current work model so people no longer have to choose between work and health. Stefan aims to make virtual services accessible to all to help in his cultural shift. Since starting on his mission, he has written a book called Sit Less and given a TED Talk on the same subject. In his free time, he writes songs on his piano and guitar, critique a good cup of coffee, and play board games with his wife and friends. Dr. Stefan's presentation today is called Stop Sitting on Your Brain. So handing it over to you, Stefan.
Thank you, Anne. I'm going to play, to make it way more fun for all of us, some music as we go through it. Let me know if it becomes way too loud. All right. So a couple of things that you should know about this presentation. Number one, it's going to have a lot of purple, because purple is my favorite color and I love to deliver that to the world. Number two, that you should definitely know, is I'm not going to tell you to exercise more. So if that's what you're expecting, I'm sorry. We're going to talk about things other than exercise, because I think we've been hit over the head with that club far too many times. And then the last and final thing, I'm going to make it fun. It's going to be energetic. We're going to do some movement. It's going to be in it, because that's the kind of person that I am. So given that, if you've been with us this entire morning, you might be sitting down. We're going to start with a little bit of a movement break. So if you have the ability, go ahead and stand up and move a little bit. And I'm going to give you some quick little things that you can do and change how you move all the way throughout. If you're feeling self-conscious, you can turn off the camera. I don't take it personally. It's okay. So all that we're going to do is we're just going to do a little bit of a bend forward to your knees, to your toes, wherever you feel comfortable, and then reaching overhead. Most of the time we move forward and backwards. You can go at whatever speed you like. So many times in our lives and throughout the day, we go forwards and backwards. We might reach for a cup of coffee, our computer, whatever it is. We do much less of the side to side. So let's go slightly side to side. You might do some bends side to side. You might step side to side. You might just reach side to side. What we do the absolute least of is twisting. We don't do a whole lot of rotation throughout our day. We do so little, in fact, that we have it synonymous with hurting yourself. I twisted my ankle. I bent down while I was cleaning, twisted my back. Ow, was that a disc issue? What in the world happened there? So as you go throughout the day, I'm going to be standing throughout this entire presentation. You are welcome to join me, but you don't have to. Don't feel pressured. You can stand for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, however long you like, and then I'll remind you again to move at the end. So let's talk about movement. Obviously, I love movement. I got my doctorate in physical therapy. I care about movement so much. I care about movement, but sitting has become a bit more of an issue. And it has gotten me out of the clinic to how much of an issue it is. So when we're going to talk about sitting, before we do, take a deep breath as you're standing up. And this is self-serving, I promise you. Deep belly breath as much as you can. The reason it's self-serving is because this helps your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest, so that you can digest the information I'm telling you a little bit more. Keep breathing, and we're going to talk about sitting. As you keep on deep breathing, we're going to start touching on what is sitting doing to your body. What are the general trends around sitting? Are we sitting too much? How's it going? What can we do? Remember, not exercise. I'll tell you why. I promise we'll get to that. And then the overall big picture. The overall big picture for what it is that we're going to be doing. So the first part is movement. Why is movement so important to me, and how do I view movement? The statement I love saying is that movement is life and to move is to live. Now I want to be very clear here. I'm not saying exercise is life and to exercise is to live. Movement. Now this could be movement of the body, movement of the mind, movement of the soul, you name it. The more that we have, the more life. Now, even when we're sleeping, there are still processes in our bodies that are happening. It's really only when we come to a complete standstill that we're maybe not anymore alive. So having said that, what happens to us when we don't move enough? What happens to us when we sit throughout the course of the day, the course of the months and years? So the first part is about 4 hours of sitting per day increases your blood pressure, increases the amount of insulin in your blood, and reduces your ability to break down fat. At 6 hours of sitting, you have increased risk of anxiety and depression. We're already talking about sitting on your brain. At 8 hours of sitting, you have a doubled risk of cardiovascular disease. Now, that sounds doom and gloom and scary. Here's the great news. Up to this point, reversible with exercise. If you get enough movement throughout the day, which is 30 minutes 5 times a week, you're okay. The problem is, and this is what got me out of the clinic, is this. 11 or more hours per day of sitting increases your risk of premature death by 40%. 40. Not reversed with exercise. Now this is a combination of all those other things that we talked about, the blood pressure, cardiovascular disease, mental health issues. All of that is obviously adding up as we keep going and adding in the numbers. So getting 30 minutes of exercise isn't necessarily going to cut it. Because the immediate question is, well, how much are we sitting? The average for global is 12 hours. We're sitting 12 hours. And yes, that's why there's a sad puppy dog. There'll be plenty of animals throughout this presentation. 12 hours is the global average. In the US, for desk workers, anywhere from 13 to 15 hours a day. This is not including sleep. That's the question that I get so many times. So doing an hour of exercise, 2-3 hours of exercise every day, that's not possible. If we're struggling to get 45 minutes in 3 times a week, that's why I keep saying we're not going to force exercise on this. Because if we talk about exercise, the way that we see it, 80% of people don't meet those requirements. And to remind you, the requirements were 150 minutes a week. That means 5 times a week you do 30 minutes. You can have the weekends off. That is entirely up to you. 80% in the US are not meeting that. And really, for me, I would say in terms of movement, it's probably a lot more than that. We need hours and hours of movement throughout our day. So let's talk about what it is that we can really do. Because where are we sitting? I would say that there's 3 main places that we end up sitting. At work, in the car, and at home. For my cat lovers, work, car, and home. Sorry about the road rage kitty. I don't know. I don't know what the road rage kitty deal is, but avian friends, work, car, and home, and anybody I possibly missed, work, car, and home. My favorite is the little lizard, because I feel that we all get into that little position with our head and neck, and as we're looking at our computers, and the tiny apple is just chef's kiss, a perfect little ending there. No surprise, 12 circles for the 12 hours of sitting. And these are the places where we sit. Now, I'm not going to talk about how we can reduce the amount that we're sitting in a car. That's very difficult to do. Also not safe. You can take public transit, sure, but what we're going to focus on is how can we reduce how much we're sitting at work and how much we're sitting at home. Because the 12 hours is what we're trying to get. We're trying to cut it down and get under. So before we get into all of it, I loved that every single presenter this morning actually said this. And almost, I swore I thought she was going to say the exact quote that I want to use, because I think this is so impactful for every presenter and the entire summit altogether. Knowledge without action is useless and irrelevant. You have amazing, smart, beautiful people giving you so much knowledge, but unless we take the action and do something about it, the knowledge just ends up sitting there in terms of our lives. I want to give you a presentation that is useful and relevant. So we're going to go into some very actionable steps that you can do right away. And probably the thing I hear the vast majority of the time whenever I tell people that we're not moving enough or that we're sitting too much, they go, yeah, I know, I just don't have the energy. So let's start with motivation. Why do we move? Now, you may think that I'm going to tell you about the reasons for movement, how great it is for our physiology, our nervous system, our health. No, we're talking about motivation. I like to ask this question, and I call it the child's question. Other people sometimes call it 7 layers deep. There are a lot of ways to do it, but it's a little exercise where you ask yourself repeatedly the question why, as if you were a child, and go down all these answers to that core belief. So I'll quickly do it for myself so you have an example. Why do I move? I move because it's my job. Well, why do I need a job? I need a job because I need to make money. Why do I need to make money? Well, money allows me to support my family. Why do I support my family? I love them, they love me. It brings me happiness. It allows me the freedom to express myself and be in this world the way that I want to be. So the true core motivator is the happiness, the freedom, the love is pushing all of this all the way up the chain. And that is why I move. Because I want to live longer. I want to experience more of the happiness, love, and freedom. Now, is that going to work every single time when you're sitting on your couch and you're supposed to wash the dishes, but you don't really want to do it? No, it can't work every single time, but sometimes it will give you that little push. That core motivation will give you the push. So we have the why, let's go into the how. How do we move? Are there limitations around it? And of course there are. As a physical therapist, I had to deal with the physical limitations. Be that joint stiffness, weakness, pain, whatever it might be. But beyond the physical limitations, there's a specific reason I picked somebody that is carrying a bicycle instead of riding it. We might have emotional and mental limitations. Mental being, I don't know how to ride a bicycle, so what do? I have the physical ability, the strength is there, the movement is there, I haven't learned the skill. So now that movement is limited for me. Maybe I do know how to ride a bike, but I got hit by a car while riding a bike. I now have an emotional limitation because I am afraid that what's going to happen once I get on a bike again. This could be an entire presentation by itself, and the biggest takeaway I can give you is move within your means. Now, this is very, very both vague, but also can be very simple. Move in the ways that you prefer to move. If you're not somebody who wants to go into a crowded gym, if you're somebody who wants to just stand up and check your emails for 15 minutes in the morning while standing, great, that's still movement. If you want to take one of your phone calls while you're going outside for a walk, wonderful. If you want to pace while you're on a Zoom call or do some of these side to sides, great, might be a little distracting, but you can find those ways. The other thing final thing I'll tell you about your limits is most of the time, those limits, we think they're a hard limit and I can't push past them. They're usually a little rubbery. Usually if we give them a little nudge, we find that we can go a little further until we finally reach that real limit where we go, okay, yeah, no, that's truly my limit. So I'm not saying to charge through them, but give them a little nudge because sometimes you might be stopping yourself. So let's get to the final part of what it is that we can actually do. Because if not exercise, Stefan, what in the world are you going to tell us to do? Because I keep on thinking, yeah, I should probably do some yoga. Maybe I'll do some squats in between my calls today. So I have two important things. These are the two ways that you're going to completely change how you work and how you spend your time at home. Because remember, those are the two that we're focusing on. So the first part is going to be taking movement breaks. So it's great. You can have this diagram of you sitting down. You're going to be in the perfect posture because we always are, right? We're not the lizard. We're not going to talk about posture. We're going to talk about the fact that you need to break up your sitting. The second part is not only do we need to break up how long we sit for intervals, but also how do we do the rest of the work? Can we adapt some of our work things to do in standing? You see that I'm doing this presentation in standing. I actually take all of my Zoom meetings standing up. I only sat down for 2 last year, and that's because I tore my calf. And you can laugh at the person that's talking about movement injuring himself. That's fine. I admit it. It was a stupid thing that I did. But those are the two. We break up how much we sit, and then we adapt current tasks to make sure that we're not sitting for them. We're not adding more to your plate. So let's talk about breaking up sitting. The biggest thing that I can tell you is that frequent and consistent movement is vital to your health. It is vital to your health. How frequent and how consistent? About every 20 to 30 minutes. That seems like a lot. That seems like, so if you sit for an hour and a half, what? I have to now break it up? Here's why the absolute ideal is 20 to 30 minutes. So at about 20 minutes, we've got some gene expression for muscle breakdown. Your muscles don't begin to break down. Don't misunderstand that. It's almost like your body starts to begin to think about maybe breaking down muscles. Those signals are starting to go at about 20 minutes. At 30 minutes of sitting, less blood is flowing to the brain, and your ability to break down fat drops by as much as 90%. Now this continues. There goes even more of where we have stiffness in our low backs at an hour and a half, we have a 50% increase in the amount of errors that we make, especially for creative tasks. So if you're trying to create something and you're sitting working on a project, at an hour and a half, you're starting to make more and more mistakes. The point is that 20 to 30 minutes is the ideal, but we can't start there because that's going to interrupt your workflow like crazy, and we'll get to what we can do. So one, we talked about breaking up and why we need to break up the amount that we sit. But the second part, and this is the key, if there's anything that you get out of this, this is the key, and this is something you actually probably have known since you were a kid, is that frequency and consistency trumps intensity. Frequency and consistency trumps intensity. I personally believe that this is true for the vast majority of everything we do in our lives. And talked about meditation. It is going to be so much better for you to meditate 5 times per week for 5 minutes than 1 time for 25 minutes. Similarly for movement, it is better for you to take 4 2-minute breaks throughout the day than 1 8-minute movement break. And 2 minutes, by the way, is the perfect amount of time in between those sitting intervals for you to get everything reset. Because all of the things that happen to you physiologically reset with 2 minutes of movement. And I keep on saying movement and exercise because we're getting to the fun part. When we get to frequency and consistency, here's a really interesting study that really paints it well. 3 groups of families. One family ended up, they did an hour and a half of a CrossFit, really intense workout, and then just sat around for 4.5 hours. Another group played board games for 6 hours, and then the final group did chores for 6 hours. The amount of energy they expended was measured. And who do you think won out in that case of how much energy they were able to expend? It wasn't the CrossFitters, it was the chores. It was the consistent movement. This isn't to say that we need to do 6 hours of chores every single day, just as it's not to say that we need to do an hour and a half of a crazy intense CrossFit workout every single day. It is to show that we need to have that frequent and consistent movement. So here come the really grab and go things that you can use for work and for home, because we need to put this into action. So first, let's start at home, at work. Now, this is either work from home or even if you're at an office, you can absolutely use this. The first part, you're not gonna be surprised. Get a timer, set a time, break up your sitting. Now here I have time as well as task. So for time, remember, do not start at 20 to 30 minutes. If you're somebody who sits for an hour, hour and a half straight, 2 hours, start at an hour and a half of a timer. Start at an hour and 15 minutes. Because then you're becoming more aware of it as opposed to just breaking up your sitting. It breaks up your workflow. It's just harder to adapt. You're not gonna keep the habit. Tasks is when you know, oh, this is gonna take me maybe 35 minutes, maybe 48 minutes. A timer's gonna interrupt what I do. I'm gonna complete this task and then I'm gonna do my movement. This goes hand in hand with the movement side of things, which is we need to make sure that we have a list of movements that we're going to do, especially when starting out. Now, movements can be anything from exercises, if you like them, to any of the chores you might need to do around the house. Getting a cup of water, getting more coffee, if you drink coffee, or tea. Anne likes tea, by the way, if anybody ever wondered that. So the key here is I used to have a list. I used to have a physical list that as soon as I got up, I go, oh, that's the chore I need to do. I need to sweep the kitchen. Perfect. I'm gonna go do that and then come back and keep working. Your body doesn't care if it's exercise or not. It cares about movement. I don't have a list anymore just because it's so much second nature for me. But initially, I really urge people to do this because if you don't, you stand up and you go, yeah, that guy said stand up and I kind of feel foolish now that I'm standing. I'm gonna sit down, I have work to do. It helps. The final part, adapt the things that you can do. Adapt the things at work that you're doing. So be that standing up for Zoom calls, walking while you're on the phone, checking your emails at a counter for the first 15 minutes in the morning. Find those things that you're already doing that you can now do not sitting down. And one of those things, wonderfully, is decluttering your desk. So decluttering your desk does 2 things. One, of course, you get to move as you have to clear everything off. But 2, you actually help your brain. You help your brain tremendously because all the clutter, even though we may not pay attention to it, we might be looking right at the screen and we're thinking, this is all I'm focused on. Your subconscious is taking in everything around you as well that is still within your field of vision. So you're still getting all those inputs and you're still gonna be very, very tired. So if you have 20 million Post-it notes all around, your mind is still taking a lot of that in. So if we can declutter, it helps us to not only move, help our brain, and then also finally, we don't have as much of a mess, so it's a lot easier to stand up and take movement breaks. We don't have to be super careful. So let's quickly finish off for what you can do at home. We already talked about chores. Chores as exercise are a wonderful, wonderful tool. This brings back the why do we move? If I'm sitting on the couch, and yes, I know, surprise, I do sit on the couch, and I'm thinking, I don't really want to take out the trash. And I truly do this. I go, you know what? Actually, taking out the trash isn't just good because it makes my wife happy. It doesn't make the kitchen smell. It is also good for my health because I just broke up my sitting for a little bit. I'm actually helping my longevity and my health if I do this. So there's that motivating part. Speaking of chores, there's also, of course, the part of the more you can do by hand, the more movement it is. You have to strike a balance here. I'm not saying never use electric tools or any of that, but if you use a push mower versus a ride mower to cut your grass, if you wash dishes by hand versus a dishwasher, if you cut your vegetables and prepare your meals versus getting takeout, putting something in the microwave, whatever it might be. Find the balance that works for you, because time is definitely an issue there. Speaking of food, a great thing that you can absolutely do is plate your food in the kitchen. Average American family spends about an hour sitting for dinner. If you need to get seconds, then please go get seconds. You stand up, go get seconds, and come on back, as opposed to sitting for that whole hour. Another really fun one, easy grab and go if you have kids or if you struggle with balance, stand up while you're putting on your shoes. This one is tough. People don't like doing this one. I struggle with it, but I do my very best. But it's an easy one to do. A very classic one, park further away. First of all, there are more spots when you park further away. Second of all, honestly, social distancing, if you still care, there you go, you also have that. And lastly, you're not gonna spend as much time circling around trying to find that little area. Just park a little further away. It doesn't take as much time and you get a little more movement. And the final, and this is really the big picture, what I really am trying to change and want to influence people with, is get your friends, family to join. And really, I should say, get your colleagues to join. Get everybody to join in some of these things and change what you do. Maybe that means that instead of sitting around and watching TV as a family after dinner, because you don't really even pay attention to what's on the TV, you guys are just chatting and talking, you go for a walk and you still do the chatting and talking. You're just doing it while walking. Maybe instead of playing a board game, you play charades. Maybe instead of a poker night, you play darts, because you have to stand up to do some of those activities. We can still do and have the same exact amount of fun, but we're just reducing how much we're sitting. And that's where it all needs to go. That's my whole dream about making sure that we change how work is done, not just in North America, but globally, because desk work is killing us. And it's not gonna be extra hours in the gym that are gonna fix it. So this and so much more that I love talking about, even breathing, postural kind of stuff, and how much our devices influence us. I'm not against devices. I just know that there's a better way that we could use them. All of this fun stuff I talk about on all of these wonderful places and social medias and my website. So I am always happy. If you have any questions, reach out. I love questions. I truly do. And like I promised you, we're gonna finish off with one more reminder for me to tell you, if you've been sitting down this whole time again, it's been about 20, 30 minutes. It's about time for another movement break. And I'm not gonna tell you, we're not gonna go through another whole thing. Feel free, you can go grab a cup of water, whatever else you might need, because it doesn't have to be exercise. Thanks. And I think that Leslie Wilson is next. So I will give it off to her.
So Stefan, thank you so much. That was wonderful. That was absolutely wonderful. So I actually posted a question in there, which maybe you can answer since you love questions. So once in a while, I like to watch my favorite movie. And do you have any other ideas about the best way to maybe watch a movie where, the 2 hours any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. It all depends on what you have available to you. So me, I'm a little bit of a special case. We bought a little treadmill and we have it out in our living room. So whenever I watch, I get on the treadmill and walk. Well, I watch, not always. I'm human, guys. Sometimes I sit down. I swear I do. We have 2 couches now. It's there. There's also the fact that you can stand and have like a standing viewing station that sometimes people do, where for part of it you stand. I can't sit still. So I also will sometimes, while I'm watching, maybe do a stretch or do some movements as I'm doing it. With a movie, it's a little bit harder. I would say that if you're watching a show in between episodes, you can at least get up and kind of break up that time. It's a little bit harder with a movie. So what I would say is, as soon as the movie's done, maybe then you go, well, perfect. Now I can go for a little stroll.
Right.
Now maybe I can go cook and I can stand in my kitchen while I'm standing up for 5 or 10 minutes. So then you can also sandwich movement around it.
Well, thank you so much for all the wonderful information you gave us, and your presentation is just beautiful. That beautiful background, it made me think about, so I'm a mover. I mean, I hike, I exercise, and I did that thing you talked about, an hour and a half in the gym. And then I thought, I'm good for the day. So now I can sit. So you gave me a lot of food for thought here. Thank you again, Stefan, so much.
My absolute
If
pleasure.
you guys have any questions, thoughts, any things like that, you can post in the chat, or his contact information is also there. And now it's time for our next speaker.
Yes. Stefan, before you go, is there anything other than your website that you would like people to know? How can they find your book and all of that?
The book is on Amazon. It's called Sit Less. If you go Sit Less and Stefan Zavalin, it's the beauty of having a unique name. It'll pop right up. It will have a purple cover, surprise, surprise. And then I'm all over all the social medias, but usually if you do like Instagram or TikTok, I am daily posting videos and tips, and I try to keep them also fun and entertaining. Yeah.
Then they are fun and entertaining. I've seen your videos. I love them.
Yeah.
I love your videos. All right. Thank you so much for that. My goodness, I learned a lot, and I'm standing right now. I think I'm going to stand for the rest of the day after that, and maybe for the rest of the year. Next, we have Leslie Wilson, who is a good friend of mine, and she is a top-level inner game coach. She works with individuals who desire to move beyond their current limits. She takes people on a journey through their subconscious minds to clear blocks to healing and to awaken and discover their vibrant selves, the self within you that's whole and perfect. And she does this with a combination of emotional freedom technique or tapping. Hopefully many of you have heard of that already, but she saved my life with tapping. She helped me really, really get over some very challenging times in my life using tapping. And so I'm excited for her to share that with you. She also does spiritual work and is very intuitive as a way to help her clients break these beliefs and the stuck energy that keeps you from being your highest self. She has a website called tapintolife.com, which I'll be posting later. And Leslie Wilson, are you here and ready to roll?
I'm here and ready to roll.
All right, go for it.
All right. What a blessing the summit has been, right? Oh my gosh, I just pray that everybody is getting what they need out of this and hearing the speakers that they need to hear for what's right for them. So hopefully we get something really great out of my talk as well. I have been doing tapping. I first learned about it. I don't even know how many years, but somewhere around 10 to 12 years ago. I had gone to I'm a school psychologist also, gone to a workshop for work and stayed after, and I learned about this technique. And I didn't know what I was doing, right? I get home and I was trying to explain it to my husband and he wasn't getting it, right? So I was like, well, I don't know, let's just try it on your chocolate addiction. He had a horrible chocolate addiction at the time. And so we did it for his chocolate addiction and completely eliminated the addiction. So it was crazy. I was completely blown away, like what just happened? And he just completely forgot to buy chocolate after that. And he used to purchase like the family size bags of peanut M&Ms and just eat like half a bag a night. So, and go to the store if we didn't have chocolate in the house. So I was so blown away by the power of this thing that I didn't even know what it was, or, I just was so taken by it that I had to learn more. And so I started studying tapping, and I went through the full training courses, and the rest is history. It's completely changed my life. Like Jody was saying, how it's helped work through many things she was working on at the time and was going through at the time. It's helped me work through so many things as well. It's improved my relationships tremendously, my self-confidence, just my health. I've gone through a couple of health crises, and I'm going to discuss those today since this is a health summit, and what I did for that, using tapping for that, and just overcoming blocks to being able to move forward. So I've gone through, I would say, probably 3 health crises that I would say were more major, right? Aside from just like, common cold or something. So I had level 3 adrenal fatigue, and I was super, super exhausted. Like it didn't matter how much I slept, how much I tried to rest. It didn't matter. I just was really exhausted, and I had never experienced that before. And I started having pains in my body that were unexplainable. I didn't know where they were coming from. And so I used tapping on that, as well as hiring a health coach. So to work through that, but I also had calcific tendonitis in both of my shoulders. So doing the work to to process the things that are the cause of that. So when I look at the body, if you've heard of the Louise Hay, You Can Heal Your Life book, there's a whole section where you can look up a body part, and I have other books that are similar to that. You can look at the body part and the problem and kind of get a sense of what's causing that. So for me, the shoulders, I think we're really coming from a sense of carrying the weight, right? Carrying the weight on my shoulders, and the responsibility of that. I'm a type A personality. I do a lot. So I took that on myself. So processing that through, we have to clear what's in our body that's causing these issues in order for our bodies to heal. And sometimes the tapping can just instantly heal the body. So for example, I worked with somebody who I tapped with. I've tapped on a few people for some pain in the body, but this particular person had shoulder pain for 20 years. And I did tapping with him, and he said, for the first time in 20 years, I haven't felt pain in my shoulder. So it can be super, super powerful, where we just heal what's happening in the body at the moment. But then it also might be more involved, where we have to get deeper into what is the cause of why we're attracting that into our body. So for me, I had to process through like the personality type of just taking on so much. So I did that. And then what happens is the law of attraction comes in, right? So if we clear what's happening in our body, the law of attraction will come in and fill that space. So I also had this is an example. So I had frozen shoulder, and that was a super, super painful experience for me. Not a pleasant, do not recommend that to anyone if you can avoid that. So I did some tapping around my shoulder issues, right? And the overwhelm. I was super overwhelmed at the time that it happened. I was filling in for somebody on maternity leave, and I was doing the job of 2 people. And just the workload of that was really, really stressing me out. And my shoulder locked up. I also attracted it too in another way, because I said to myself, I heard a frozen shoulder, and I said, well, that's an interesting, why would that, like, what would cause that to happen? I just thought it was so weird. And then of course, the universe and God provided that to me to find out what it was and all about it. So now if something comes up, I'm like, nope, cancel, clear, delete. I don't need to know about that. Don't tell me. So this particular situation, I tapped through what was the stress of that and the overwhelm of that, and I worked on that. And then I opened a closet. I have a closet that has books in it. So I opened it up, and this book stood out at me. And I pulled it out, and it was a book on pressure points, right? And so using something called a Theracane. And a friend had given this book to me several years earlier, and the Theracane, I never used it. I kind of just stuck it in the closet. But at this moment, after I'd been doing my tapping work, I opened the closet and I saw this book, and I pull it out and I open it up to a random page. And right on the page, he was discussing how he had founded this technique and this treatment because of his frozen shoulder. And so it was exactly what I needed to heal my body. And because of the work that I had done internally in terms of changing my magnet and my vibration that I have within myself, I was able to find an external way to heal my body. So sometimes it's a direct healing that we get from the tapping, and sometimes it's just changing our magnet and our vibration that will allow another way to come in and give us the answers that we need for what we need at that moment. So, okay, I'm going to get into what is tapping. Like, that's just crazy. I don't know how many of you have heard of it, if you've ever done it before, but tapping is also known as emotional freedom techniques, or EFT. And it focuses on the meridian system within the body. So if you've heard of acupuncture, where we put the needles in our bodies to clear the energy system, and a lot of times we do it for something physical. Tapping focuses on both the physical and the emotional. It's just acupuncture as well, I'm sure. And so it focuses on the end point of those meridian systems. So we have these channels, and they're flowing through our body, and they're either flowing really well, or they're not flowing really well, right? So sometimes we get blocks in that system, and it can be for various, with regard to different aspects of our life. So it's not even it's not even just like, yes, you can see I've got a block and then we're going to clear, right? It could be just so many layers within our subconscious mind that we have to get through sometimes. So the CDC has found a direct link between childhood traumas and adult diseases. So what happens when we have a trauma is it gets stuck in our body. And it could be something like, if it's a bigger trauma, let's say it's a car accident and there was blood, and then there's like every time you see the color red, that might trigger you, right? So it could be you get triggered throughout your life whenever something happens. And a trauma can be something that somebody else wouldn't even consider a trauma. It could just be something that somebody says to you. So maybe they said, so like maybe your older brother said, you're not good enough. Right? That could actually get implanted into our subconscious mind and stay there and affect the entire rest of our lives. Like, it's crazy how much we hold on to things that happened in our childhood, and just any time throughout our lives, it can get stuck. And that is one of the important purposes of movement. I think Tony was talking about that, Rochelle, also Stefan was talking about that, right? It's so important to move our bodies. And the zebras that Tony was talking about, they shake their bodies off right after something happens, right after they get chased by that tiger, they're shaking it all off and it releases it from the system. Well, we don't do that. And because of that, it gets stuck inside of our bodies, and we carry it around with us, and it affects every area of our lives, right? It affects our health, it affects our relationships, it affects our work performance. So everything in our lives is affected by what we're holding on to, what we've been taught as we've been growing up. So we can use tapping to help change those beliefs that we have been imprinted into our lives. I mean, how many of us, feel like we have to work hard for money or something? Money doesn't grow on trees, or this is just an example for clients I'm working on with, with money, for example. We have these belief systems that we take on that affect what we're able to do with our lives. So, so some examples would be, like if you have somebody who feels like they're not getting any attention because they grew up and they had a lot of siblings, and they kind of felt left out, illness can actually provide us a benefit. So maybe that illness is giving you something. So that's something that we explore within tapping as well. We explore what are the benefits to the condition that you have. Is it to get that attention that you were lacking in your life? Or sometimes, you're taking on too much. It could be that. It could be that you want to be taken care of. You feel like you're doing a lot and you want somebody else to take care of you. So these are all things that we need in our lives, and sometimes we don't know how else to get them. So we'll create an illness or some condition in our lives that will sort of force that. It will force somebody to take care of us. It will force somebody to pay attention to us if we're not getting enough attention. And even though, yes, we might have to go through something to get that, it's such a need. It's such a need within our heart to be loved and to have people pay attention to us that we sometimes sacrifice our bodies in order to get those deep rooted needs that we have. So when we do the tapping, what happens is we bring up those issues, right? I bring those up in you through questioning, or if you're on your own, you tapping on your own, you think about what's happening in your life, right? So if you have pain in your body, you're focusing in on that pain, and you just start tapping on it. And what happens is our brain is in fight or flight response, and it's firing, right? Our amygdala is firing. It's telling us that there's danger, or we're not safe, or we're in pain, or whatever the situation is. And what happens with the tapping, we're tapping on the meridians, is it helps to calm that part of the brain as we're upset. So we're actually trying to spike that upset at the same time on this end, at the same time as we're calming the brain. So that is the point of the tapping, is to calm the brain while you're trying to be upset, right? Or you're trying to feel that pain, you're trying to get into it. And so the body cannot be calm and upset at the same time. And so what happens is it breaks that link between the event and the emotion or the pain that you're feeling. And when that gets broken, you no longer get upset. So let's say again, let's go back to the car accident example, right? So you can't see red. It upsets you and it gets you excited. And then So we do some tapping around that. We calm the brain, and every time you see red, your amygdala is firing, and your fight or flight's going off, and you're feeling that stress in your body. And now you can, after we do the tapping and it calms the brain while you're seeing red, now you can see red just fine. You're not going to have that problem anymore. It will release that from your system. So that's so awesome and an amazing thing about tapping that I absolutely love. Okay, so other things that we can clear are memories. So let's say you have a memory of some childhood incident with your sibling, or a car accident, for example, or just something. It could be something recent too, like somebody said something to you at work and it really, like, you're just stirring, right? You keep going over and over and over it in your mind, and you just can't let it go. Those things are, we can just tap while you're thinking about that and just let that go. It could be an image, it could be a thought, a belief. So anything that's like really troubling you. And then I also like to dive into what was happening into your life at the time that something began. So if we're discussing health today, when did that particular issue, so let's say you have a health condition, when did that start? What was going on in your life at the time that started? Maybe it was somebody just said something to you. Maybe it was a car accident. Like, there's different things that could happen if it was a car accident, for example. I'm just using that as an example for some reason today. I'm not sure why. But if that was the event that sort of started it, and you've had this back pain ever since it happened, we actually need to work through the car accident, not the pain in the back, right? So we would be taking you through the event of the car accident happening and everything that you smelled and heard and saw at the time of the incident. And then we clear all of the emotions around that and the trauma of that. And then the pain doesn't need to be there anymore. It will just release itself, which is wonderful. So we look at that. We look at the feelings. We can tap on feelings of overwhelmed, any type of feelings. Fear of setting boundaries is a huge one. And boundaries can definitely affect our health as well. If we're not able to set boundaries with ourselves, then we might take on too much, or we might have to lie because we can't tell somebody, how we're actually feeling, and that will lower our energy system. That will deplete our energy system. So we need to be able to speak our truth. We need to be able to set our boundaries for our bodies to be true to themselves and to stay healthy. You could have also working through just the shock of getting a diagnosis. I mean, even minor diagnoses can be very kind of going through that grief cycle, right? That feeling of that shock, you've heard this, you are processing it, and the sadness and the anger and the not knowing what to do and making decisions. And those are all huge things that need to be worked through within ourselves. And we can do that with tapping as well. We can process that through and work through it faster and come up with any issues that are coming. Sadness around a diagnosis, right? And then limiting beliefs. So maybe you have a belief of, I'm always sick, or I'm always in pain. I have this pain, that's a belief. So even though you might say, yes, it's an actual physical issue, but you also have a belief behind it that needs to be broken, because you're not going to heal the body until you release that belief that you have. You could have a belief like, I hate my body, or I have to do everything, or I'm not good enough. Those are all beliefs that we need to clear. We do that through working on the beliefs, using the tapping as we're saying it, right? So we can even say like, I'm not good enough, and we'll tap while we're saying the belief that we have. And then after we're done tapping, sometimes the universe will fill that with something. And we've created a space within the body now, an energetic space. But I also like to fill that space too with the end of, filling it with your next yes. I'm also a yes code coach, it's called. So we're filling that space with your next yes of what you're going to do, or filling it with just another feeling, filling it with a feeling of gratitude or commitment to yourself, to your healing. So doing that. So you can tap on your own I think everyone should be tapping on their own every single day. I do. And I do it in the morning first thing. I just tap on. Sometimes it's a crazy dream I had and I'll tap on that, or just processing, like setting myself up for the day. Sometimes I do have something that's bothering me that I'll tap on. Or you can tap with a practitioner to get into sort of those deeper underlying issues, right? You're not going to probably dive into, if you've got pain in your back, you're not going to dive into necessarily working yourself through what happened in your life at the time that it was happening. You can certainly do that in baby steps on your own. But if you wanted to work on the more deeper underlying, just let somebody in, the deeper underlying things that are causing it. So let's get into tapping, because I think I have 15 minutes left. So I want to make sure we have some time to actually do the tapping. I'll drink. Oh, and if you have a piece of paper and a pen, grab that now. If you don't, it's fine. We can just do it mentally. But it's also fun to just see what our issues are and just physically see the numbers in front of us.
Leslie, I remember you telling us that that you can tap even just if you're having the emotion without even saying anything, right? And it will still reorganize the pathways.
Yes, exactly. So I'll be teaching you how to tap, and we'll be saying something. It's called a reminder statement on every single tapping point. And that's normally what we do. And the purpose of that is to keep us focused on the issue and keep that feeling elevated within our body. The stressor, we want to keep it elevated in the body while we're calming the amygdala at the same time. If you're already feeling that, then there's absolutely no need to say anything. You can just, in your quietness, you could just tap. And you can even think about it in your head if you've got something that you thought that you're having or whatever. You're already thinking it, that's why you're tapping, right? Or you're already feeling it, that's why you're tapping. So you don't have to say anything. Okay, so before we tap, we usually pick something to tap on, right? So it could be stress in our body, it could be a pain in our body. There could be a part of our body that we want to heal, or it could be an emotion, right? Like we might be feeling fear or anger or sadness. And we would get into that feeling, either the physical feeling or the emotional feeling. We are going to rate that from 0 to 10. And so I want you to do that right now. I want everyone on the summit to do that right now. I want you to think about something in either a physical feeling in your body, either a pain or something that's happening in your body, a stress feeling maybe, or get into an emotion that you're feeling. We are going to tap for stress. So if you're feeling any stress, go ahead and pick that. Or you can think about something, we're going to tap for stress, but actually I want you to, in your mind, I want you to think about what's bothering you. We're going to do what's called borrowing benefits. So even though we're tapping for stress, you're going to be thinking about, you actually don't even have to think about it while we're tapping, but just ahead of time, before we start tapping, think about what it is that you'd like to fix, right? Whether it's an emotion or you'd like to calm, emotion or feeling in your body or a physical sensation. Okay, go ahead and write that down if you have paper. And then I want you to rate it from 0 to 10. So how strong is that feeling in your body from 0 to 10? Okay. And now that you've done that, go ahead and set that aside. You're not going to need that until we're done tapping. Okay. And I want you to be as specific as possible. That's the other thing. When you're tapping, we're going to do a general tapping today. But when we are working on a specific issue, we need to get as specific as possible, right down to the very detail of it. And tapping is significantly more effective if we're very specific versus general. It doesn't work as well for general things. So I'm just going to teach you the tapping points first, and then I'm going to walk you through just some tapping. Okay. So the first point is called, it's called the karate chop point. And it's the fleshy part of your hand that you would be hitting a block of bricks with if you were doing karate, right? This part, it's called a karate chop. And you're going to take all 4 fingers of your other hand, and you're going to tap that with the 4 fingers of your other hand, right? So this is the karate chop point. All right. And then when we do this, we do what's called a setup statement. And we say, even though I have this problem, and then you say something that's about accepting yourself. So even though I have this problem, I deeply and completely love and accept myself anyway. So you're stating the problem, you're accepting yourself. at the same time. And you do that 3 times. Okay, and then after the 3 times of the setup statement, you go through each of your tapping points. These are the basic tapping points. There are others that I sometimes use for specific issues with people, but these are the ones you're going to do if you're just doing it on your own. And most of the time, actually, even with a practitioner, these are the basic ones. Okay, so the top of the head is the very top of the head. So ear to ear, front to back, it's right in the very center, and you can take all 4 fingers and tap the very top of your head. That's called top of head point. These are not creative, they're just that they are specific. Okay, so then you can take 1 or 2 fingers and you're gonna tap on the inside end of your eyebrow. So here's your whole eyebrow, it's gonna be the inside. You're on the eyebrow itself. And you're gonna tap on that, and this always brings up the question of, do I have to tap on both sides? What if I just tap one side? And the answer to the question is, you can tap on either side or both, it doesn't matter. Okay, so a lot of these have 2 sides. So if you wanna tap on both at the same time, you're welcome to do that, but you don't have to. The next point is the side of the eye. Now it is more forward than the temple. It's right on the, if you feel your eye socket, it's right on the edge of the bone of the eye socket. And you go ahead and tap that gently. And you don't need to beat yourself up. It's not like you're, a very gentle tapping is fine. Just Jody beating herself up. Okay, and then under the eyes, again, right on the eye socket. So if you're looking straight ahead and you are right directly underneath your pupils on the eye socket, this is the under eye point. And then under the nose point is this little pocket that's right underneath your nose, between your nose and your lips. Okay, and then the chin point is actually on the crease of your chin. It's not down here on the chin, it's up underneath your lips, right where the crease is. That's called the chin point. Again, not creative, but easy to understand. Okay, the collarbone point is a little more difficult to find. So we have our collarbone here. We're going to go about 2 to 3 inches over and 2 inches down, and it puts you right underneath your collarbone. And there's kind of a little bit of a pocket right there. And you're going to tap that. And you're not on the bone, you're underneath it. There's kind of like a little knobby thing at the end, inside end of your collarbone that you're underneath. If you can feel the pocket, that's called collarbone. Okay. And then the underarm point is, if you take your hand and you go into your armpit, it's a whole hand underneath that. So if you're female, it's right on your bra strap. And you're going to tap right on the bra strap if you're female, or a whole hand length down if you're male. And that is called underarm point. And then that is the whole thing that brings you back to the top of the head. Okay, that is called 1 round of tapping. And so we will do many, many rounds of tapping as we work through it. So we are going to go ahead and get started. You can even check in with your body again, since you did some tapping on that. Go ahead and check in on what you had picked for yourself and look at your number again. How high is it from 0 to 10? Sometimes the number can go up instead of down, and that's actually a good thing because it just means it's bringing up something in you that you need to work through. So it's unpeeling the layers of the onion. So when we tap, we call it peeling the onion. So we peel off that top layer of what's bothering you. Guess what? Something else will bubble up underneath it. And I actually do want to warn you about that too. So after we tap today, something could come up for you that you hadn't thought of in a while, that might bubble up to the surface. Now that what happens is your subconscious mind has been burying those things. And so once you tap the top layer, the bottom one will come up, and your body also knows that it's safe to process that now. So it kind of was keeping it buried because it didn't have a way to process it. So now that you do have a way to process it, it will come to the surface. Okay, so now I want you we're going to tap for stress. So get back into that feeling of what it was that was your trigger for you, the feeling in your body, the emotion that you had, and get into that feeling in your body and give it a number from 0 to 10. Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and tap, and I will say first, and then you will echo me. So after I'm done, you tap along with me. Make sure you're tapping with me, and you can turn your video on if you'd like, so we can all tap together and see each other tapping. So go ahead and tap on the karate chop point and just repeat after me. Even though, and maybe Jody, can you unmute yourself so that we can hear a person
Sure.
echoing? Okay, so go
Okay.
ahead. You're going to speak at the same time as Jody after I speak. Okay, even though I have all of this stress in my body,
I have all of this stress in my body,
I deeply and completely love and accept myself anyway.
love and accept myself anyway,
Even though I'm feeling the stress in my neck,
I'm feeling the stress in my neck,
I can feel the stress in my shoulders.
I can feel the stress in my shoulders.
I choose to release it now.
I choose to release it now,
Even though I feel all of the stress in my body,
I feel all this stress in my body.
I love and accept myself anyway.
I love and accept myself anyway.
Okay, go to the eyebrow point. This stress in my body,
This stress in my body,
side of the eye, this feeling in my neck.
this feeling in my neck.
Okay, and you would describe that feeling. So under the eye, this stabbing feeling in my neck.
This stabbing feeling in my neck.
Under the nose, all of the stress in my body.
All of this stress in my body.
And the chin point. I feel the stress in my body.
I feel the stress in my body.
Collarbone point. I choose to release the stress in my body.
I choose to release the stress in my body.
Under the arm. All the stress in my back.
All the stress in my back.
Top of the head. All the stress in my face.
All this stress in my face.
Top of the head. The stress in my body.
Stress in my body.
Side of the eye. I can feel it in my body.
I can feel it in my body.
Under the nose, under the eye, excuse me. All the stress in my shoulders.
All the stress in my shoulders.
Under the nose, the stress in my neck.
Stress in my neck.
Chin point. This pain that the stress is causing.
This pain that the stress is causing.
Collarbone point. I choose to release this stress now.
Choose to release this stress now.
Under the arm. I choose to feel calm now.
I choose to feel calm now.
And top of the head. I am calm.
I am calm.
All right, take a deep breath in through the nose and let it out. Okay, look at your paper and look at what it was that you chose for yourself. If it was stress or if it was something else, what is your number from 0 to 10? And in the comments, if we could either have people say they can either give us their numbers that they were previously and what they are now. If you had any change in your numbers from the beginning to now. 7 to a 3, wonderful. Okay, and again, the more specific we get, the more we'll 7 to a 2, 7 to 1. Feel about a 4 now. Great. And if we can get really specific about what's causing that stress too, we can get those numbers down even more. And that was really fast. Normally I get into a lot deeper as to what's causing the stress and all of that, but this was just a little sampler platter for you today. So I'm glad that you were able to lower your numbers from just a short amount of time. It just shows you how powerful that is. So we're out of time. Again, I'm Leslie Wilson and my website is tapintolife.com. You're welcome to go there to sign up for my newsletter and check that out. If you are interested in working with me too, there's information on there and a way to contact me on the website.
Thank you so much, Leslie. That
You're
was
welcome.
wonderful. And I'm thinking back to the times that, I was going through great heightened stress in my life and we were doing the tapping. I would feel fine when Leslie would come over. And then as soon as we would start tapping, all of these old memories would arise. I cried through most of the sessions, I would say, for months and months. And then I said to her, you better tap with my partner or I'm going to be tapping right out of the relationship because it actually, just elevates your whole being. So highly recommend. Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
Anne, you want to introduce Carly?
Yes, I'm excited and I am ready. And I can see beautiful Carly on there already, ready for us. So I want to introduce Carly Tracy. She began her journey in fitness over 25 years ago, a certified personal trainer, yoga teacher, and Pilates instructor. She has taught yoga for Yoga Works in LA, the class by Taryn Toomey, and Pure Bar. I guess it's Taryn Toomey Pure Bar. Designed and instructed an alignment-based bar class for Equinox in Boston, MA, and is the founder of the KT method Carly has created, the training class, a journey of self-exploration through movement and many empowering strength programs based on 20 plus years of scientific studies and all of the modalities she has studied. Carly took her own body lessons and created a breakthrough alignment-based results-driven method that heals and transforms the body. Carly believes when we move well and breathe well, our energy aligns and we shed disease from the body and the mind. Her presentation today is on physical position and its influence on ease and energy in the body. So there's much more to Carly, I happen to know. This is just one aspect of herself she's sharing, but I'll let you take over the stage, Carly. We'd love to have you.
Thank you so much for having me. Yes, so as Anne had mentioned, there was a lot of fitness background stuff, but what really has informed my work is my own experiences in my body. And I feel like it's a beautiful segue from what Leslie was talking about and what Jody had offered up, which is that like Bessel van der Kolk's work, like the body keeps the score. And when it's kind of like the chicken or the egg situation for me and what I do, where it's like, sometimes we have a trauma or an injury and that changes the way we move and we breathe. And then the lens with which we view the world shifts and changes. And sometimes it's an emotional or a physical stress that is creating discomfort, sensation, pain in the body. So I'm just going to share with you today a bit about what I have learned and the method that I've created. And at this point, it's been really beautiful. I've helped thousands of people to feel better in their bodies, feel energetically lifted, connected more to their intuition and their heart space. And it's actually quite simple. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
You are gorgeous and glowing. So whatever you're doing, I want some of that.
Oh, thank you so much. That's so lovely to hear because when you're tired and things, it doesn't feel that way. All right. Can you all see my shared screen? Can I just get a thumbs up? Yeah. Okay. So I truly believe that breath and movement are life, and how we breathe and how we move, it truly determines how we experience our world. When we are in pain of any kind and we are out in the world, we are wearing a lens that everything around us feels a bit like a threat. So it's hard to feel the energy lifted. It's hard to feel connected to nature and others when we are in any kind of pain.
We are seeing a Zoom screen. We are not seeing a PowerPoint. Is that what you want us to see?
No, that's not what you're supposed to be seeing. Let me see if I can unshare. Thank you for letting me know.
Mm-hmm.
And then reshare. Can you see something now? Okay, yay.
Yes, beautiful.
Okay. So coming back to breath, the most important thing, because truly without it, there is no life. But one of the biggest things with the breath is that it shapes our rib cage. And we really need a three-dimensional expansion of the rib cage. We need the back ribs to fill with the breath. We need the side body to fill with the breath. So it's true diaphragmatic breathing. This sets us up not only for nervous system management, but so many people get like the stress in the neck and in the shoulders. And when those back ribs aren't filling well with the breath, then the shoulder blade no longer glides well over the rib cage, and it gets stuck and it gets cranky. And it's one of those things, like no amount of massage is ever going to reshape your rib cage. It has to be done with the breath. And then again, it stimulates and regulates the nervous system, very much like the tapping we just did with Leslie. Like it just decompresses everything when we start to learn to breathe really well. Movement, without it, our species would not have survived to this point. We have, modern medicine and technologies that if someone isn't moving, we can still survive. But truly without it, years and years ago, we would not be here. And so I think we haven't evolved that far past really needing movement in our life, even just walking or dancing, just being outside, moving is essential to our well-being. It's essential to maintain muscle and bone health. And then back to it stimulates and regulates the cardiovascular system and the nervous system. Moving the body, with somatic experiencing, somatic healing, just kind of shaking, moving things up and out. My kids think I'm nuts because I'll be like, it's a stressful day and I'll just put on some loud tribal song and just shake, and like I'm ejecting energy, electricity out of my body, and it works. So the breath and the movement. And this is my little one. This photo is of my little one. The mobility, the flexibility, the rotation, all of these things we have when we're little, we tend to lose as we get older. We tend to lose as we develop habits and patterns in our body. So when you're little ones, we gain this beautiful core strength, so that way we can balance our head, we start to crawl, we start to walk, and we still have all of this mobility, right? And we have a significant amount of strength, pound for pound, to be able to achieve all of this. But then there is, as we get older, the effects of life on the body. And it's not all as this beautiful photo where we just sit and stare at the ocean and meditate all day. We all have things that we are doing, life that we're experiencing. Our body is registering it. Our nervous system is registering it. And it presents itself as physical stress, right? So even sitting at a desk all day, driving in a car, if you have work where you're standing, all of that is physical stress on the body. There's the psychological stress, especially over these last few years, constantly inundated with things that we need to think about and address and manage. And all of that has a reaction on the emotional body. So multifaceted stressors. So the physical effects of stress in the body are that our breathing changes. When our breathing changes, the shape of the rib cage changes. And so we will tend to feel more of that in the neck and in the shoulders, that stress in the body. And then it starts to shift the lens with which we view the world. Our posture changes. So if you think about, somebody who has, you can see it, right? Like when somebody's walking, they're like, oh, they're just like so way down. The head is dropped. They're kind of hunched over. They're collapsing in on themselves. It's because of the weight or whatever. It's because of a depression. It's because of their experiences. Truly, the posture changes. We end up with internal changes. We have digestive system things. We have sometimes an irregular heartbeat just from the physical effects of emotional stress. And then the thing that has become my most passionate thing, because every single injury, from 3 herniated discs in my back to total pelvic organ prolapse, to I had a pelvic stress fracture in college, it was all because of how I was moving and breathing. And I was an athlete. And so my beautiful body, very intelligent, figured out a way to keep doing all of the things I wanted to do, but it developed compensatory patterns. I had all of these habits in my body that ultimately led to this dysfunction or this dis-ease in my body. And then we all sort of know, like, the emotional and the psychological effects of stress, the anxiety, the depression, the lethargy, on and on and on and on. So What can we do to unwind these patterns and habits we have in our systems? And this is where the KT method thing has come from. I have managed to heal myself from my herniated discs in my back. The discs are still herniated, but that piece doesn't go away. But by realigning my body, by reconnecting and strengthening and balancing and breathing and connecting to my energy, aligning my energy, I have zero symptoms in my back. And it was for a long time that I could not bend over. I couldn't get anything out of a low cabinet. I couldn't unload the dishwasher, which was kind of lovely. But there were things that I couldn't do because of this pain in my back. My pelvic organ prolapse, I was told I had to have major surgery where they were going to put this cancer-causing mesh in my body to hold my organs up. And same thing, it's like, well, I've done this once before. I need to really tune into my body, go back to my books, see what I can do, see what sort of transpired in my body to allow this to happen. I did have 3 children in 3 years. That had something to do with it. But what could I do to try to heal myself? And I can tell you now, I've had no surgery. I don't pee my pants anymore. There's nothing hanging out of my vagina anymore. Sorry for all the people that are on here, that was maybe TMI, but these are real things, right? That we deal with as women and in our population: back pain, pelvic organ prolapse, the peeing of the pants, all of these things. And by just realigning our body, managing the compensatory patterns that have been developed, and tuning into our habits, we can really create major, massive shift in our bodies. Then the world no longer feels like a threat and we experience life in a different way. So I would love if you would participate with me in this. And I'm going to take you through this, and you can do it seated, you can come to stand, but this is one thing that I am really, it's just the most important thing. You have to establish a good foundation. Without a foundation, everything else kind of goes awry. So whether you're seated or you're standing, please close your eyes. And then whatever's on the ground, I just want you to feel that connection, whether it's feet connecting to earth, sit bones connecting to chair, chair connecting to earth. And then really feel how gravity anchors you, how gravity holds you, grounds you. But too much of that downward energy can feel low, it can feel like depression. But just like in physics and Newton's third law, for every action or force, there is an equal and opposite reaction or force, and it is called the ground reaction force. So as you feel gravity anchoring you, just start to tune into that ground reaction force. It's the exact opposite, the same strength of energy rising up through your body, creating length and space and ease. And your muscles don't have to hold you up. There's a force there that's lifting you up. There is an energy there that is lifting you up. We just often don't tune into it. And then from this place, feel the crown of the head over your tailbone. Feel the rib cage over the pelvis. And now we're going to work that breath. So as you inhale, find a 3-dimensional expansion of the rib cage. So your back ribs fill, the side ribs and front ribs fill. You fill all the way up until you're like a balloon that could pop. And then exhale all the breath out. And then tune right back in, especially on an exhale. We tend to collapse in on ourselves. We let gravity win. Reconnect to that ground reaction force rising up through the body. And then you breathe again. Inhale 3-dimensionally, expanding back and side body. Keep all of that beautiful length and space as you exhale all the breath out. Beautiful. You can blink your eyes open and just really try to keep this length, this space, this idea of that 3-dimensional expansion in the rib cage as you breathe. So first we establish the foundation in stillness. There we go. And then next it's in movement. So Again, seated or standing, you keep crown of the head over the tail. You keep your two sit bones or your feet grounded, and you just twist your rib cage from one side to the other. And you might just notice like one side is easier to turn to than the other, and we will get into that. And then go ahead and bring your torso back to square. Keep the shoulders soft and relaxed. Reconnect to that crown of the head over the tail, turning your head right and left. And you'll notice that your shoulders like to try to creep forward when we do that. Those are those compensatory patterns. You'll notice that one shoulder likes to hike up by the ear. Keep the shoulders relaxed. And you can do this looking in a mirror at home as well, because it's really, it's like fascinating to watch. You think we're doing one thing, but really it's like we raise the shoulder up, or the shoulder kind of comes forward like, look how far I'm twisting my neck. If your body wants to make you feel like you're doing the thing, but we're not necessarily always doing the thing. So we just really tune in, you observe your body, and you practice the rotation of the neck, the rotation of the rib cage, and then you can get your hips involved as well. The next thing that I really work with people on, I wanted to get back to the asymmetry in the body. So our left diaphragm is larger than our right diaphragm. And so most of us kind of think of the body, especially if you ever like seen the skeleton, it's like everything's the same for the most part, side to side. But our organs and our soft tissue, it's not the same. The left diaphragm is larger than the right. We have heavier organs on the right side of the body than on the left. So what that does for us is it allows for the left rib cage to expand as you inhale more than the right. This in and of itself creates dis-ease in the body. So you'll notice that it's so much easier to rotate to the left because we have so much more space, and we tend to have more muscular integration and activation on the right side, those obliques that turn us to the left. It's a lot harder to twist to the right. So as you observe that in your body with that information, I think knowledge is power, you'll start to notice, and maybe you'll minimize the rotating to the left a little bit and work rotating to the right a little bit more. So the other thing too, as you are walking around, and you'll start to notice a lot of people, their left shoulder tends to live higher than the right, because as we're stressed and as we're trying to breathe, that left diaphragm is able to take in more breath. And so the left lung expands more. So the left rib cage flares forward, the left shoulder hikes up, and then the pelvis follows. And so this is how we end up in these patterns of dysfunction, dis-ease in the body. To bring us back to center, it's what we did, finding that foundation in stillness, and then working the things like the rotation, and then coming to balance. So really standing on one leg, then the other, really working balance, bending over to pick something up on one leg, then the other, so that you own both sides of your body. So many things that we do. I mean, even walking, like there's one foot on the ground and then the other foot hits the ground before we pick that other one up, right? So like it's a split second that we're having to balance. And it's just not enough to mitigate these stressors or the effects of the stress in the body. And then back to that, like I really like to create asymmetrical strength in the body. So it's the same thing, like bending over to pick something up on one foot, maybe something heavier. So that way we start to really strengthen and own left side and right side of our body. I recently read something, I did an Instagram post about it because it was appalling to me. I'll be 45 next month. So these are the things I've started thinking about, I just read that women, once you're the age of 60, if you fall and break your hip, you have almost a 50% chance of dying in the first year after you break your hip. And part of it is just because of the things that happen from blood clots, et cetera, after breaking the hip. But part of it's because of depression and things that take so long to heal. So we can really mitigate this by tuning into our bodies, finding this alignment physically, which feeds the energetic, it feeds the breath. We find the rotation and the balance and the asymmetrical strength. We are a lot less likely to fall over and break our hips and then die in a year. And unfortunately, that number just keeps going up as we get older. So I just feel like this is so essential to just well-being and longevity and vitality over time. And then lastly, as we find that breath and that alignment, as we practice moving the body in this way, you'll notice we haven't done anything with the mind. We haven't done anything with the thoughts, but you'll notice that your thoughts shift. You'll notice that your posture changes. You'll notice that the digestion changes. You'll notice that you have more emotional stability. For me, the body, the physical was the gateway. I started running really young. I started running in 6th grade. And that was my means of stress relief. And so the body was the way that I got into my mind. That was the way that I was able to create emotional breakthroughs, psychological breakthroughs. It was like pushing myself. And now I've gotten to a point after injuries and age and time where that's not necessarily possible anymore. And I need to work in a way that really serves the whole being. And so that's where I've developed this method based on what I've done to heal myself and all of the things I've learned over time, which is just really finding this good alignment and then practicing the things we've talked about. So again, like how we move and how we breathe truly does shift how we experience our world. Again, like we've all been in pain at some point, whether it's like sadness pain or physical pain. And then we really have a hard time regulating ourselves, not wearing that lens all the time when we're out in the world. And so through the awareness of our habits and the patterns that we have in our body, which we only discover when we're really paying attention. I mean, I'm a total body nerd, so I'm always kind of like watching people, and I can see something that's happening in the body. Like somebody will walk and the right leg happens to be turned out a little bit more than the other. Why is that? And if you just kind of go for a walk and you watch your body, and then you notice how you're breathing, and you notice where your shoulders are, and you notice your arm swings, because arm swings are rotation. When you tune into you and you pay attention, things just start to shift. And I really believe for our vital longevity, if we just tune in and pay attention to these things, we create massive shifts in the body. We heal ourselves of traumas, emotional, physical, and it just sets us up to find the joy in this life, because we only get the one, unless, you know, at some point I learned differently. For sure, I do, but anyhow. But I would love to open it up for questions if anybody has any questions. You can put them in the chat.
So if anyone has questions for Carly, you can go ahead and unmute yourself or put it in the chat. Either way
Either way
is fine.
Oh, so at my website is the KT, the letters K, the letter T, method.com. Yes, thank you.
So Carly, what I liked about one of the things you mentioned, and it doesn't just happen obviously when we age, but it's about not being able to control, you know, the bladder.
Mm-hmm.
And I talk to so many women at different ages that have that issue. So I think what you're saying is this method that you created and you share can help with that, right?
100%. And then when we're dealing with like a specific thing, it goes beyond like just finding this. But the reality is that just finding this in everything you do, meaning crown of the head over the tail, rib cage over the pelvis, we end up in dysfunction in the body when the rib cage lives forward of the pelvis. So the pelvis starts to tilt forward because the rib cage has gone forward. We have two diaphragms, the thoracic diaphragm and the pelvic floor, the pelvic diaphragm. They are meant to be stacked. They are meant to drop down as we inhale and lift up as we exhale. But when one is forward of the other, they don't communicate anymore. And so then the pelvic floor tends to get like short and tight and rigid, and it can no longer support the organs above. And then that rigidity tends to create some irritation in the bladder, and we leak, and it feels like we have to pee all the time. And so, yeah, and it's not just an issue for, you know, older women. I mean, I said I was a runner. I was peeing my pants all the time. I was peeing my pants in high school. I just thought it was regular. Almost all of us long distance runners did. It was like, oh, we get 3 pairs of shorts because we pee our pants all the time. You know, it was like it was just a normal thing. And then as I got older and I learned more, like, this is not something that I have to just accept in my body. I don't need to wear pee pads for the rest of my life. If I can really work to reprogram my body, I can heal the injury that's there and go on to enjoy life.
Thank you for that. you just cleared up. Now I know where my issue came from. I used to be a runner as well. So thank you for that. Does anybody have any more questions?
I would like to comment, actually. This has been very, very good. It's I was a personal trainer and in sports medicine for all the years of my previous career. And this is the first I've heard about the breathing pattern and the expansion of in 3 dimensions, which makes every bit of sense, absolutely every bit of sense. And so thank you for illuminating us in this way. It's something that isn't out there.
Thank you. I mean, and to that point too, I mean, I studied yoga for years and I was always taught to belly breathe. And while I'm sure that that has its place for, like in polyvagal theory, the thing that really stimulates the vagus nerve is this 3-dimensional breathing. And the belly breathing, if you think about it, every time we inhale, we're just stretching out our abdominals. You can breathe into your belly and never truly affect the back ribs or the side ribs. And so if belly breathing has been a practice for you, I really invite you to just, give it a miss for a little bit and practice breathing in this other way where you're focusing on expanding back ribs and side ribs. Just see what you get. There's just information in each of them.
Right.
It's interesting to me because I teach ancient Tibetan breathwork also, and he does this thing where he says big sniff at the end. So you're breathing down into the belly, chest, throat, and you just help me get a more well-rounded understanding of what that does, which is just puff out every little ounce of space left in the lungs, which would be corresponding to what you're teaching with that, the way that you're breathing. I love it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. And like Jody said earlier, your inner beauty and your outer beauty just shines on the screen. Thank you again.
Thank you. Mwah. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. So, wow, how exciting is this? I think, Rochelle, you're going to introduce our friend Peter.
I am, and it's a privilege to be here to introduce Peter. We have had so much thrown at us today, and it has been so vitally important. And oh my gosh, so mind-boggling and, mind shifting. So I know Peter has something similar to bring to the table as far as something that twists our mind and opens our thinking and our belief systems in a different way. And I just want to share what he has shared with us. You know how impossible it seems to heal at times, how some people live in fear of never being able to heal their pain and end up relying on drugs and surgery to survive. Well, Peter has healed himself of everything from chronic anxiety to arthritis, asthma, fibromyalgia, depression, sciatica, and he's died before. So oh my gosh, and come back to a body racked in pain, a mind trapped in fear, and a spirit broken. And he healed from all of this and can help us do the same. Peter has an MA, a master's degree in consciousness studies, and has been a consultant for companies like LA Theater Center, Huberman Lab, and at Stanford. And he gives his support for these businesses in physical, emotional, and spiritual kinds of help. Peter has developed a tried and true process for creating your own blueprint for wellness, Convergence Healing. I love that name. And he can help you at his website, and we'll be posting that in a bit. Through his personal healing process, Peter discovered the power of holistic therapies. With this understanding, he has created a thriving one-on-one practice, workshops, and talks. He teaches around the world and has an online healing tea store even. That one's called convergencehealingteas.com. We'll put that in the website in the chat as well. He's an author of 3 books: Convergence Healing, Healing Pain with Energetic Love. Oops, there's only 2, but hopefully there's another. Oh, that one's published on Simon & Schuster on Amazon. And then in a variety of other places, Kindle, Audible, iTunes, and the other places you find books, right? And the other one is his second book is Cultivating Joy When Happiness is at Work, a 30-day guide to healing depression. That one's due out soon. And his children's book, Billy and the Anxiety Monster, is in the printing process as well. Congratulations to you, Peter, on your successes and your books. I just finished mine and it's in the printing process as well. So I know where you are there. Yeah. So Peter is presenting a very timely topic entitled Loving Depression, a User's Guide to Stepping Out of the Shadows. Peter, I'm so excited to hear your talk.
Well, hi, everybody. Thank you for that lovely opening. I appreciate that. And how awesome to come into the group at this time, because the last two speakers were just lovely. I feel like they sort of prepped my, I want to draw from that. So it was, just divinely set into the calendar. Thank you so much for inviting me and allowing me to be part of the group. I was just on Facebook connecting with a couple people over there and telling them about the summit and speaking with their experience of it. So very cool. I wanted to talk about depression because depression for quite a long time has been at pandemic levels. We all know what pandemics are and how many people pandemics actually affect. And depression is something that has been at pandemic levels for over a decade now in our world, literally our world. And we tend to look at depression from the Western American perspective, that it's something wrong and bad, that it's something that we get ashamed of. And I'm here to say that depression can actually be your most brilliant place to live. And it's not that we want to jump in depression and just stay in it. Life is always about moving and changing. But when we do have depressive experiences, I encourage people to embrace those experiences. I like to say to love the pain. And that's one of my favorite sayings is there's these parts of us that are struggling. They're suffering, they're in pain. And what they need more than anything is to be loved. But when we are depressed, we tend to want to drug it and or any kind of pain, we want to drug it and cut it out and throw it away. We want to get rid of it. We're embarrassed of it, especially as healers. And I think a lot of us online here right now are people who are either healers in their own right or are seekers in the healing world. And so when we start to love that part of us that are suffering, whether it's by our breath that we were talking about earlier, or whether it's by, I love EFT and tapping and that type of stuff. And it's important because when we can love that part of us, then it has a chance to heal. When there's a part of us that we're being abusive to, we're speaking badly of, especially if we're ashamed of it. And as a therapist, I see lots of other practitioners in my practice. And the amount of shame as a practitioner who's in pain that practitioner has is ridiculous. So many of us healers think that, or even if we don't think, we tend to not necessarily practice our own work. We tend to think that, well, I can't let anybody know that I've been depressed or that I struggle with depression, or they're going to think I'm less of, or they're not going to come to me as a healer in itself. And so I'm here to say, I have experienced depression for the majority of my life. It's a chemical thing that runs through my family. And one of the gifts I've gotten from depression are those books that I've been able to do, even this moment, to be able to be here with all of you. So I often ask people to bless their sadness and to actually go, wait a minute, there's so many different types of depression. There's chemical depression, there's situational depression, there's a dissuaditude type of depression, there's a depression that's more based in sadness and loss. And so when we understand all of that and we have kindness and compassion for it, then that part of us gets to fully express itself and heal. I look at depression and pretty much all disease as a need and an opportunity to love. When I watch the news, instead of getting caught up in the news, which could be like the depressive cycle that's happening in my head, Instead of getting caught up in the news, I often say, this is an opportunity for me to love. This is an opportunity for me to love more deeply. Some people like to say, a friend of mine likes to say, it's an opportunity for them to pray. And so when you feel depressed, if you ever do, not everybody has had those experiences, but for those of you who have, I'm going to throw out that idea to let it pop into your head that, oh, this is an opportunity for me. This is an opportunity for me to love even more deeply. And I have a definition of love I want to share with you guys, because we look at love as a very conditional thing, a thing that is transactional in our culture. And I know we talk about, especially as healers, we talk about there being a higher love. And this definition has really helped me. So love, and the true expression of love, is something that contributes to our spiritual growth. And the love of another is something that contributes to the spiritual growth of another. And unfortunately, there's been many people in my practice who I truly think, and what we discover is that they've never actually been truly loved, at least not by the definition that love is something that grows our spiritual development. It contributes to our evolution as a human being. And I look at depression as one of those things that contributes to that. So when we can love our depression, we can bless our depression, we can actually sit with it and listen to it. There are amazing things that are gifts that are waiting to be given. So I wanted to do something just a little experiential. So I'm going to ask you guys just to take a moment to close your eyes. And for those of you who have had depression, please close your eyes. And for those of you who have not had depression, close your eyes anyway, because this is a process that you'll be able to use and apply in different things. And if you don't feel comfortable closing your eyes, don't close your eyes. Those of you who want to participate with it, take a moment just to go within, close your eyes. And I want you to bring that image, that understanding of the sadness, of the depression or the disquietude. I want you to just call it forward, which is quite the opposite of what we normally do. We want to push it away. We want to ignore it. Call it forward. Allow yourself to feel the depth of that moment, whatever that moment was, the sadness, the pain, the suffering, whatever it was. And I want you to say to this part, reveal yourself to me. Reveal yourself to me. And invite that part however it wants to show up. It could be a cloud, it could be a knife, it could be a black hole, it could be a geometric shape, however it wants to show up. Let it show up, give it permission to be seen. We spend so much time masking it and hiding it. And there's healing waiting right in that experience of just being willing to be seen. I see you. And make a mental note of how it shows up. And for purposes of communication, let's give it a name. It could be Bob the Black Cloud. Whatever the name is, just give it a name so that when it shows up, you go, oh, I'm not feeling depressed. I'm feeling Bob. Bob just walked into the room. Oh, there's Bob. What that does on a brain level is it allows our brain to stay active as compared to being overwhelmed and shut down. And one of the ways that depression can harm us when we don't deal with it or we aren't present with it is it can shut us down. So I'm going to use that understanding of Bob the Black Hole. Please fill in and exchange my words for your words, whatever that is. And I'm inviting you to say hi to Bob the Black Hole. To say hi to that part of you that's suffering. To say, I see you. To say, thank you. Isn't it interesting to say thank you to this thing that previously we judged as wrong or bad? And it's an opportunity now. Thank you, Bob the Black Hole. And as you see Bob, as you thank Bob, I'm inviting you now to love Bob and to understand what that actually is like. For me, sharing love with another human being, another image, another thing, even the suffering that we're speaking of, to share it is like embracing it in a golden light, holding it in a shimmering golden rain. However it is for you, it might be a touch, a kindness, a softness. It might be the word or the sound of the word love. Whatever it is for you, to love this part. And as you see this part, Bob the Blob, as you see that part, as you connect with it, as you thank it, and as you love it, it might just change. It might start to evolve and take on a different shape. If it's Bob the black hole or the blob, maybe it gets smaller or larger. Maybe it's not hiding in the corner anymore and it steps out. Whatever it is, thank you. I see you and I love you. And Bob's been suffering, and that's not okay. And so I'm inviting you to tell Bob, to say to Bob, as this dialogue is growing organically, thank you, and how can I help you? How can I help you feel better? And there's three basic questions. You know, even in our own community, we talk about body, mind, spirit, but oftentimes we, even as practitioners, don't know how to apply body, mind, spirit. And so this is one of the ways that you can apply that, in the knowing that healing must be physical. I love what Carly said. It must be spiritual. It must be mental. And so to ask Bob, how can I support you in your healing, Bob, physically? What would that look like? What can that be? And just listen, using your subconscious mind, using that open heart, to just listen. Oftentimes, the part of us that is often defining ourselves by our pain tries to step in and distract you. It'll get you to stand up and walk away, or to think about something else, or look at your computer or something of that sort. And that's that part that's very comfortable, that does not want to change. So if you're engaging in any of that activity, or you notice that behavior, I'm inviting you just to say, I see you. I know it's scary. And I'm staying present with you. And what can I do to help you heal on that physical level? Take a deep breath and just listen to the answer, and to learn to listen with all of the parts of you. To learn to listen with color and temperature and texture and sound and smell and taste. When these parts of us communicate, it might communicate by a flash of light. It might communicate by an image or a picture or a feeling or a smell. Even a taste every now and then comes up for people. Ask this part, what can I do to help you in your healing? Because I'm willing to love you. And I know that this love is supporting our own spiritual growth. And the second question is, how can I help you heal on that level of the mind? Because the way I think about my depression or my pain or anything else, the way I think about it has brought me to this place. And I'd really like to be in a different place. So I need to change my thinking. And so Bob the Blob, the black hole, whatever it is, might say, I want to just laugh. I want to breathe. I want to do EFT. It might say, I want to hug a tree. I want to think about silly cat videos. Not think at all and learn how to meditate. Just listen. And that third question, to really implement that body, mind, spirit, is on that heart level. What can I do? What can I do to help, to encourage your healing, to support you in your wellness, Bob the Blob, on that level of spirit? What can I do on that level of spirit that supports you in learning from, growing from, healing now. And I'm going to give you just a few more seconds to sit, to be still, to let the questions bounce around you, knowing that an answer may come immediately, an answer may come in your dreams, and may come as you go through the rest of your day. To just allow for Bob to speak to you now and in the future. This is an ongoing organic conversation. So if you will, just shift our state once again, open your eyes, reach your hands up, take a nice deep breath. Yeah, there we go. To come back to this state of awareness. And if you have pencil and paper and you want to write a few notes down, on that physical body level, Bob said that he needed to go outside and walk. You need to hug a tree, put his feet in the sand. On that mental level, Bob said to laugh, watch those silly cat videos, whatever it is, learn something new. And on that spirit level, Bob said that it needed to go and sit by the sea, climb a mountain, or just sit and be and smell the flowers. However it is, this is a recipe that Bob and you are creating. You are co-creating with this part of you. And you are creating a recipe, a blueprint for your wellness. So I'm going to invite you to continue this conversation. And the name Bob may change. It might become Fred. And instead of being a black cloud, it might be a gerbil, a rabbit, whatever it is. Bob will start to evolve as you are evolving, as you are healing. The important thing is here, because we can do all this esoteric work, and if we don't implement it, then we're breaking our deal. And so I'm asking you to consciously say to yourself, to say to Bob, Bob's present with you, to say to Bob, to say to the group, I hear you and I agree to do the request. I will go and walk. I will go hug a tree. I will go and laugh. I will participate in these things. Because a lot of us healers and a lot of us seekers, we often know what we're supposed to do, but we're not in action about doing it. And so one of the ways that you can be in action about doing it is going, oh, wait, Bob, I got to take care of Bob. If I don't take care of Bob, Bob isn't going to take care of me. So I need to take that time and I need to really connect with Bob. Now, one thing I do want to throw out with you guys is that the idea of working with the brain and embracing our brain to support us, like that thinking, what can I think about side? Affirmations and things of that sort are fantastic. And if your brain is in resistance, saying, I am happy when we're depressed, your brain is just going to put up a wall. So know that. Your brain is going to say, no, you're not. Right? You feel like shit. And so recognize that when your brain does it, when and if it does it, what we need to say, because that affirmation is just going to be in a way pissed out. Like if you take a lot of vitamin C and eat a lot of sugar, the sugar gets to the cell first and the vitamin C is just pissed out. That same thing is going to happen in the processing of the brain. Right? So if you're doing a lot of I ams and I am successful, I am happy, I am joyful, and you're not getting the results you want, it's most likely there's brain conditioning. We call it brain space, where the brain has decided it's really good at worrying or it's really good at depression, and it's going to keep doing that thing. And so until you can actually get the brain to jump on board, then those I ams are going to be basically useless. So this is what you do. You say, I can be joyous. So just try it right now. If any of you are having a resistance to an affirmation, whatever that affirmation is, you can say, I am abundant. And if your heart's like, no, you're not, look at my bank account, right? Or if you're saying, I am healthy, and your knee just makes a creaking noise, right? It's not being accepted. So to say, I can be, the brain goes, oh yeah, I can do that. And so I want you to take that moment and just say those affirmations, say that thing that maybe you're working on, you're developing, you're growing. Instead of I am, oh, I can be. I can be joyful. And isn't that true? You can be. I mean, you've been joyful at some time in your life. I know you have. And now your brain gets to go, oh, yeah. And then it'll open up to the I am joyful. But if we keep hitting against our head with that understanding of I am this, and I am this, and there's a lot of brain space that is occupied on being something contrary to that or opposite to that, then the brain isn't going to be enlisted. And we want the brain to be enlisted in the support of the experience that you're co-creating. So I am joyful. I can be joyful. I can feel good. I can be happy. And in taking that approach, I'm going to ask you to just take a moment and check in with Bob, or your version of Bob, right? And I want you to actually work with Bob and see, does Bob give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down on whatever affirmation you may be working on, specifically in this topic around depression, to say when somebody is clinically depressed and the chemicals in their body are not supporting that depression, to be able to have them say, I am joyful. The chemicals in their body, all those stress chemicals are going to say, no, you're not. And so check in with Bob, check in with that part of you, and try that languaging out. I can be. And it stands to reason that if I can be, then I can be now. I am joyful now. And then the brain just goes, yes, because we enlisted it in our support. Is this making sense to everybody? I got a couple thumbs up, little head nods. Awesome. I'm so glad. So as we move forward with this idea of embracing and blessing our depression as a specific topic here, I'm wondering if you can also start looking at, as you guys know often, oh, thank you for the little heart, Michelle. If that you could actually take that experience and you could say, I wonder what the depression is calling me to. Oh, thank you, Vera. Depression is a time for us to sit, to be still. It is a natural cycle in the creative process to go within. And so many of us try to avoid this part of the process. If we look at pure creativity is create, rest. And we actually have to rest more than we create. And the rest period is absolutely needed to the act of creation. And so for many of us, depending on the type of depression, if we can actually embrace that period of that's like our body saying, oh, this is time for me. My body is communicating to me. My higher power through me is saying, I need to sleep more. I need to rest more. I need to pull back a little bit more. I need to take this opportunity to be still. And that is often a message that comes from depression. When we allow ourselves to hear that message, and again, most importantly, we act upon the message. Just hearing it without action does not create and is not participating in the co-creative process. So I take this time to be still. I take this time to breathe. I take this time to be sad. And even if I don't know what I'm sad about, I'm sure there are plenty of things in life that I could be sad about, or I have been, that may have been stuck inside of me. And so I give this possibility, I give this an opportunity for those things that may have been buried and even unknown. I think Anne wrote something in the chat about clearing, something just cleared. Oftentimes we carry these things around subconsciously. And when we have that and we take that conscious moment to be sad, we take that conscious experience to allow ourselves to be still, that darkness, that heaviness, or that thing we thought was so hard to deal with just disappears. And so I have only a few minutes, and I want to do just one more little exercise. And I'm going to ask you to close your eyes again and to call back Bob. Bob the Blob, or your version, whatever name, whatever shape it was. You may have noticed that it's changed. So to call back this part of you, close your eyes, take a deep breath. And with that understanding that Bob, the depression is actually there to give you a gift, to teach you something, to call you into a place of restoration, of rest, of stillness, of inner wisdom, inner knowledge, inner viewing. To actually say, I am so grateful. I am so blessed. Thank you, Bob. I am so grateful. I am so blessed. I open my heart to the lessons you are giving to me that we are learning together right now. I am so grateful. And I want you to understand, so we're using the full brain, the full body. I want you to understand what is the color of gratitude. And what is the texture or the feeling of gratitude? So you are now using your brain and your body to shower upon Bob the Blob, or whatever it is, this color, to wrap Bob in that color. The texture, maybe it's soft and velvety and fuzzy. Whatever it is, to hold that part of you that was sad, that was depressed, in that color and that texture. And in doing so, in that love. And so take another deep breath, come back to this moment by raising your arms, taking another deep, deep breath, reaching up, shifting back into this conscious experience after going within. And we only have a few minutes, so I just wanted to open up to questions and let people know that I have several hundred. Ooh, I love that, Julia. I have several hundred free videos on YouTube that people can watch if you want to go to my channel. Several hundred, whether I've been interviewed or I've interviewed other people at youtube.com/convergence healing. You can also go to my website. I have my books and all that type of stuff. So I offer lots of free material for people to support you on your journey. And we have a couple minutes for questions or statements if anybody would like to say anything.
Thank you, Peter, so much. So I just keep looking at the colors behind you. I'm sorry, but that's the focus. It's lovely. That was absolutely wonderful. Thank you for your share. And I think I put in a chat that I learned something new. And so I'm trying to wrap that around my brain, because my whole life I was taught I am. I mean, I have notes on my wall that say, I am this, I am that, I am that. And that makes complete sense to me because, you know, also being a clinical hypnotherapist, I of all people, should recognize the resistance that the brain can have, right? Mm-hmm. So I totally appreciate that I can learn something new.
I love that, Anne. Thank you. You're beautiful. And thank you, Vera, for the comment. Oh, and Julia says she has two things.
You can unmute yourself.
Okay, yes. Oh, hold on a sec. Okay, I had to shut off one of my audios. I wanted to just say two things on that, on the affirmations that I have learned that can add on to this, just like you were saying, Anne. We've learned from like Dr. Joe Dispenza and others that have studied the brain and how our wiring and our patterns work. And this was a big aha for me too, because I did affirmations for years and years and years, these ones that I would make up and say every morning. I am an enthusiastic being of infinite light and pure love, grounded in the earth and inspired by the heavens. And I would go on this big long spiel, but a lot of times I really couldn't feel it or believe it. And okay, there we go. Anyway, I couldn't believe the affirmations that I was saying. And then I learned that it's because we're addicted to, there's two things. The brain needs evidence. And so for the brain to have evidence, you have to ask it a question. Like if you say, I am this, you have to ask it a question. Well, why am I that? why are you an enthusiastic person? Where's the evidence? Well, then you think your brain automatically goes back to some question, listening to the question, and says, oh, because when you were in front of the cheerleading squad, you cheered, that showed enthusiasm. So your brain searches for something when you ask it a question. It looks for evidence. Once you've got a little tiny piece of evidence, then it says, oh yeah, you're right. And then you can say the I am statement, but you've got to ask it a question. The other is to recognize that we get addicted to our depression, to our stress, to our anxiety. So there's actual a chemical addiction to that. There's a neurological reason why we keep going into stress and into a depression and that. And so that addiction to it has to be overcome. It's not our fault that we keep falling back into the depression and the anxiety. There actual is the pattern. So we have to create pattern interrupts, and these, questionings and these different techniques that we use, the breathing and the kind of distracting our mind and getting it in a new pathway. We have to create those new neural pathways in order for the old ones to be gone, because it's like weeds. We've got to pull up the weeds before you can put the new good stuff in. And,
Julia, that is absolutely wonderful, your comments and your questions. We do have to move to the other speakers. So here's what I'm going to invite you to do. Peter is always open to anyone connecting with him and continuing that conversation. But what you were sharing, I know helped me as well. So thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. Anything else you have to say in ending, Peter, or are you good?
There we go. I'm good. I'm good. I'm grateful. Thank you so much for letting me be part of the summit. I just think it's a lovely thing. And Jody, I really appreciate all your structure and all the emails and the getting people on board. Yes. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you again, Peter and Julia. Yeah, you can absolutely connect with Peter. So time to move on to our next speaker today, our next guest, who has become a dear friend of mine as well, Seymour Coblin. And he's a holistic health educator and a school founder, an author and healing practitioner for 40 years. Seymour's integration of ancient Chinese medicine skills integrated into modern day living are inspiring as well as highly entertaining. So Seymour is presenting today on body reading for health, love, and life path. And I'll let you take the floor, Seymour, and share the rest.
Okay, you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so we're going to actually participate in a hands-on class, and anybody listening at home or wherever you are can actually be doing the exercises with someone else if they're there, or on yourself. One of the many elements of body reading is that the outer body is a map, has many maps that indicate what might be the source imbalance physically, emotionally, and spiritually for any condition that someone would like to improve in their life. And so by reading these various maps, we can get to the source of the scenario, and people heal at the source instead of just getting a symptomatic change that might help for a while. Right. So that's like the main reason for body reading. So if you think of the body like a tree, we're helping them to fix, to change, to transform at the root, rather than just cut off a leaf or cosmetic on a leaf, right? We want to go to the actual root of the body. Okay. So I'm going to have these folks do a body reading class that you can all do on the chakras. Energy balancing with the chakras. Shall we start? Okay, so I'm going to sit myself down and change the camera. And if you could sit on the mats, everybody. And you can let me know, Anne, if you're seeing everything and hearing everything. Let's move this closer. Okay, so come on in, please. Good. All right, so you two, that looks pretty good. Do you see these two gals here?
Yep.
Sure, this one.
Yes, it's very easy to see, Seymour. Thank you.
You're gonna be on your side, okay? And okay. So let's do breathing, right? First. So folks, receivers, you're just gonna relax. Okay. I mean, if you want, you can join us on this, but just so you know, once Nancy and I start, you're just gonna close your eyes and relax. Okay. So a space between the hands. I'll show. And you're moving your hands closer and further together until you feel something. And when we're breathing, we're taking a breath that goes through the nostrils, up to the top of the head, and through the whole body, all the way to your toes. So this is a whole body breath while focusing on the sensations between our hands. So you can see that. You can feel my head all the way down to my toes, right, left, front, back. So this is a full body breath through the body and also through heaven's force above, earth's force below. So this is a unifying breath, connecting our body as a bridge between the infinite sources of energy above and the infinite sources of energy below. So the body actually emerges with the infinite universe, breathing in and out, total unifying breath. And now listening, focusing on the hands. Anybody feel anything over there? Anne, anybody? Nancy, what do you feel?
I feel my energy.
You feel your energy? What's it like?
Well, I can feel it when I get closer. I can feel more energy.
Well, what does that mean, energy? Like, what's the physical sensation? A vibration. Okay. I feel a tingling. Okay. Focus on the little finger. And you'll probably notice that the little finger charges up and has more weight in it, something like that. Right. Ring finger. All of a sudden, middle finger, index finger, and thumb. Now the hands got a lot of tingling, magnetic force. Feel how far you can move your hands and feel that magnetic force. Okay. Point one hand, doesn't matter which one, to the center of the palm. Okay. Like so. And you may start to feel something in the center of your palm, in what was called traditionally a hole into the energy system. Now it's called a point. And you can circle, spiral, and you'll feel you're directing energy into this point. Now we do this all the time subconsciously. We're directing energy. Now we're simply putting our conscious attention. Yeah. And we can direct energy. If you want, trace through your arm. And you'll feel the meridian lines, Chinese medicine. You feel them all. Okay. So that's just a little demonstration of how energy moves throughout our body while being connected to the infinite universe. And it's very important to feel, excuse me, to feel the whole body while breathing. It's almost as if the eyes are feeling the sensations through our body as we breathe everywhere. Okay. Now we're going to direct this infinite energy to our partners. I'm going to use one hand as an antenna. Whatever one you want to do is fine. So you can do this with yourself. You use one hand as an antenna, and the other one hand goes to the third eye center. And feel the natural distance. If I go too far, nah, not really feeling much. If I go too close, that's too close. It pushes me away. So we're finding just that natural place to hold. Shift my position. Then we go to the throat center. And for me, if I compare these two, this throat center is pushing me away quite a bit compared to that third eye. Then heart center. Actually getting more in here. More energy, I'm doing this very simply, means that place is buzzing and it wants you to be further from the body. Otherwise, it'll be too constricting if you move too close. So feel that on yourself. Solar plexus. Ah, this one's calling me in. And below the navel, calling me in even more. So the fullest one that I experienced, and I'll ask you in a second, was the, let me just check again. Yes, was the throat chakra. Yes, what was it? No, heart center. Yeah, it was heart center, sending me away the furthest. And then the one that's empty or craving energy is below the navel. So another concept in practice that's very important, this is one really important element to remember, that we're always living life in a balance, okay? So if one part of our body has got the distribution of chi very, very full and very high, and it pushes away, then there may not be time and room for that energy to go to another place that's very empty because there's just so much going on. Okay, now if you remember that we had the heart center, throat, yeah, and below her navel was the lowest. We're going to tell you what that means in a minute. Okay. So she has a better balance between those two, a better distribution of chi between those two, then it's much easier for her body to do whatever it needs to do, rather than one place pulling all the energy and another place going, what about me? Somebody remember me. So this is really helpful information. And any symptom in the body will go, because of this distribution, I've got to send you a signal. And that can be a pain, that can be fatigue, that can be any number of dis-eases. And those are just signals to get us back to where the root challenge is. Okay. So then we're going to do one other thing. So one of these is full, one of these is empty, and we're going to see which way they're turning, clockwise or counterclockwise. And all of this is going to give us a reading and a recommendation that we can give to this person. Because in a way, the chakra system is accessing this directly. It's like the body is a bridge for the infinite energies above and the infinite energies below. And that's why we didn't test them. Because if there's something going on in the actual body rather than the entrance points, then that's going to affect what goes in and out of the entrance points. So this is a 5 chakra reading that affects all the chakras and their behavior. Okay, so we'll get into that in a moment, but we want to find out which direction they're going in. So we just go to the full. You can do that on your own. Where was my full? Where was my empty? So I'm going to go to heart center, and I'm going to turn my hand clockwise and then counterclockwise. And one is easier. One goes much easier. That's what her body is doing, and that's what her body is saying. My heart center wants to go in this her scenario, Rose's scenario, it wants to go clockwise. And I'll tell you what all this means in a minute. Okay. And then when I get to the lower chakra, Okay, it's going counterclockwise. So now my reading, I have the raw material for my reading. I'm going to put on what we're going to do. So if you want, you can write down. Okay, but just remember those two. So you can write this down for yourself. Which of your chakras was the one that pushed you away, which way it was turning, and which one was pulling you in, that's the empty, which way was it turning? And you'll be able to give yourself a reading. Okay. And here we go. I'm going to share the screen now. Can you see my screen? Let me know. No? Maybe I have to go like that. Can you see it now?
No.
Share screen. Let me escape. Sharing screen. There's nothing I changed from before. Let me try this. How about this one? Do you see that?
We see, yes, there it is.
Okay, so we're gonna have to. And do you see it big enough?
It is perfect. Yes.
Okay. All right. So first level, what I call kindergarten assessment, all right, is when you harmonize. So the person asks you, okay, well, what did you feel after all that? When you harmonize, what you put in the blank is the key word of your full chakra that pushed you away. And the key words are right here. You see those? You got a new screen up now, right? And you see that thoughts is here. Do you see that right on the shared screen?
Yes.
Okay. And you've got words are here, right? This is where we talk from, yeah? Relationship is the heart center. Desires is the solar plexus. And below the navel is physical movement and vitality. This is the source of our physical vitality. So with my, just, you can focus on your own in a minute, but just focus on what I got, or if you can do this at the same time, that's great. So my partner here, Rose, she had, anybody remember what was full? Relationships, heart center was full. So I no longer have to talk about the heart, because the heart can mean a lot of things to people. So I go, according to that last model, when you harmonize your relationships, then your physical vitality improves. I'm going to go back to that. Right? When you harmonize the key word of the full, which is relationships, then your keyword of the empty, physical vitality, will improve. What's yours, Nancy?
Well, I felt full from actually a throat.
Just say the keywords. When you harmonize
When you harmonize with your speaking
your words,
then your like physical vitality improves.
So you got words and physical vitality. Okay, everybody see that? And you can do that on your own at home. What was your full that you put in for the keyword after harmonize? What's your empty keyword that you put in for will improve? Okay. Everybody with me? Did you get some reading for yourself? Okay, good. Next, we're going to take this a little bit higher, maybe grade 2, grade 3 level. The direction of the chakra movement will tell us a little bit more specific. If the chakra, and it's there, if you look at it right now, you're seeing if it's moving counterclockwise, that means when you clarify and prioritize, in our case, I didn't get that, I got clockwise. But if I did get counterclockwise, I would say when you clarify or prioritize what you desire in your relationships, or what you really want, what you're choosing to actually have in relationships, when that's clearer and you're more focused on that, then we would go to the full. Okay. So now I'm going to do what I actually got. I got a clockwise spiral. So, Rose, you want to know what you got, right? Because you want to know what's going on in your life. When heaven's force and earth's force are moving through your body, and that's what we want, right? We want unity of all. So when you express your desire, well, I don't want to say desires, that would be confusing. When you express your relationships socially out in the world, when you put relationship more out there instead of in here, because it was going clockwise, then let me just remember, oh, she was going counterclockwise on her, and is still going counterclockwise on her physical vitality. That's the lower chakra, actually the second, chakra. So the reading would be, when you get more social out in the world with your relationships and express your relationships out there, then you'll have more of a priority on what are the best activities for you. Right. So you'll actually get more rest and more settledness and more quiet in your physical vitality. So the key to, another way to say it is, the key to gaining more vitality, because she was empty here, is for her to express herself in relationships out in the world. Okay. What did you get? Clockwise and counterclockwise. I'm going to get our little Aaron here for us.
So clockwise on the throat chakra.
Yeah.
So I'm gathering that she needs to put that out in the world, like going clockwise. And I felt the same for the sacral root chakra, clockwise.
Not root chakra, sacral chakra. Yeah.
Was also clockwise.
Okay, so she's going to have more expression in her life in both of those keyword places. Okay, everybody with us so far? Okay, now, if you get an accurate reading, and again, this is just the beginning of body reading, all right? This is a very, very simple exercise. There's a lot of levels, like what quality do you feel and all of that, but for today, we're just doing a short intro. So if you get a reading that works and they say, yeah, that's totally what's going on. Is it ring for you gals? Anyone? Would you go? Yeah?
Yes.
So, yeah.
Great.
Great, fantastic. Okay, then their first thing they're going to do is ask, well, great that you understand me. You've never met me before, and you know what's going on with my chakras and the infinite universe as it goes through me. Well, what do I do about it? Right? So what do we recommend? Let's see if I have that one here. No, I don't have it. I don't know why. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, so when the full in location, in geographical location, is above the empty, then the energy needs to go down. So they need more grounding recommendations. If the empty is above the full, so for example, let's say this is empty. Oh, there's somebody in my life. And there's lots going on in the lower chakras, okay? So then the energy needs to go up. So they need more elating, more exciting, more stimulating recommendations. And that means food, that means exercise, that means how they respond in emotional relationships, how they work with their spirit. They at least have a direction. So they go, okay, well, I should say, what does that mean? More grounding foods. Well, what foods do you eat? We don't have to come up with it. Okay. They know, well, when I eat this food, when I eat bread, okay, that makes me more grounded. Well, does bread work for you? Yeah, I'm okay with bread, or maybe grains if bread doesn't work, or smaller proportions of vegetables and salads and more concrete grounding foods. Then that will help them with food. Or what type of exercise? Some people get in the zone when they run. Some people feel really grounded when they run. So who am I to say what works for you? I'm teaching you to find your own recommendations. So you know what works for you, whether it's more grounded or whether it's more elating. Okay. So that was a lot in a short amount of time. And I'm just going to come back here to me. Do I do this? No. Escape. Not sure how to get me back here.
If you just click the stop share button.
Oh, sure. Okay, good. So I'm back now, yeah? You see me now? Yeah. Okay, and you see them too, right? Cool. Okay, so any questions about that very, very simple and very profound big changer in our life? Bridging the forces of heaven above and the earth below to big balance. Any questions about that?
Well, how about a comment? So everything resonates, what you were describing and saying, but it's interesting as healers and teachers and all of that, we always need that reminder, right? And so just your description of everything was so clear. And, I never stopped to think like, oh, I can check myself and see what's going on. So that was absolutely perfect. Thank you for that.
My pleasure. Okay. Anybody else who's on board here?
Somehow, somewhere along the way, I sort of intuited this, but I love that you've created a system. It's really powerful. Really powerful.
One other really fascinating thing that you'll only get with me. Well, actually, let's do some math in our heads, okay? So we want to connect with the infinite universe, right? So the top chakra is in a balance with the root chakra. Yeah. So that means the 7th chakra and the root chakra, add them up. So 7 plus 1 equals what? 8, right? Infinity. So those two provide a natural balance for us. The 2nd chakra below the belly, physical vitality, is in a yin-yang pair with the 3rd eye. The 6th chakra, right? So 6 plus 2 equals what?
8.
8.
Got 8. Infinity.
Everything.
Okay. Solar plexus, the 3rd chakra, goes if you're desiring something, gimme, well, you speak up.
Right.
I hope, right? And so the 3rd goes with the 5th. 5 plus 3 equals 8. Infinity. So we have a natural balancing system, and the wonderful heart chakra has no partner. It's the bridge between the physical and the spiritual and intuitive and all of these higher dimensions. And on all the other chakras, I've got a partner to help them to get there. And then the heart is the bridge. So 4 plus another 4 equals 8. So the moral of the story is that through relationship, we bridge the distance between our physical bodies and our spiritual bodies. And it's all here.
What a great picture you just painted. I love that. As Rochelle said, your descriptions are just so clear and precise, and it's things that we've thought about but have not put into a visual in a way to look at it. So thank you for that. That was beautiful.
Make it simple, right?
Yes, exactly. Is there a way, do you have his information in the chat? There's a way for people. So I want to share very quickly, if I may, Seymour. Seymour does something called Zen Touch. And the very first time I ever experienced that, I've had all kinds of help with physical stuff. And I just felt, my body just felt completely clear just after first session with him. But if you can just take a moment and explain Zen Touch, because that's another thing that you do, I thought that would be awesome.
Well, Zen Touch is a more physically touching way of working on people. That includes this model that we just did. So whether working on the body or off the body and stretching and doing whatever's necessary for people, this form of body work uses these models that I present and figures out what's going on with people at a source level, and then empathizing through touch, communicating through touch when they're in a relaxed state of being, for them to make their own subconscious changes in their life. And that's one important element of it.
Well, it's very powerful. So do we have your information in the chat, Jody?
Yeah.
Yes, I'll put his information in the chat. And one more thing, I just got some information from Allison Maya Rose Rogers, who was the one who intuited the Global Healers Summit in 2020, and she spoke on Awakening Divine Feminine on the first day. And she has a workshop, a free workshop coming up on Wednesday that I also wanted to post in the chat. Let everybody know it starts at 8 a.m. Pacific. If you were interested in her topic, it's a very powerful course, and I'm going to put Seymour's link in there right now.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, Seymour. That was wonderful.
Great. Thanks for connecting with us all. And it's great to be part of your Global Healer Summit.
And thank your students for participating as well. Great job.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Ciao, everybody.
Thank you so much, Seymour. That was really awesome.
Fantastic. See you later.
All right, we're going to take a lunch break.
Before we go, Anne, I'll just let everyone know that when we come back from lunch at 1:15, we have the extraordinary Dr. Sheila K. Collins, who also happens to be my daughter's grandmother. She is she has written many books, done a TED Talk. She calls herself a dancing social worker, and she believes that in facing life's toughest challenges, we mature into our most authentic selves. And so she'll be talking a little bit about the art of grieving and how to use dance and art making to help us live our best lives now. And then we also have Elliot J. Tanzer, who is talking about astrocartography, where you should live to be the most impactful in the world. Shannon Mitchell, a Black millennial business owner and founder of Shalo Glow. She's going to be speaking on the 8 dimensions of wellness. And we have Abby Gooch in the late afternoon, who is an intuitive success coach, author, speaker. And we're looking forward to all of these awesome presentations. And thank you to everyone who presented this morning, gave us all this valuable information. We are very grateful.
I am so thrilled with what we have had so far today. It's been so exciting. And for all of you who have been here throughout, thank you for being here. We're just going to take a lunch break. You're welcome to stay on the screen. Just turn your videos off or whatever. Turn your videos and make sure you're muted. And we're going to have our sound checks for our afternoon speakers today during the lunch break. So you know, you can be a fly on the wall if you want to. We don't much care about that, but it's not going to be very official during this next hour. So bless you. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you after the break. Okay. And that is, yeah, is that in half an hour, 45 minutes? When is it?
About 45 minutes. Yeah.
45 minutes. Okay.
Thank you, Vera. Thank you, Julia, Mary, Chris, Nancy, Jonathan, everybody, Mindy and Anne. Thank you all for staying on with us, and we'll just see you shortly after lunch.
Oh, welcome back, everyone. Welcome. We are having our, we were in the chat having, or inside the wait, or inside the studio here, chatting it up before all of you came back. And so that's why we're all got these big smiles on our face. We were talking about walking in the labyrinth without clothes on.
Among many other interesting topics.
Right. Yes, exactly. So welcome back. We're so glad to have you back in the Global Healers Summit 2022. This is our final afternoon. And oh my gosh, this has been so over the top incredible. Each one of our speakers has brought to us this incredible talents that they have and these gifts that have come through source to them and information that we each can use for our lives. And our afternoon is filled with that as well. Stay tuned. We have 4 powerful speakers this afternoon. Our first of which Jody is going to speak about. Jody, would you share?
Absolutely.
It's not time really to introduce her because we're going to do some meditation, but yeah, just talk a little bit about our afternoon lineup.
Okay, sure. So we have at 1:15 our keynote speaker, Dr. Sheila K. Collins, and she will be presenting on the art of grieving, how art and art making helps us live our best lives now. And then at 2, we have Elliot J. Tanzer, and he's presenting on Feng Shui secrets, how to identify and remove the hidden arrows in your environment that might be undermining your health and well-being. Then we have Shannon Mitchell at 2:30 speaking on 8 dimensions of wellness. And then our final speaker for the day, closing out the summit, is Abby Gooch at 3 p.m. And she has taught men, women, and children around the world how to connect with their intuition. And when applied to business and life, success is inevitable. So you don't want to miss any of these speakers. And I guess we're going to be going into a little bit of a meditation to bring ourselves back together, and then we'll get started at 1:15 with Dr. Sheila.
Thank you, dear. Anne, do you have anything that you would like to share for our afternoon experience or about what we've had going on so far before we move in? And I just took off my background so that we're going to do a little movement activity before we get into meditation. So Anne, would you like to share anything now? She's off screen, so maybe she's not here. So what I'm going to invite everybody to do, first of all, is come on screen. Everybody come on screen. And I'm going to invite you to do that because when you come on screen, then we can make a party out of this instead of just, 2 or 3 of us showing up here. So everybody come on screen. I'm watching you. And I'm going to call you out. Beverly, Julia. Who is that? Mary? Let's see. Anne is coming on audio now. Ronnie, are you there? Christina, are you there? Michelle, are you there? Jonathan, are you there? I know Jonathan's probably working. There we go. I love that you guys are showing up. Come on in. I'm calling you out. Thank you for being there, Mindy. And I think Anne is back in the background, maybe, and some other people might be back there as well. Welcome, welcome. I'm calling you out just because let's make a party out of this, you guys. This is so much more fun when everybody is partying with us, right? So I'm going to invite you to get on your feet. I'm going to get off my buns. I'm going to invite you to get on your feet. Move my chair and my stool. Hold on, I gotta do this here. There we go. All right, you guys, this is my healing space here. So we have all kinds of beautiful energy here. I'm just going to show you what you're going to be in the middle of. There's a crystal grid that's 9 by 10 feet big. And inside of that grid is a vortex. And that vortex leads us to other spaces in the universe that we might not otherwise be ready to go. But let's all just get on our feet. And I want you to start just bouncing. And you're not going to bend. You're not going to, it's not going to jump. Your feet are flat on the floor. You're just bouncing with your knees. Okay? Just bouncing with your knees. It happens that I have one loose board under my feet right now. So it's squeaking. It's going. So maybe you can hear that. It's the only place in my house I have a loose board, but it's right here. All right. Now I want you to raise your arms up overhead and drop your hands down like you're shooting a basketball. Okay. So let your arms just hang down also while you're bouncing. This is a Qigong move that really activates your immune system. Okay. This is really beautiful, activating your immune system. And just keep bouncing for just a few moments. We do this in our Qigong classes, and there's 200 people doing this, and it doesn't look weird, but when you're doing it by yourself in your yard, it kind of looks weird, doesn't it? Yeah. All right. And now I'm just keep bouncing as you drop your arms down to your side, and then gradually just stop bouncing. Whew. Good. Now I'm going to have you just hold your hips still. So your hips are pointing toward the front, and you're just going to rotate your body around to the sides. Just gently. You might get a chiropractic adjustment when you do that. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, and come back to center. And now I'm going to have you put your right hand in front of your heart, your left hand in front of your navel, but it's not touching. So you can see me from the side, you're not touching. Okay, and what we're going to do is a standing meditation using this. What's happening with your right hand there, it's like you have positive ions in your right hand and you have negative ions in your left hand. And so what we're doing with our hands in this space is we're gathering the ions in our body that are opposite of that. It's like a battery. The ions in a battery will gather the opposite ions toward it, right? So we're doing that in our body, but it just so happens that our heart energy is really positive energy. And so the heart energy is going down to our left hand, and the other intestinal energy is coming up to our right hand. So what this does when we're doing this is we're gathering it in front of our hands, and then we're going to begin to start moving. And we're going to move our right hand. So I'm going to stand sideways. Our right hand is going outward a little bit, and then it's going to start traversing downward. As our left hand starts going upward, okay? And you're not touching anything, but you're just pulling the energy with the hand up to the bottom of the torso or up to the top of the head, and the other one's going down to the bottom of the torso. And when you get to the top, then you're going to move your hand out. Again, you're going to move the hand out, and then you're going to switch. And it's just like two hands moving in opposition to each other. And just continue that movement. And this is a moving meditation. So when you start feeling balanced in this way, and what this movement energy does, and you want to do it very slowly, just doing this activity, if you have a chronic ailment, will help to balance your energy in your body, break up energy blockages, and begin to heal the things in your body that you need to heal. And so doing this for 5 minutes a day is really exceptional. And you want to move real slow because Qi likes to move slowly. And you sort of lead with your elbows, so not just your hands are going up, but your elbows are also going up. And your knees are always just a little bit bent. You don't want to stand with your knees tight. And the energy just begins to flow easily. And when you begin to be able to do this as a moving meditation, you start seeing colors every time your hand goes by your face. And it really aligns all of the chakras that everybody has been talking about for the entire week. Let's just take a minute to just do this movement very slowly, intentionally feeling as though you're pulling the energy through your body. And at the same time, you can visualize a column of light coming out of the ethers in through the top of your head, going all the way down to your torso, to the bottom of your torso, out the bottom of your torso, into the center of Mother Earth. So you are a conduit of healing between the divine and Mother Earth. And this movement helps to open up the conduit channels in order for the energy to flow freely and smoothly. So let's do one more revolution. And when you finish, I want you to finish, women, you're finishing with your right hand closest to your body and your left hand farthest away from your body, right in front of your navel. So this is the position right here. Men, your left hand is going to be closest to your body. Nothing's touching. You've got a little bit of space, but men, your left hand is going to be closest to your body, and your right hand is going to be a little bit away. Because in healing, in Qigong and Chinese medicine, their belief is when you energize and fill up the lower dantian, which is the lower two chakras in the Indian system, and possibly part of the third chakra. They call them dantians. When you fill up the lower dantian, then the heart dantian or the middle dantian can fill up. And once that's filled up, then the upper dantian or the third eye pineal gland dantian can fill up. And that's when enlightenment happens. So they always end down here to really supercharge the lower area, the lower chakras. And in my understanding now, that just grounds you. It gives you this sense of grounding, right? So I am so grateful to be able to have this opportunity. When we finish our moving meditations, we always then sit down because our bodies are in a state of peace, keeping our spine straight, our shoulders over our spine, over our hips, right? Our rib cage over our hip girdle, our ears over our shoulders. And if we just take a moment to close our eyes and come into this space of centering. Continue to see that column of light from the ethers way up above your head, all the way running down through your head and through your body, out the bottom of your torso into the first layers of the earth, all the way through the layers of the earth to the crystalline center of Mother Earth. That's where the love energy is the strongest. And just feel that love energy come up from Mother Earth through your body, all the way out the top of your head and up into the heavens, where the divine energy of love is mixing with the earth energy of love and coming back down through our body. And so that you become the conduit in this sense of meditation of love flowing downward, downward, downward. So it's grounding you into the earth, into the center, seeing that crystalline beauty, and then allowing that energy to flow back up through you and up into the heavens, bringing that divine. You become the conduit. You become the waterfall of divine energy and earth energy flowing through you, perfectly balanced, beautifully, healing and creating, if it's not already there, the wholeness within you that matches with the harmony of the universe. So just feel yourself as that conduit, harmonizing with the Om frequency of the universe, which just calls to my attention. Let's just take a breath. Everybody on the in-breath, let's speak Om into the universe as we exhale. Ready? In-breath. In-breath. One more in-breath. Just feel that frequency in your body, knowing that that beauty resonated out from you, radiating out in every direction. Take a deep, gentle breath, bringing yourself fully back into your body. Maybe wiggling your hands and feet, rubbing your hands together, coming back to the here and now. Wow, thank you so much. That was powerful.
Thank you, Rochelle. That was beautiful. You know, it looks like, I don't know if that's your portal back there, but there's like this column of light. Say something so we can see it again.
Oh, yeah. You want me to speak? Here, you can pin the video. Yeah. And there is a column of light there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for that. That is powerful. And I'm sure that you are talking about some of these techniques in your new book, Radiate, Change Your Frequency, Change Your Life. So I'm excited right now to introduce my daughter's grandmother, my family member, and a very powerful speaker and teacher and leader, Dr. Sheila K. Collins, PhD. She believes in facing life's toughest challenges. She believes that in facing life's toughest challenges, we mature into our authentic selves. Through writing, teaching, speaking, and improvisational artist performances, she offers thought-provoking insights, embodied practices, and art-based tools to help people deal with what life presents them. Her book, Warrior Mother, Fierce Love, Unbearable Loss, and the Rituals That Heal, describe her journeys with 2 of her 3 adult children and her best friend through their life-threatening illnesses and deaths, and then the rituals that helped her family to heal. Using her background as a dancer, social work professor, therapist, and improvisational performing artist, Dr. Collins demonstrates in her online and in-person presentations how art-based tools have helped her and can help others live joyful, embodied lives. She has a wonderful TED Talk from 2016 called When Death Threatens, and I'll put that in the chat in a minute. It demonstrates the challenge of being a caregiver to a loved one dealing with a death-defying illness, and also the gifts that present in such circumstances. Christine Gautreaux will be working with her today. They have both authored a 2nd edition of the book Still Point, a self-care playbook for caregivers to find ease, time to breathe, and reclaim joy. So Christine Gautreaux, her superpowers include connecting people, helping folks manifest their dreams, standing up against injustice, and also using art to make a better world. So today, Sheila will be presenting on the art of grieving and how art and art making help us live our best lives now. So Sheila, Christine, whenever you're ready.
Sheila, you're on mute, my friend.
So I want to ask you, Christine, if you have any directions for people so they may have their best viewing experience.
Oh, absolutely. So you probably want to be on speaker view if you're not already. So when Sheila's speaking, you can see her because there's going to be some movement and storytelling and dance involved. And also we're going to be playing and interacting together using the chat box today. If you haven't already found that, if you're on a desktop, in the middle of the bottom bar, it has a little word that says chat and a little speaking bubble. And then when you go over to the right-hand side, it says everyone. And you can send us messages. You can, what we always like to tell audiences is when you click on that down button, it gives you where you can direct chat to people. They used to call it private chat, but we don't call it private chat because it's not private. It's private in the meeting, but once the organizers download, it's not private. It all gets downloaded. So we like to give that disclosure to audiences. The other way we can play together is we love the reaction button. So about 3/4 away across on the bottom, there's a reaction button, and you can throw a little party, you can give some love, you can click on the 3 little dots, and really you can get almost any emoji. You can give us some squid if you need to. That would have been good for lunch. So yeah, so those are the ways that we tend to play with each other. And if you have any questions, you can also shoot them to me in the chat box. All right, back to you, Sheila.
All right. So usually I start with my audiences warming them up, but you all are already warmed up. But I would like you to take a breath with me. I want to take a breath together and I want to let it out with a sigh. So here we go. It does turn out that when we are under stress or even excitement, we forget to breathe. We don't. We hold our breath. So we always like to remind ourselves and each other to keep breathing. There's not too many things that are improved by a lack of oxygen. So I'd like to know where you're zooming in from if you're willing to use that chat box. And then if you would also, when you think of the word grief or grieving, what word comes to your mind? So let's see if we can, got people from Calistoga, California, from Scotland, Mari. It's so wonderful to see you, have you here. The word grieving makes me think of sadness. Yes, yes. Fear, coming in from East Iowa. What else? Anybody else? Mojave Desert, Atlanta, Alberta. And the word is loss, yes. Oklahoma, Jonathan's from Oklahoma. Wonderful. Well, let's go to some slides. My connection to the art of grieving came about because I was doing a lot of art, and so it became something that automatically I started using, or I realized it was happening, it was helping me. So if we go to the art of grieving, it's two things. First of all, there is an art to being able to grieve and to grieve well. And fortunately, the skills involved we can learn and we can get good at it, because I can guarantee for you that you will have losses. You will have many gains, but you will have losses, and you've already had plenty. So that's an episodic thing that keeps happening all our lives. And then, of course, making art or being inspired by art is a very helpful way to keep ourselves going. So Chris, she mentioned my book. When I did this is where I started to learn about this. So what I did after I'd had a number of losses is I thought you're supposed to do something with things that happen. So many things happen to you. So I decided to try to write about it, and it was quite a project. And I guess I'm pretty proud of how it turned out, but it was, talk about, 1 million people helped with it. I mean, when you see in the back of a book where it says all the people they're thanking, believe me, if you haven't done a book yet, you got to have a whole lot of people helping. But what happened after that was we went out and tried to perform the book. And actually I did perform it in Scotland. That's how I met Mari. We were at the Fringe Festival the week my book came out. And so people that were involved really got a lot out of it, but it was very hard to convince people to come to anything like that. And many people were not really interested in hearing about my life or grief or any of that. In fact, I remember one time Christine and I we went to see Jack Canfield, and I said to Jack, I want to stop scaring people. I mean, what is this? Why are people so afraid of loss and grief? And that question I'm still trying to answer, but I have a few answers now that I didn't have then. So one of the things that we have with art, I love this quote, we have art in order to not die of the truth. So, we want to stay in a positive place, and when things are difficult, we want to just not close our eyes or close our ears or just not go there. And so I think that art is a wonderful way to go into grieving or go into loss, and then it has a way to bring you out. There's a beginning, there's a middle, there's an end. So then I discovered, and this, you are going to recognize this little chart that I'm showing because it is in Western culture. Now, maybe in some of the other cultures, they don't have it as prominently as we do. But this is what people think of often when they think of grief. They think that, first of all, it's going to be an orderly process. No. But that's what they think. And they're going to have denial, and they're going to have anger, and they're going to have bargaining, and they're going to have depression, and they're going to have acceptance. They'll get to the top step, and they'll dust their hands off, and they'll be done. Doesn't that sound great? Except it's not true. And so one of the problems is that if we hold on to something that, well, we have to let go of the things that we know that are not so, because we end up using them against ourselves, because nobody's doing this. Now, I also mentioned, and somebody put this in the chat box, the word sadness. The word sadness is not even on this chart. So I changed the word depression to sadness, because I believe that oftentimes if we can feel our sadness, we don't have so much depression. I mean, they're sort of similar, but they're not the same. They're not the same. So I have set out to find some other model besides these stair steps. And by the way, I know that this is still prominent in the culture that I'm in, because I have a Google alert that gives me every time there's articles about grief. And every week somebody is writing something about these stair steps. And so they were not intended to be stages by the woman who noticed them. They happened in a hospice with people who were looking at their own death, which is not the same thing. So let me propose, here's one of my favorite images, to have this image in our minds rather than those stair steps. So this, I found this, and I even have it on my phone. I want to show you because it reminds me. So I have this image of grief as the surf. And sometimes it is very, very fierce and quick, and sometimes it's very, very calm and smooth, and we just never know at one point how it's going to be. Now, if you notice this, I love this particular image because there are these little boats also with these little people in them. And I think of that as us. We are in communities, we are in families, and we might be, I look at one of these and I think, you know, those two, that little boat there, I think those people may be trying to throw each other overboard. I don't know. And then there's probably another one where they're all just in such synchrony and they're just all pulling together. So they're not having the same experience. And I think that's something to always keep in mind. Just because somebody had the same loss, perhaps, they may not be having the same experience. So here's another image I have that I want to give you from art, which is, I think, a better image related to grief and loss and recovering. So this is, of course, a spiral. And so it comes around again. So your mother's death day will come around the next year. Your sister's birthday will come around every year. The leaves will fall off the trees if you're in a place where that happens on a regular basis. So then what happens is you will have memories, or you will be pulled into perhaps that loss, that grief again. And that's the way it's supposed to be. That's kind of the way it's supposed to be. So we don't have to feel bad about ourselves when that happens. And if you recognize that it will happen, so that notion of it's not something we finish with. But one thing about a spiral, you're in a different place when you come around. You're at a little bit, you know, a little bit higher. So it comes around. Now I have a little bit different perspective. I have a little different perspective each time. So those are just a few little images, art images, that maybe can change our minds a little bit about how we look at grief. So now I want to say that during the time that I was going through many of these experiences that I wrote about, I also was involved in interplay and an improvisational system where you make story, you use your stories to play with. And I'll make a comment about that. You know, we think about people working on their issues and working and dealing with their problems, but in interplay, we think about it as playing with it. So playing with it may mean just changing one or two little things, and then that might make a difference in how we experience it. So I want to tell you the story about the sisters. So I started working with organizations that were dealing with grief and knew they weren't dealing with it as well as they would like to. So the sisters, they had been in the United States for 150 years, and it was their celebration, and they invited us to help them celebrate. Now, the sisters are masters at ritual, which is really a big part of what helps us with grief. So I'm going to show you what they gave us. So out of their closet, they gave us these, and they gave us a poem. And I was so excited because here's the thing. I never, ever wanted to be an expert on grief, ever. But I am willing, and I proudly am, an advocate for grief. I know that it's a good thing. I know it's hard, but I know it's good. So this, to me, is the poem. This poem that they gave us is absolutely the clearest definition or experience of grief to be an advocate for grief. So I'm going to read this poem, and then I've got my friend Christine who's going to read it again, and I am going to dance to it, okay? Because that's what we did. So, and I offer that to you as something you can do. If you have music or if you have poetry, you can dance to it. So here's the poem, and it's David White, and it's called The Well of Grief. Those who will not slip beneath the still surface on the well of grief, turning downward through its black water to the place we cannot breathe, will never know the source from which we drink. The secret water, cold and clear, nor find in the darkness glimmering the small round coins thrown by those who wished for something else. So, all right. I'm going to move my thing here so I can.
While you get set up, I'm going to ask Jonathan to spotlight you because otherwise, while I'm speaking, it will take you off.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay, thank you.
No worries. Gotcha.
Okay.
The Well of Grief by David White. Those who will not slip beneath the still surface on the well of grief, turning downward through its black water to the place we cannot breathe, will never know the source from which we drink. The secret water, cold and clear, nor find in the darkness glimmering the small round coins thrown by those who wished for something else.
So thank you. Thank you. Makes me think of when we were little children, especially if you were a little girl, you probably loved to get dressed up or just have some fabric that you could play with, right? So a very different experience of grief, I think, than you would imagine having. So, yeah. So we have a minute to do a chat box noticing. If people, in interplay, we experience and then we notice anything that you notice. So if you are willing to put something in there, that would be great. Beautiful and touching. exquisite illustration. Expansive, expansive. Yes, yes. Yeah, so I've got a couple more slides to look at how grief helps us, how art helps us grieve. So I'm gonna call on Bob Dylan, who knows a little bit about art, and he says that art stops time. Art stops time. It puts us in a place that is very different than regular time. In grief, the grief literature talks about the space between the worlds, or actually that's what a lot of indigenous people refer to it, the space between the worlds. We're here, but we're not. We're partly there and partly here. The Irish call it the thin time. When we're creating, when we're doing music, when we're dancing, we're in a different space. Of course, many people at this conference mentioned this wonderful saying, or quote from Einstein, and this is really what we're up against. With a lot of the things that you're presenting to people, they don't really appreciate that the intuitive mind is sacred, and that the rational mind is supposed to be its faithful servant. But since we're so burdened by that faithful servant, it's so bossy, we have to sometimes try to explain to people in that way so they will even go to where we are inviting them to go. So one of the things for sure is that when we have losses and when people die and when you don't have, your job is gone or your career is gone or you've had an accident and you can't even drive your car or whatever, we have emotional upheaval. And so it becomes the process of the metabolizing of the loss becomes a way to, a process of soothing it out, of being able to metabolize it. And we do that whenever we can be in a place of sanctuary. So that's why we need each other. We need ceremony. We need people to gather around to hold some of our stories. I came up with the notion that sometimes there are stories that are too big for one body to hold. I felt that for sure when I was dealing with some of my losses. I needed people to help me hold those stories. I needed people that had my back. So I'm going to, we're going to ask you, so about art, maybe you don't consider yourself an artist. And by the way, this is one of the things we're up against too. People, because we have such exquisite, fabulous artists in our lives. I mean, you can just go on, YouTube or something. And then we say, oh, well, I'm not, I can't. I'm not an artist, I can't, So we have all this not really trusting that we do have these skills, or not, we can get these skills, and that we have, our spirits are hungry for art making and art doing. And so I think I'd like to see in the chat box if you have an art that you practice, that feeds you or that helps you to process, because we're processing all the time so that our experiences are available to who we are becoming. So mixed media, journaling, painting, singing, writing, wonderful, singing, toning, yes, the voice, it's really, the voice is a really good part. And it's wonderful to do this in community, to have that, and which is, of course, by the way, one of the problems we had with this recent situation where we couldn't do that online, or we couldn't do it in person. So, all right, so I'm going to quickly give you a demonstration, I guess, of something that we do in Interplay, which is we just move and then we wait and see what happens. So I'm gonna put that up here so you can see. So I'm gonna do this in relation, the theme I'm gonna be dealing with is remember, or remembering. So here we go. I can still remember at the hospital, my son and I, he had pneumonia, and we went there, and the doctor came in and he read the sheet, and he starts reading it out loud, and he says, 27-year-old male, AIDS positive. And we looked. We didn't know that. We didn't know that. So I can still remember. But I also remember eventually how he dealt with it. So my daughter, she was, oh man, she was something. I mean, she was something. And very healthy, you know, really healthy. And then what happened is she had breast cancer. And she'd been telling them something was wrong, but nobody listened. Nobody listened. So what comes to my mind about remembering her is she has a son who puts, if it's her birthday, if it's Mother's Day, puts on Facebook a salute to his mother. And it's like she's here. She's here with us. I am to the age where I'm kind of wondering what people are going to remember about me. And I have to admit, it's helping me to behave better, a little bit anyway. So, you know, I mean, because it's the stories of the relatives that we keep telling, you know, at all those meetings. I think about Jody's mom. I mean, sometimes Jody says something, and I mean, I'm telling you, it's like her mother Pat just walked in the room. So that's the way it works. So anyway, that's just playing with improving whatever comes to my mind about grief and remembering and definitely remembering. So so I have one more thing I want to do, and we're a little bit tight on time, but I have a slide, and this is an element of photography and architecture. So what you're looking at is a photograph I took at the Shanksville, Pennsylvania Memorial. This is where the plane came down at 9/11. I'm showing this to you today because every year there's a 9/11, and tomorrow is the 21st anniversary. Now looking at this, it's like we're standing in the path, and the architect has designed it so that we are in the very place where the people in the plane would have, they came down. So getting back to that notion of things are different when they come around again 21 years later, we know now that they saved the Capitol. That's where it was headed. And they forced it down in the middle of Pennsylvania, a field in Pennsylvania, so no one was injured. And we know that not that long ago, a bunch of people stormed our Capitol. I mean, we didn't make that connection until now. So that's my demonstration for you about how things come around, and we're different. Our country's different, or we're different, and that's part of the process that goes on in relation to grief and the metabolizing of grief. And the arts are a really wonderful way to help us do that. So I think, do we have a minute to just do a little music Is
You
that
still
okay?
have you still have 15 minutes left.
Oh, I do. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, then I would like to have some noticings from people. I was thinking I don't want to take up anyone else's time. So, but yeah, so if you have something to put in the chat box or, let's see. So, loved it. Any noticings? What struck you? What stood out for you?
Well, Sheila, what stood out for me is, as you know, right before we began the summit, one of my very best friends since second grade died unexpectedly. So that was not something that I was prepared to be dealing with right in the beginning of this thing, but it's had me thinking a lot about grief, and I just appreciate you so much. I was just noticing when you were doing your thing. Of course, it makes me sad because I know the history and the stories and all of that of our family. But I just appreciate how you have taught me that we all are, grief is much a part of life as life. And so we might as well get good at it. So I think that's something that I've really learned from you is like, there are better ways of grieving, or maybe not better, but there are a lot of different ways of grieving, and that we can choose ways to express and to honor and to, all that stuff, rather than just being bummed out about it,
Right.
So I really appreciate all that you have taught me about it, and the journey that you've been through with your kids. It's not easy.
Well, I can tell you this also, the rawness of the immediate, or in your case, the shock of somebody your age who you just spoke with the other day. I mean, that's a process that's very unique to that type of loss, but for something that is in the past and has been met and played with and worked with, it becomes sweet sorrow. It becomes, oh, I get to visit this again. I get to remember again the gift and the gratitude that I got to have this in my life, that I got to have it in my life. Initially, when you're losing it, you don't think that.
Well, I was going to say, how long does it take to get there? Because I was just talking to a friend the other day about, even with my mom's death, I gave her 5 foot rubs a day at the end, and I now I get mad at myself. Why didn't I give her 10? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is it about the human mechanism that takes time to get to that part of being able to, I guess that's the upward spiral.
That's the
Yes,
spiral.
that's the spiral.
And I'm not sure it's always up. We can go down and then go back up again. I'm not sure it's always in the same direction, but yeah, absolutely. So, sweet sorrow, that resonates. Yeah.
I'm sorry you lost your brother.
Yeah. With the loss of your brother now. Yeah. Well, and that's an interesting loss too, because we don't always, we think about mothers and fathers and children, we sometimes miss out on siblings. And my sister just died last year, almost a year ago now. And there's no word for that. If you lose a parent, you're an orphan. But it can be a very powerful loss, because that's the person that is probably the closest to you. Certainly, genetically they are. You have the same parents, and you spend a lot of time together, so that can really make a difference, in terms of how deeply they are woven into your sense of yourself and your sense of, because always when we're dealing with a loss, we're dealing with the loss of identity. I am no longer, this person that I was, and now I'm having to let go of that as well. So Christine and I were wanting to do a little movement at the end, and I'm thinking that moving together is something that is really powerful, and we have been able to figure out how to do it on the screen. It seems amazing to me that we figured it out, but we have. And so if you're willing, if you'd like to do this with us, how this would work is that you will just move as we're going to play some music. You're just going to move as your body feels that it wants to move. You need to take care of yourself, not do anything that is harmful or hurting. It shouldn't hurt at all. But you can do this as a way of clearing or of honoring. So maybe there's someone you want to honor. You want to dance on their behalf. Or maybe there's somebody or some organization that you want to hold up and send them, since they're doing such wonderful work. So it could be a person, it could be an organization, then as one of the movers. So here's your choices. You can be a person who's just taking it in, and if you put yourself on the on the gallery view, you'll see the bodies moving. You'll see them moving, and then you can decide if you want to join the way that someone is moving. You can connect, because we connect with one another. Here's the thing: we have mirror neurons in our bodies. So when the dancer leaps, we kind of leap too. We have that experience in our bodies. So we can give that to other people as in that sense. So you can be a witness or you can be a mover. All right. So let's, I'm going to put
I have a quick question since Mari's here. Mari, I had a different piece of music queued up, but would you be okay if I played one of your pieces of music?
Of course, I'd be delighted. Thank you.
Okay, hang on just a second. Since I have the artist's permission, just a second, and let me pull one up.
Thank you so much. Mari is such a generous artist. I'm telling you, she's done play with us and work with us, and she's let us use her music, which is so wonderful, so beautiful. Yes.
You always have my permission, anytime.
All right. So if you stand, you have more range, and if you sit, that's all right. You can just begin to let the music move you.
I love being that movement of body and limb, of bones and belly of fashion and skin. All my senses on fire, fire, fire.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I think we're okay on time, right? So, well, I want to just thank you. I want to thank Jody for sure for inviting us to do this, and for Christine, who is definitely, I am because she is, with so many things. Her support has meant so much to me, and being able to get on this silly thing that we're on here and make it work. So I just so appreciate all of you. And for those of you working on this, good job. Good job.
Sheila, I would just love to thank you. First of all, this was so exquisite. But my dog's talking to me. Maybe you can hear her. But I wanted to ask, it's been my experience that, even though the tough me thought I could handle these losses, I didn't realize until much later how hard they had hit me. Looking back on the past circumstances, after the loss of my two best friends, I was a zombie for 6 months and didn't realize I was zombied until after the fact, and I came out of it, And I'm just wondering how we can be more aware of that which is hitting us that we don't even realize, right?
Well, I think several people talked about this in terms of, our troubles sometimes take our vitality. I remember that I went to the acupuncturist, and I said to him, I know I'm supposed to eat, but I'm too tired to hold my fork. So, and that was a lesson, and he said, grief takes your chi. So that's where we just need to recognize that and give up this, I can do this and I got this, and that really having people that will help to hold, and perhaps it's good. I kind of picture as I'm getting older, and the notion of having regular times when I get together with people, as we do sometimes with our women's group. And one of the things we're looking at is what has happened since we met, what are we looking forward to, and since we've been together for 30 some years, we've been through a lot together, and there's more to come. Yeah.
I love you, Sheila. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for that wisdom. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sheila. You were wonderful. I love your very flowing artistic movement.
Sheila was a professional ballerina who has been in some very well-known movies and on Broadway.
Now it makes sense. Okay.
Well, and
thank you, Christine, for your tech support there.
I think mostly it's the stubbornness to just keep dancing, even though the dance changes, but just the stubbornness to just keep dancing. I've insisted on it.
Awesome. That's why you're going to live to be 150 years old, Sheila. Actually, in Siddha Veda, sorry, Anne, I didn't mean to just jump over. I just wanted to say in Siddha Veda, they say that flexibility is life. That's what health is flexibility. Probably in mind and body.
Wow. Thank you both again so much for your presentation. And so next up, we have a dear friend of mine that I was met many, many years ago. And Elliot J. Tanza says, my interest in various metaphysical subjects, psychology, and human nature began as a teenager. I began offering astrological tarot card and other metaphysical services in 1973. Wow, that's when I was having my first baby. And professional feng shui services in 95. I have presented at many astrology and feng shui conferences, whole life expos, and metaphysical societies. He is the author of many articles and 3 books on metaphysics, feng shui, and astrocartography. Did I say that correct? Okay. Maps. So actually what that means is he will do a map for your personal map as to the best place for you to live and have joy and health and abundance and so on. And now at 77, wow. And you look great, by the way. And thanks to video conferencing, he enjoys an international clientele. He'll be speaking today on feng shui secrets, how to identify and remove the hidden arrows in your environment that may be undermining your health and well-being. So let's welcome Elliot.
Unmute. Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay, so thank you for that wonderful introduction. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. And we have a half an hour to talk about 100,000 things. And I didn't realize I was coming to a dance party. I would have worn my dancing shoes. It was beautiful watching the ballerina. Of the many, how should I say, options of things to talk about, I thought that what would be most pertinent for this this group or this time in the summit was on the idea of hidden arrows. Many of you are familiar with feng shui, perhaps have had someone come and do feng shui for you, but usually it's in that more generic kind of, I'm doing feng shui, but it actually divides up into various approaches. And the first and perhaps the most important approach is the structure and room configuration and the actual physical house itself, which side of the street it's on, how it's sited, in other words, and put together. Then there's the more popular idea about where's your wealth corner, relationship corner, and then there's a more traditional approach, which is a compass. Not everybody does them all. I happen to do them all. And I like to teach others how to do them all because they integrate very nicely. Although some people get into one school and another school and think that their school is the better school. For those who are somewhat new to feng shui, just to simplify it a bit, Feng, or F-E-N-G, Feng, as we might say it in the West. In China, it's probably pronounced more like Feng, Feng. It's intoned. And Shui, which would be water. So it's wind and water. And what that basically is metaphorically describing is how energy flows. There's the energy we can see, like water flowing, and there's the energy that we can't see, like the wind. We feel it, we know it's there, but it's invisible to our eyes. Unless we watch a tree, then we can see the realization of it. Okay? Now, that becomes a typical, how should I say, metaphysical approach of many of the Chinese or Eastern philosophies, is to use nature images. Yeah? So when we translate that into practicality for purposes of ours, we might say that anything that's flowing, like if you've ever driven down the highway, a freeway at night, and you look behind you, you can see all the red lights going in one direction and all the white lights coming towards. So you have the flow of energy down a freeway or down any street. Put that inside the house, it flows down hallways, come down a stairway like a waterfall. So any opening has flow. And basically that's what we're looking at in terms of, when the term is used, hidden arrows, is where is that flow being inhibited? Or where is it being, taking life away instead of giving life? Now, it's very nice, as we always like to say, do good feng shui and your life will be perfect. And introduce the idea of astrocartography, which is an astrological idea of mapping the world for where your best locations are. But it doesn't necessarily mean that by magic you go someplace and all your problems disappear. It's just that in some locations, things go easier. You may enjoy more comfort and more success but not necessarily financial success. If you don't have the karma of being Bill Gates or some millionaire, you're not going to get millions of dollars. But what we're looking at is where can you be most comfortable, whether you're rich or not. And if a health issue materializes or manifests, which invariably it will, especially as you get older, I can attest to that, it's nice when it goes away in 2-3 days instead of it becomes lingering and chronic. So if you're having chronic situations, repetitive patterns, it may very well be the feng shui of your house, may very well be the geographical location you're living in. And of course, all this, we might say, has the benefit of teaching you how to be self-reflective, to deal with your karma, to change things in your consciousness. Okay? And the big things to change, of course, is our attachments. How do you let go of what your expectations are, or your judgments, or some of the things that we've been so-called programmed, either socially or parentally or religiously, and let go of your programming. So things are going to push your buttons until you let go, surrender, and you will be liberated. It's a very popular Buddhist kind of expression. So when we talk about hidden arrows, it really is the metaphor of how something could be shooting at you. Now, if you were sitting at your dinner table and someone came into the room with a bow and arrow, literally, and they were pointing it at you while you sat there, you would start to feel very uncomfortable. Could you put that someplace else? Well, I'm not going to let it go. You can guarantee the person. Yeah, but could you point it someplace else? Right? How about a statue, which is carved of wood or stone, and that's at your dinner table pointing at you? You still feel pretty uncomfortable, and take that statue and shift it a little bit, just so it's pointing someplace else. When we talk about hidden arrows, we're taking that concept one more abstract layer, that anything that has a point to it, which could be a potted plant with a lot of little spears on it, called the Dracaena plant. That Dracaena potted plant is at one end of your couch. You'll tend to sit at the other end. You don't want those things pointing at your head. Yeah? Or if you're in your bedroom, it could be a dresser, which has a sharp edge, and it's pointing at maybe your hip or at your torso. That's going to feel uncomfortable, even though you don't identify it. It's not like you're going to say, oh, that dresser is shooting an arrow at me, but it is. Now, there's 3 approaches to how to deal with hidden arrows. And I'll give you a lot more examples in a moment. But the 3 approaches to deal with is 1, remove it if you can. No problem, gone. 2, if you can't change it, cover it. And if you're covering it, you don't see it. And the 3rd way, of course, would be, if you can't do the first 2, put up a mirror and deflect it, bounce it away. So mirrors are often used with that intent. Now, sometimes mirrors could also be a problem, because if you look at a mirror and in that mirror you see reflected chaos, confusion and messes, or your bills on the table, you're going to double your bills, or you're going to double the chaos. So you have to be careful how you use a mirror and what you're looking at. Okay? Probably the most significant arrows that affect people most severely is the position of the bed in the bedroom relative to the entrance into the room. So as a classic example, if your foot of your bed is facing the entrance into the room, imagine if that was a railroad track and a train came in, it would go right over your body. Okay? So that becomes the hidden arrow, a threshold. Things move through a threshold quickly, accelerates. Okay? You got to move the bed. You can't put up a mirror. You can't cover it up. You got to move the bed. Now, if you have no wall, that's acceptable because there's a closet on one, a window on another, and I'm not sure what might be on the other, then you really don't, you got to leave that house or change your bedroom. So that becomes sometimes a critical issue. It's not always easy just to move, but you got to get out of the way of the danger. More subtly, perhaps, is when the doorway into the room, not bathroom or closet doorways, but the main entranceway is on either side of the bed, not in front of the bed, but on either side of your torso. So that the person on the left side, closest to that entranceway, will be adversely affected, and the other person will be protected by their body. In other words, you're covering that arrow. But if it's on the right side, that person will be affected. Because what happens is, and I think this has been alluded to in some of the previous conversations about trauma and about crises, is that when we're in a state of fight or flight, when we sense danger, When it's obvious, a tiger is coming at you or somebody with a knife, you go into fight or flight. That means the adrenals get pumped up, the blood goes into your arms and legs. Either you're going to run away, fight, flight, or you're going to protect yourself as best you could. Of course, the third option is to freeze, and that's going to be non-productive at all. So you're going to run or fight. When the adrenals are pumped up like that, the blood is in the arms and legs. It's not in the heart and the lungs and the stomach and the kidney. If you can't sleep, get a good night's sleep, and you're awake all night, so to speak, in fear of what could happen, what can come through the door, or any of the hidden arrows we'll talk about, eventually the immune system is going to suffer and it'll slowly degrade. So a health issue might become more and more chronic. And I've seen variations of this with beams, which is a classic one. There's a beam over the bed, right? Is it over the chest? It's going to be lung or breast problems, maybe even cancer. If it's over the gut, the stomach, it might be irritable bowel syndrome or some other kind of digestive issues. Can we cover the beam? Sure, you can put a fabric over it. Can't remove it because it's bolted to the ceiling. Now, even though it's bolted in, and you may know intellectually, there's no way that thing's going to fall on my body. But there's two brains in this case. One is the logical brain, and the other is the so-called reptilian brain, the one that still runs around in the jungle worried about saber-toothed tigers or rock slides or what can go clunk in the night. So if you're not sleeping well at night and you consistently are getting up early, very likely there's something in your bedroom that's aggravating your fight or flight mechanism. Okay? Now, those are probably to me, the biggest deal breakers in buying a house or renting a house. Even though we want to know what the entrance is like and we want to know what the office might be in the living room and a lot of other factors for finances or relationship. Once you go into that bedroom, if you can't find a good position for your bed, you can't take that house. Now, your headboard is against one wall. What's on the other side of the wall? Is it a bathroom? Likely it's going to be lung problems or water problems, your plumbing. Yeah. If there's an electrical box on the other side of the wall, say a transformer box from the electric pole outside, that's going to be electromagnetic radiation. You can't see it, but that's going to be arrhythmic heart maybe, or some other throwing the balance out of your body. So these are things you can't even see unless you know what's going on the other side of the wall. Unfortunately, sometimes a kid gets the room that has a refrigerator on the other side of the wall from his headboard, or the TV set in the living room. Those are massive electromagnetic radiation. Got to change the situation. Anything that has an edge to it, or anything that radiates out energy, feng shui, hidden or visible, has to either be removed, covered, or reflected, bounced away. But those are probably the biggest deal breakers. Now, in feng shui, we consider almost everything else, like, is your front door in direct line of, say, a back door or a window? Well, the arrow or the energy is going to come in that back door and go straight through the house out the back door. That could be a major financial loss because the energy, the money in this case, isn't circulating through the house. That's why we like waterfalls or desktop fountains. It represents energy flowing. Water is energy and life-giving. And if you own property without water, you don't got property. People often sell the land rights, but they don't sell the water rights. You got to buy that from them. So water is money because it represents cash flow, currency. So we have our idiomatic language that describes it that way. So water equals money. So if the water is flowing, you got flow. If it's a place though for it to collect, like in the bowl at the bottom of a waterfall fountain, now you can collect the chi or collect the money. So we use that word chi, which is actually modern Chinese spelled QI, but most of the books are spelled the old way, CH''I. And even in many other books, it's misspelled totally as CHI, which is actually pronounced ki. So you have a little semantics there. But the idea of chi is that everything has some kind of chi. If you kick a rock, you know what kind of chi it has. It's going to hurt your foot. Right? River has chi. Noise on the street has chi. Right? And some people have good chi or not chi. We call it good vibrations or bad vibrations, right? Go to a party, go, the vibes here aren't good. That's bad chi. So it's all about managing the chi flow so that it flows into the house, it circulates through the house, it doesn't shoot you as you walk in, there's no beams over your front door that blocks the energy from coming in, but the hidden arrows is usually the one that gets people in terms of their health issues. Because wherever it is, had a situation when I was living in Hawaii where somebody had a bedroom in Hawaii. The houses are built with 4 sloping roofs because you don't never know which way the rain's going to come. And so that means there's a beam that goes up from each corner. And somebody had their bed underneath that beam. The husband had it going over his ankle. The wife had it going over her right thigh. They had a car accident. He broke his ankle. She broke her thigh bone. Amazing. Can't make this stuff up. Yeah. I did a research with my oldest son. He used to go camp out at a friend's house, sleep out on the deck. And the beam, of course, went over his cot that he was sleeping on. Went right over the very top portion on an angle, about where the pillow is. I said to him out of curiosity, when you wake up in the morning, what's your position on the bed? He said, amazing, Dad, I'm always in the bottom 2/3. In other words, he was able to wiggle out from under the beam. But if the beam goes straight across the bed, you can't wiggle out. So even though you think you're sleeping, you're not sleeping deeply enough. If you have the doorway, it's like you have one eye open all night long looking to see if something's going to come through that door. And of course, in my book, I have 150 other examples, and it's all illustrated with arrows. How's those arrows shooting at your body? So we call it hidden arrows. Is it coming from a plant? Is it coming from furniture? Is it coming from 3 doorways in a row or a long hallway? That energy shoots down that hallway. Likewise, we talk about not buying a house or renting a house where the stairs from the 2nd floor go straight to the front door. It's like a waterfall. Your money is flowing down those stairs and out the door. So not a very good situation. Perhaps you can hang a crystal to diffuse it, or you can put a carpet at the bottom to gather it like a puddle of chi, or other kinds of solutions like that. Or put a runner carpet on the stairway so that instead of the energy rolling down the stairs, when you open the door, your eye goes up the stairs tracking the pattern on the runner carpet. Of course, if it's just gray carpet or solid cover, it's not going to work, but it has to have a pattern to it. So in feng shui, there's really basically 2 kinds of energy. One is what we call shang qi, or life-giving. And that always has a meandering pattern, like walking through the woods, you meander around the trees and the bushes, or a river under normal circumstances, or stream, it meanders through the forest. But when it goes too fast, like a flash flood, or if there's a fire and the animals start crashing through the bushes, they go straight and they destroy whatever's in its way. So meander. Front pathway should meander to your front door. If it shoots right at your front door, the doorway is receiving that arrow. Every time you walk out, boom, you get shot. Could be recently I was did a feng shui consultation with someone in Los Angeles. You look out their window, there was 2 buildings opposite that were at an angle to her apartment. And both of those angles, the edges of the buildings, were pointing right at her bedroom. She didn't sleep well at night. At least you can close the wind shades at night or the window shades, or as I suggested, put a mirror up facing both of those arrows. And after that, she had good night's sleep. Now, is that superstition? You tell somebody this is going to work and it does? No, because a lot of times things like that don't work because they didn't do it correctly. So the proof is always in the pudding. And if you have at least 75% good feng shui in terms of your bedroom, your living room, and so forth throughout the house, good structure, you already have very good feng shui. Then if you could add things like the bagua, where's your wealth corner, relationship corner, that's adding another layer. But that's more like the law of attraction, a vision board. You're turning your whole house into a vision board and manifesting your vision. Right? As in all metaphysical societies or teachings, as I've studied it around the world, You have to plant your seed, you have to pray over it, do mantras, and then visualize the results. And then you can manifest your dreams. But if you're going to, say, a chiropractor's office with a bad right hip, and for men particularly, they take their wallet out of their back right pocket or left pocket, put it down, chiropractor sets them up. Wow, I feel an inch taller. The guy puts the wallet back into his hip pocket. Now, if it's a young person, you can usually handle it, that little bit of ounce of pressure. But as you get older, that pressure becomes stronger and stronger and pulls the hip back out again. I had a good friend who was a great chiropractor up in Northern California. He flew me up there to look at 3 houses. He says, I hate it when clients keep coming back. I want to help people who need help, not people who come back over and over again just because they're a cash cow. Yeah? I want you to go to their houses, see what's wrong with it, because when they go home, the next day they're back again in my office. Yeah? One person was living between 3 different sources of electromagnetic energy. So boom, as soon as they walk into the house, their energy drops and it throws them out of balance. And another one had their issues. The third one had its issues. Once we changed those issues, after that, the guy did his work, his magnificent, body work. Those clients didn't have to come back. He was able to take in new clients. So you gotta watch the feng shui. And if you can't learn it from a book, or I should say, if you don't have someone available in your area to call in, you want to make sure that they know about structure, form. It's called form school, some people call it. It's actually called landform feng shui. If they're just doing that bagua, just the vision board, that's nice. They'll get a lot of results. They just do the compass. I came to, when I was a beginner, I come to a house also in Los Angeles. Oh, but a feng shui master was here and they did the compass and they told me to put metal here and water there and earth there and balance the 5 elements. I said, yeah, but didn't they tell you about that 4-lane highway behind your house that's stripping the chi away? In other words, you want your house to have a mountain behind it for security. A mountain is a metaphor for either a tall trees or a high wall. But if you have a highway behind your bedroom or behind your house, then it's taking away that support. It's stripping it. Right? You can have a highway in front of you, but not behind you. So that's another example of hidden arrows, stripping away the chi or undermining your house. Okay? You got to look at all these factors, and sometimes it's more than one person could learn or know them all. I know, research my book, I spent hours and hours and hours looking through everybody else's books so I can, oh, here's something else I didn't know, and here's something else I didn't know, or here's a really nice way to talk about it. Like if a car is coming around the hill and the lights are pointing into your bedroom as they make the turn, that's called tiger's eyes. That tiger is attacking you for that moment, or shooting arrows at your house. Okay? Another one that's often is missed by other feng shui people that is important to know about is the direction that the toilet is pointing. So when you look at your floor plan, even if it's at the other end of the house, but if you have a toilet, the bowl, or the back of the toilet, the tank, but in direct line of your bed, look at what part of your body it's hitting. Yeah? And this is an example where it's easy to use a mirror. Get a mirror that's 2 feet by 3 feet. You put it on the floor with the mirror facing the toilet, and it bounces that energy away. No problem. And when I first heard about this one several years ago, the guy next to me says, I said, what's this guy talking, the teacher talking about? He says, oh, this is amazing. He says, for years, I've had swollen ankles. And when I went home after that guy's class, previous class that he took with him, and I realized that the toilet was pointing right at my ankles. I put up the mirror, my swollen ankles went away. Here I thought I had to do herbs, and I had to do physical therapy and all this stuff. Just had to bounce it away. Yeah? Easy. Somebody else might have it directly in front of their bed because their bedroom is facing the bathroom. Where's the toilet? Is it pointing right at your body? Could be a heart condition, right? Or at least weakening your vitality until maybe, if that's your precondition towards a heart problem or a lung problem or a liver, whatever your link is, will start to collapse. Yeah? So that's another important one that almost anyone could check out, is where's the toilet in your house, or if there's more than one, and is it pointing in the same direction as your bed, which part of the body is it pointing at, evaluate, you got a problem? Hey, if you got no problem, you don't have to fix it. Feng Shui people should always say that. If it's not broken, don't fix it. But these are the guidelines that we come from teachers or books. They guidelines because there's been so many examples of why it works, how it works, that why take a chance that it might just be not you. Likelihood it's going to affect you. So those would be some of the most obvious things: is the position of the bed, position of furniture in your room. Is something there that has a sharp edge that's pointing at you. Perhaps you can put a doily or some kind of fabric over the top of the dresser or side table. Could be a side table if it's higher than your mattress, the point of that. If it's rounded corners, no problem. Okay? I've even seen it be where people have pictures maybe over their bed. And if you look at the pictures, each corner is another arrow shooting down. Or even the headboard itself could be made up of arrows. You have to be able to develop these feng shui eyes, as we like to say, so you can see the way the qi is flowing as it's hitting you in a way that might be undermining. Okay? So, now, even the best feng shui, and some people do meditation, they do yoga or tai chi, they live what we might call a holistic lifestyle, and they wonder why they still have chronic problems, or why they feel like, and this is my metaphor from Greek mythology, that they're rolling a boulder up a hill and it keeps on rolling back down. This might be your feng shui, first thing to clear, but if you already did that, it might be, as Anne introduced the subject, astrocartography. What's the location you're living in? Are you energetically living on a toxic waste dump? Doesn't matter what you do, that's conscious. Meditate, healers, prayer, vision boards, it's going to constantly pull you down. So there could be even hidden arrows in terms of your geological location. But if you're doing great, you've got no problem. You got good feng shui, you got good astrology, and you're thriving. Okay? So perhaps I'm not sure how much more time I have. Yeah. This is a good place for me to end.
So Elliot,
You have a couple of minutes, Elliot, so you could take, I'm sorry, Anne, I didn't mean to step on you, dear.
no, I was going to say, if anybody has questions, I just want to say to Elliot,
Chat board
after
on
that, even though I'm familiar with you, Elliot, after that, I'm going to have to change everything in my house, move pictures from my bed, get more mirrors. Thanks a lot, Elliot.
I know, right? I was feeling the same way, Anne. When he was talking about the bedroom, let's see, my bed is in front of the door. I have a window behind me and I have a air duct over the top. So yeah, it's like, okay, great.
You guys,
not so sure what to do about the air duct. I'd have to probably see the combination, but having a window behind you, right? Of course, depending on where you live, it might be more like if you're living in California, a window behind you is a insecurity of what if it breaks. Remember, feng shui isn't about logic, and this is where a lot of men get to problems accepting feng shui. The wife brings home the feng shui guy, and the guy goes, "Oh, I got my life together." Male ego, as we know. But if the window breaks, so you could put a big curtain, a nice fabric behind you, so that, so to speak, if it were to break, it stays behind. It's not going to land on your head.
Elliot, Michelle has a question. She says, what can she do if the front door opens to a wall of windows?
Curtains. Now, you may not have to cover the whole wall of windows, but just the one that's in direct line of the door. Right? And even if it's, let's say, 3 rooms from where the door is to the back window, let me say it this way. You want to slow down the energy so it doesn't race. It's kind of like you pull the plug in the bathtub. Where's the water go? It goes down the drain because it's the easiest, right? Otherwise, it doesn't flow over the sides when you pull the drain. So you want to slow it down. An analogy might be if you empty room, you take a big car tire, big wheel tire, and you roll it across the room, it'll probably hit the opposite wall. But if you put one little pencil or a fat little magic marker in the way, when that tire hits that, it's going to wobble off. It's going to go off into a different direction. Okay? So how do you slow down the qi? One way might be to put a table with a bouquet of flowers in front of that window. Okay? The bouquet catches the qi. If you have a mirror on the door, on the wall opposite the front door, it's going to bounce the energy back out of the house. So it could be variations of that. But if you put a beautiful picture there, of flowers or Buddha or whatever your style is, it invites you in. Right? So the windows per se aren't the problem. It's that they are open space. Energy flows from one empty space to another. Put curtain, or at least pull the curtains on those 2 windows or 3 windows. You might want to hang a crystal there, crystal sphere, because it makes rainbows. So when light hits the sphere, right, it makes rainbows, or it diffuses. So any chi that's flowing, like down a fast hallway, people live with long hallways very often, quote unquote, race through life. So how do you slow down? You put a runner carpet, right? You put pictures on the wall. So you're meandering down the hallway instead of racing down the hallway. And if you have a mirror on the door at the end of a long hallway, it makes that hallway even longer because it's reflecting and doubling it.
Elliot, I'm sorry, we have another question here. It says, do you put the mirror on the floor if the toilet?
Yes, yeah.
You put the mirror on the floor if the toilet faces the bed?
Right. So this is the thing, and you can get these mirrors at any of the home improvement places. 2 feet, because that's about as wide as a tank. 3 feet high, because that's about how it is from the floor to the top of the tank, right? Now, if it's the back of the toilet that's facing towards your bedroom, then you could pretty much just slide that mirror right behind the toilet, but the mirror is facing the toilet. If it's in direct line of the toilet bowl, you could put the mirror between your bed and the toilet bowl. Now, it may be awkward to put it in the bathroom because then you're looking at, well, your knees. But if you could put a hamper in front of it, you don't have to see the mirror. It bounces it away because you know it's there. If you put the mirror on the other side of the wall, right? And again, you could put a bookshelf or a dresser or any kind of furniture in front of it, but it sits on the floor, it's against the wall, and it's in direct line of the toilet and the tank.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be in the same room, and it could be across between 2 rooms, between your bed and maybe where the toilet is. Yeah. Toilet has chi too.
Oh, of course.
You don't want to get shot by toilet chi.
So we have other questions for you, Elliot. However, we have to get our next person on. But I want to thank you so much for showing up. I know Elliot moved because for his best place to live, he moved to Mexico. So he left California not too long ago.
California was a great place for me to live too, thank God. But when it started getting into the 90s in May and June, which was about 8 years ago, it was becoming too hot for me. I can't breathe when the energy. So now it's in the triple digits. But my kid moved out. We were living there to raise my child, my youngest son. He moved out. My wife and I looked at our 2 maps. Where were the 3 places in our case? Sometimes it's more or less, but we had 3 choices that where both our maps coincided. And one place was Portugal. One place was a Greek island. I voted for that. And the third place was Baja California, about an hour south of the border. We chose that because my kid lives in San Diego. Otherwise, I definitely would be living either in south of Lisbon or on the island of Chios in a Greek island, swimming in the Mediterranean.
Beautiful. Elliot, we will post where you can be reached. Is there any other postings that you would like us to include besides your website for how people can find you and how they can find your book or books or whatever?
Thank you. Well, the website is where you can buy my book. It's
okay.
All my other meditation, whatever is available. Yeah. Plus, there's a video on the front of the homepage of astrocartography and what it is and how I go about that. There's some other variations that people do, but they're not as nuanced, I believe, or as precise as the system that I have. So I wrote a book on the subject to teach others. And please, my email address is always the best way to reach me if you're interested in a consultation or if you have a question. Always happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much.
Bless you, Elliot. Yeah.
Go
ahead.
My pleasure.
I have some work to do now in my house. Thank you.
Always.
All right. So who's bringing on our next speaker?
That would be me. And Elliot, thank you so much. I've been practicing feng shui since I was in my 20s. And I have many stories of how fantastic. It works. It's amazing. I would never not do it. Next, we have Shannon Mitchell. She is a Black millennial business owner, the founder of Shalo Glow, an all-natural skincare company that helps you glow from head to toe. She is the champion for daily self-care, business care, and sustaining wellness. She is the co-host of Women Connected in Wisdom podcast with Christine Gautreaux, who we just saw, who's also going to be helping here. And it is a podcast rooted in the 8 dimensions of wellness and currently ranked in the top 10% of podcasts globally. They both had us on for the Global Healer Summit, and I can post that episode down below in the chat too. Shannon is committed to helping people learn to take care of themselves and heal. And so her talk is on the 8 dimensions of wellness. Christine, are you there?
I'm here. So y'all, I don't look like Shannon Mitchell. I'm not Shannon Mitchell. I'm her co-host and her colleague. But here's the thing. We're not sure if it was Mercury in retrograde. We're not sure if it's the time-space continuum. But in our calendars, Shannon is with y'all, but she's with y'all at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. So when we realized this last night, about midnight, we decided to jump on and do a video this morning so Shannon could be with y'all, and I'm going to do the live parts. So we have a video we're going to share with you of our presentation that we would be doing live. And yeah, we're just laughing. We're like, all right, here we go. So I'm going to invite everybody to take a deep breath. Let it out with a sigh and a shake. And just roll your shoulders for a second and get grounded and present in this moment. I am going to share my screen and we're going to kick it off. And I am going to invite you during this video. There's going to be times that we ask you questions to put in the chat. So I invite you to be interactive. And at the end, we have a meditation for you. So here we go.
Christine, are you aware that we can't hear this?
Christine?
No, I wasn't. Hang on just a second. Thank you. Thank you. Did I mention Mercury in retrograde?
It does affect all things techie. For those of us who run the tech stuff, it is problematic during these times.
Like, it was almost like clockwork yesterday. We were like, all right, here we go. Now the sound is shared. Thanks for letting me know, y'all.
Hey guys, I'm Shannon, and we're going to start our session today the way that we start our podcast on Women Connected in Wisdom, and that's with some grounding, breathing, and motion.
Christine, are you aware that we can't see the video?
You bet. Are you kidding me? All right.
No worries.
Here we go. And for those that know me, this is really funny because tech is my gig. So this just cracks me up. I shouldn't have called on Mercury in retrograde. All right. 3rd time is a charm, y'all. Here we go.
Bless you, dear.
Hey guys, I'm Shannon, and we're going to start our session today the way that we start our podcast on Women Connected in Wisdom, and that's with some grounding, breathing, and motion. Christine, can you start us off with our interplay?
You bet. I'm going to invite everybody to take a deep breath. Let it out with a sigh and a shake. And we always start every show, our weekly podcast, with some, we dance it in. So we're going to invite y'all, we're going to put on some music, and that's going to be our grounding for this session, is to dance it in. So we invite you to join us in that. Here we go.
Oh, dancing like nobody's watching.
Right? It feels like a Wednesday, even though it's a Saturday. I love
That's
it.
true. That's why I
I
don't know
love
what day it is. Every week, I'm like, what day is it?
Right? But when that usually music plays, it's usually Wednesday at 5
Yeah.
o'clock Eastern time. But today we're on the Global Healing Summit and we're so excited
Yes.
to be here.
Yes, absolutely.
So what I'd like to invite everybody to do is just to take a deep breath again and take a moment as you let that out, just to check in with yourself and to take a moment and to see how you are today. And we invite you to put that in chat. Today I am. How are you today, Shannon?
Oh, I am, I like to break rules. I was thinking about grateful still point. At a
Yeah.
grateful still point.
I love that. Sheila and I presented yesterday on at the Global Healing Summit and did our work about how to find the still point. I love that
love
we're that connected.
Yes. Yep. I've been thinking about you and your book. I'm like, we're coming out with another book, so I've been thinking about still point a lot and how we can implement it in different times, right? When I'm working, I try to do every 2 hours. Are you drinking your water? Little still points throughout the day.
I love that. Well, how about we tell folks why we do what we do before we jump into the 8 dimensions of wellness and share what we're sharing today?
Yeah. Yeah. So when I think about what I do, I think about the different brands, right? The different businesses. That's what we talk about, how we take care of ourselves and what we're doing in the world. So I think about women connected in wisdom and the parts that I'm strong in and the parts that I'm weak in, and how you ladies cover it, and how your resources and the things that you've done in your life or the tools that you've used have helped me be more organized and help me prioritize the things that I should be doing correctly, right? And I'm so grateful for that because I think about my mom and not knowing her for 12 years. So when I had that gap in between like 6 and 18, and I'm meeting her right before I graduate with honors from high school, to be asked, do you want to meet your mom? It's like, do I want to meet her at high school graduation? Like, and just thinking about the different things when you learn things in life, right? The different timing that you learn things. So Women Connected in Wisdom has been beautiful to have access to just the questions you have right now, right? And then Shalo Glow is taking care of yourself physically. We know talking about women's health and um, just intentional wellness and healing all around, right? Making sure that we heal from the things that happen in life that we can't control. That's what I think about Shalo Glow, right? I'm very clumsy. I run into things all the time. I'm organized, but I also hit walls and stuff. So Shalo Glow is always what I use for my bruises or um, even to just relax at the end of the day, right? After working so many hours in the kitchen, 85 degrees, it's been the summertime, it's hot outside, right? And you're in this kitchen, how do you reconnect with your body and also heal your hands from washing your hands so much, right? How do you move the tension out of your muscles through working those many hours? So being connected with where to go and what to get through the people that I know and love, the Women Connected, through making sure I'm in tune with myself so I can pour out in all these different leadership roles that I'm part of, right? And also do what I can for myself and be able to, from a healed place, communicate what I need, right? Because that's huge in how we operate in the world. That's what I love about what I do. And that's part of why I do it. The disconnection from my mom motivated me to make sure that people stay connected. And the connection to myself as I went natural. You see, I have natural hair. I use natural products now. That's different sometimes in the Black community. So getting back there is how I stay connected all the way around.
I love that. And I love that you teach people how to glow from head to toe, like in being proactive about their health and healing and wellness through Shalo Glow. And, you and I met over 5 years ago, and we were at a Monday manifesting mastermind that myself and our friend Joe Ventris were facilitating. And, it's a community of women entrepreneurs and that come together to support each other, realizing that we don't have to do this by ourselves, right? As small business owners, as people who are healers and who are caregivers and taking care of other people, that it's important that we do it together, right? And I remember the time you and I were talking about something, and you're like, more people need to hear these conversations. We need to do this. And so when we had the opportunity to do the podcast and then start the community, and now we've got a book and we're doing a conference, it's like,
Yes.
what? Right?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
the power of connection. Right.
Mhm.
And I think the other thing that I value about the work we do in the world, and being healers and business owners at the same time, which can be tricky, right? It doesn't always go together sometimes, is
Mm.
the practical resources that
Right.
we give to each other, and then we connect. And when we were talking about the 8 dimensions of wellness, when we were talking about starting the podcast and starting about what do people need,
Yeah.
right? I remember this conversation that we had, and it was about you brought up the 8 dimensions of wellness,
Mhm.
and you brought up how valuable they were for you to think about it in this way to get our
Mhm.
needs met.
Yeah.
You want to say a little more about that before we share the
Absolutely.
dimensions with everybody?
Absolutely, because I talked about not knowing my mom for 12 years, right? But the reason that's so important is because then she got sick a few years later, right? And everybody's like, well, how is she? No, she passed away, right? So when we talk about, and she was amazing, right?
Mhm.
Valedictorian, graduated engineering from Georgia Tech and built bridges, is amazing person. But these other dimensions weren't on the same level, you know, and so things happen. And so watching her take care of other people and then have things that she needed for herself, it reminds me, okay, we can't overextend, because when we overextend and we neglect ourselves, now certain things happen. And not that it's her fault or that things don't just happen. We know that, and that's life, right? But how can we be proactive about it? So I think that's what
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what makes it key and what makes it so important, because after November 2019, then COVID happened. And so this is a global pandemic that moved people's lives in many different ways, right? And I'm thinking about the individual people and individual families, the individual people washing their hands, and with parents that are sick and they need to know what to do. They need to know what to do with their money. They need to know what to do with their body. If they get burned,
Mhm.
how do you heal that wound? If it gets infected and you can't work, what are you going to do? You know, so we, how are we going to get the information that we need? I don't know everything. I'm slipping in different dimensions, you know. Okay, well, Christine knows. Let me call Christine. Let me call Joe, the Manifestation Monday ladies, you know, we'll figure it out. So yes,
Right. Well,
yes,
and that's one of the things I love is, every week we talk about a different dimension, and we have experts come on, and we want to invite anybody that is a healer on this Global Healer Summit. If, as we go through these 8 dimensions, if you really feel a resonation, like if it resonates with you and you think, oh my gosh, this is my work, we're going to
yes,
put a way to connect us in the chat. So reach out to us. We'd love to have you come on the show and talk to us, because
yeah,
we are always looking for great resources and people that are doing this amazing work in the world. So should we tell
absolutely.
them about the 8 dimensions of wellness? Should
Yes,
we go
let's
for
tell
it?
them. Let's
All
tell
right,
them.
let's share the screen. Here we
Yes,
go.
and as we bring it up, guys, we're thinking about healthy habits, right? What are healthy habits that we can cultivate, or that you help people cultivate in these different dimensions? And this research originally started in 1993 from Dr. Peggy Schwarbrick. She gave the foundational definitions that you see here for the different dimensions. We're going to go into the definitions that we've established at Women Connected in Wisdom and walk you through each one. So first, we're starting with emotional and mental wellness. So, emotional and mental wellness is about being aware and intentional of our feelings in all situations. It includes having the capacity and tools to handle and express these emotions in a healthy manner, and the ability to learn and grow from experience. Emotional well being encourages autonomy, useful decision making skills, and striving toward good mental health.
Ooh, one of my favorite categories,
Hmm.
emotional and mental wellness. If
Yes.
we were in person or able to go into connection rooms with y'all, we would play a little game from Interplay called I Could Talk About, where you just tell the headline of the story, but not the whole story. So
Yeah.
Shannon and I are going to do this with each other. So hopefully it inspires you to think about some things you could talk about around emotional and mental wellness. And we invite you to put them in the chat or write them in your journal so you can do some more exploration later. So thinking about emotional and mental wellness.
Yes.
What could you
Oh,
talk about, Shannon?
oh, I could talk about my laptop flying off the top of my car yesterday.
Oh, ouch. I could talk about being on a walk yesterday with
Mm,
Monty, my Scorgi, and just a hint of fall in the
mm,
air and how much that lifted my spirit.
mhm. I could talk about mosquito bites that are worth it because I still love being outside. Mhm,
Mm. I could talk about some of the modalities I learned yesterday on the Global Healing Summit and how impactful they are for emotional and mental wellness.
mm. I
Yeah.
could talk about finding that still point and it helping interrupt the chaos or the storm of life.
Oh, I love that. All right, let's move on to the next dimension. Here
Mhm,
we go. So the next one is environmental wellness. Whew, this is a big one for me.
mhm,
Environmental wellness is supporting your good health by occupying pleasant, stimulating environments that enhance well being. It promotes interaction with nature and also creating enjoyable personal environments, both in and out of your workspace. This includes knowing the types of environments you thrive in and having an intentional relationship with these places, including the earth.
mhm. Like you said, putting your feet in the ground, in the grass. Yes.
Right? Well,
Mhm,
I could talk about how it took me years to figure out that I needed the surfaces, I needed like beauty and cleanliness around me to like
mhm,
be my healthiest.
mhm. I could talk about needing to feel like I have access to what I need to take care of myself in the environment
Mhm.
to feel safe. Yeah.
I could talk about essential oils and like, you know, how when you put citrus in the
Mhm,
air of your home, like it just, woo, it does the environmental wellness. And for me, it does the emotional and mental wellness. It's like a double stack, like some multimedia stacking of wellness.
mm. I could talk about thanking the spaces that I get fulfillment in work, at
Mm,
home, in the kitchen, different things, thank you to this space.
yeah, I could talk about having a relationship with the
Mhm,
land that I currently occupy and giving gratitude to those that have come before me.
mhm. I could talk about sustainable water and the mermaid's garden.
Right? Ooh, I
Yes,
love it. All
yes,
right, you ready for the next one?
yes, let's do it. Ooh, financial wellness. Yes, financial wellness is an intentional approach to your relationship with money as a tool. It includes stability with current finances, increasing positive financial behaviors like budgeting, reducing debt, saving, and investing. Financial wellness incorporates knowledge and skills that helps to change behavior, reduce financial stress, and creation of a strategic financial plan to reach desired financial goals.
I love this one. And it can
Mhm.
be tricky sometimes for healers and getting rid of our old stories about money. And I could talk about that.
Yeah, yeah. I could talk about looking forward to using money to heal.
Hmm.
Mhm,
I could talk about connecting the spiritual and manifesting with the practical, like learning of the tools.
mm, And you broke up there a little bit on my end. Am I clear?
And I think you're having a little bit of tech issues, my friend.
I hear you.
What I was saying was I could talk about taking that from the manifesting and the spiritual to connecting it with the practical, like learning the tools of budgeting.
Yes, yes. I could talk about creating a budget each month and recording tran the monthly transfers 2 days a month.
Mm. I could talk about
Mhm,
how much I learn from our guest on this one all the time because I feel like this is the one that I sometimes struggle with the most.
I could talk about having people to call to ask about financial strategy.
I love it. All right, are we
Yeah,
ready for the next one?
yeah. Let's do it.
Let's do it. So intellectual wellness is the next dimension of wellness that we talked about. Intellectual wellness includes having access to different sources of information and developing critical thinking and timely decision-making skills. Also, continually learning through intentional intellectual growth, situations, and artistic creativity can help maintain one's intellectual capacity.
Yes.
What could you talk about around this one?
Ooh, I could talk about being a forever student.
I could talk about things like the summit and where I gather information and then I let it settle and decide which part am I keeping, which part am I letting go.
Oh, I love that. And I was thinking the other day, I could talk about the, what did I call it? The application phase. You learn something, you have to apply it.
Right?
Hmm.
I could talk about how much I love reading and it just tickles me to meet other authors and people who have really studied something and learned from them. Like Dr. Clint, I met him at Quantum Leap probably 5 or 6 years ago. And then he was one of the keynotes on this speaker. And just to get his new book and like, it just tickles me.
I can talk about getting knowledge through conversations, right? So I could have a conversation with somebody and save me reading a book, and I still learn from this person talking about it.
Right? So many ways we can get intellectual wellness. I
Yeah.
love it. All right, you ready for the next one?
Yes. Ooh, occupational wellness. Occupational wellness represents living in the purpose, passion, and productivity in one's chosen profession. This includes work-life balance, as a fulfilling and productive professional life is, did I say that right? As a
Yep.
fulfilling and productive professional life is fitting to weave together with a healthy personal life.
Ooh, I could talk about why we put balance in quotes.
Yes. I could talk about letting go of perfectionism and doing it anyways.
Oh, I could talk about when you love what you do as a healer and a connector, that, yeah, occupational wellness can get out of balance sometimes.
I could talk about healthy social support so that you can stay in the flow of work and not burnt out.
Love it. All right, I'm going to kick us towards the next one since
Yes.
I love that I just said kick us towards when it is physical wellness. So,
You're so punny. Yeah.
right? Physical wellness is the ability to maintain a quality of life that allows you to thrive in your daily activities without undue fatigue or physical stress. Physical wellness recognizes that our daily choices, habits, and behaviors have an impact on our overall health, well-being, and quality of life. This is the one that often when people are thinking about wellness in the dominant culture, this is the one that often comes up, right? I
Right.
could talk about that.
I could talk about healthy habits, preventing chronic illness.
Right. I could talk about some of the modalities we learned during the summit, like the breath work that Jody Curtis did that just feeds right into that physical wellness.
I could talk about staying consistent and disciplined in a routine so that you see the results that you're looking for.
I could talk about loving the definition about it not causing undue stress in your life and just the movement and interplay.
I could talk about how health is necessary to take advantage of the opportunities that we have in front of us.
I love it. All right, let's go to the next one.
Social wellness. So social wellness is about the ability to nurture ourselves, others, and our relationships with healthy boundaries. It includes balancing the other 7 dimensions of wellness and actively participating as an interdependent being in the web of life.
One of my favorites, right?
Yes.
I could talk about how we were all impacted on our social wellness when the world shut down.
I could talk about the ebb and flow of social wellness. Sometimes you need to pour into yourself. Sometimes being around others is you pouring into yourself too.
Mhm. I could talk about until we really got into this, like not really thinking much about social wellness and how it makes a huge difference for people when this is out of balance.
I could talk about communication skills and the bravery that it feels like it takes sometimes to have certain conversations.
I love that. All right, I'm gonna get us to the next one so we can wrap this up in a timely manner. Spiritual wellness. The folks on this call are going to recognize this one for sure. Spiritual wellness allows us to be in tune with our spiritual selves. This realm of wellness lets us find meaning in life events and define our individual purpose. It can be defined through various factors, including religious faith, values, ethics, and morals. Regardless of whether you believe in a particular religious faith, there is always something to be learned about how you see yourself in the world.
Yeah, I could talk about operating from a place of validation instead of for validation.
Right. I could talk about how when I am out in nature and listening to the animals, like one of the sessions we had yesterday, like that's part of my spiritual wellness when I'm intentional and paying attention.
I could talk about knowing that I have everything I need and being able to look at the trees, look at the birds, and know I'm taken care of.
Right. I could talk about talking with a client yesterday who was really out of sorts. And I was like, how's your meditation practice going? Because I could talk about that being a part of my spiritual wellness.
I could talk about what did I think the other day? It was go pray about it and go something about it, but it was basically you do something and then you give the rest to God, right? I could talk about that.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I am so grateful that we got to do this today, my friend, and talk about
Yes,
the
me
8
too.
dimensions of wellness and talk about why they're important to us and bring them to the Global Healer Summit as a resource and as a way to just look at it. Are we looking at all these dimensions of ourselves that because we're functioning on this plane, sometimes we're not always, we're on other planes, but you know, as we're living here and paying the bills and doing the things, how are we in balance or seeking balance? Because you know, I've had a teacher tell me for years that we don't make it to balance. We strive towards balance or we go to journey towards balance, but
And the spirit of balance too, and maybe you shared this with Sheila, but I'm interested to learn or to hear your story on Women Connected in Wisdom, because you didn't mention why you started. So we started with mine. I think we have a second. I want to hear why you started with Women Connected in Wisdom and how that ties into you being a healer. What do you say?
Oh, thanks, Shannon.
Of
You know,
course.
I know that connecting folks is part of my purpose on this earth. And I believe in self-care in order to sustain community care. And as an artist and an activist and a healer, uplifting voices, especially women's voices who are traditionally oppressed or not heard, is part of my purpose and vision is to connect and be together. And there are so many talented, amazing healers in this world. And I love when I get to share their work with the world.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah.
asking.
Absolutely, absolutely. And guys, we look forward to being connected with you. I know I wanted to be here live and time zones, opportunities, different things on the plate, but I look forward to talking to you. If you come on over to womenconnectedinwisdom.com, please let me know that you were interested from Global Healers, the Global Healer Summit, and I would love to hear what you thought about our show. In the meantime, be well, be wise, be whole. We'll see you soon.
Yay, a shout out to Shannon that we're playing on multiple dimensions of time at one time. And I would just ask y'all in closing to take a moment to take another deep breath. As you know, that's what I love to ask people. And if any of those, like, you want to shine some light on, I want you to imagine if you had one of those wellnesses that you got a unk in your body, or you're like, that's not quite where I want it to be, or I could use some support around that. I just want you to take a few seconds and imagine, what would it look like if it was in complete harmony, if it was where it was supposed to be? So say it was financial wellness, and what would that look like for you if you felt really good about that? You can get as specific as imagining what your bank account looks like. You can imagine what your home would look like, what you'd be able to do, or where you would travel. And just imagine yourself in full health and wellness in that dimension, in all of the 8 dimensions. And just how that would feel in your body. And we just wanted to wrap by saying thank you, Rochelle and Anne and Jody, for inviting us on. Thank you for coming on Women Connected in Wisdom. I will put the link, if we have anybody that's listening that's interested in coming on the show, I will put the link of how you do that. And we would love to be connected with y'all. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine. I wanted to read you guys the quote from my little calendar for today. Oh, I guess you can't see that, but it's today's date. It says, a super secret money insight from your magician friend, the universe. While great joy inevitably yields great abundance, rarely does this relationship work in reverse. Dream of the life, not the money.
Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh. What an incredible, incredible presentation. It's too bad that Shannon was not able to make us live, but you guys did a fabulous job of filling in the hole there. And we love, love, love what you did. And the game that you were playing was so great for our minds to be shifting in that direction for each one of the dimensions. Thank you for that. That was really, really great. Great feedback for us. And Abby, you are up. Let me introduce you. I want to start by saying Abby is an intuitive success coach and author and a speaker. For over 19 years, Abby has taught men, women, and children around the world how to connect with their intuitions, and when applied to business and life, success is inevitable. She is the founder of Life Force Connection, One Heart Global, and the author of Touch the Light, The Miracle of You, and the Intuitive Success Coaching Process and Certification Program. Her work began professionally when she opened her office at 19 years old and went on to build a wellness center, certification school, and travels the world for the nonprofit One Heart Global to support the children of our world who have homes of love and homes in love and safety, and the intuition education to succeed in life. Her recent work with children has developed into a program called The Intuitive Child. Wow. Where she and Krishna Camargo teach children. I am so excited to hear your presentation, Abby. We are excited to have Abby as our power close to the 2022 Global Healers Summit. Please join us, Abby. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, there you are.
I was muted. So thank you so much for that warm welcome. I really appreciate it. And I just want to say thank you to Anne, who's a dear friend of mine who invited me. And it really is the power of intuition, I believe, that connects us all. So Anne's heart felt my heart. It's just that vibration of love. And I really talk about that being the foundation of our intuition, our lives, and like the quote that somebody just shared is, it really is being wealthy in love, wealthy in joy. And then from that, you can have really whatever amount of money you want, but you're going to have the money you need, right? And then you're always okay, and you can share that. So yeah, I did start a nonprofit for kids, love them. Started working the school systems now. It's been really fun. So yeah, I thought this was an interview, but I can dive in and just take everybody through a process. Is there any questions that anybody has, or should I just dive in and take people through an experience of intuition? Either way is fine.
Abby, I think you, what's in your your own intuition? It feels like you can guide whatever you need to guide here.
So I'm just praying for quietness around the home right now so I can guide everybody in. And I think what I'd like to do is take people on a journey into their intuition so they can feel it. So to me, I left a scholarship actually of education to follow my intuition because it's about being practical. So not just saying, hey, I have to do this that everybody else does, but actually to feel your connection to your intuition and have the experience of it. So I think with that being said, I would invite everybody to share within themselves their own intention. So what we'll do is we'll bring your intention with your intuition, and that's where manifestation can occur. So just think about something that you intend to happen, right? And this can create a lot of broadness and expansion because it's not limited. It's just the direction you're going. And then I just watch myself and my clients, just their lives get better and better. So the intention doesn't limit it. It just points the direction. So think about whatever intention it is that you'd love to experience in your life. Let's just take a deep breath in and just feel that in your body and just start to notice what that might be like, the sensations that start to flow through your body. And then we're going to take a moment to connect in to your own intuition to feel it. And the easiest way I know how to do that is to close your eyes if you're in a safe place to do so. And usually placing both feet on the ground so you can just feel the support of the earth underneath you, your connection, as if you're being held. And as you keep your eyes closed, you're just going to allow all your awareness to start to move into your heart. So any thoughts, any outside noise starts to just drift away. Moving straight into your heart, allowing each thought to meet with the vibration of love. You'll start to notice your presence softens. You become more receptive and usually more peaceful. So allow each thought to be met with the love of your heart. And then starting to feel your breath move you, your own life force energy, feeling it, dancing with it, connecting with it. And then as soon as you feel settled in this place of love, you're going to start to bring your awareness deeper, even still, down into your belly. So you can imagine like a spiral going straight down to your core, a couple inches below your belly button. You can almost feel it just click in, and you feel a sense of centeredness. And this is your gut feeling. So I describe your intuition as your gut. So this is the home of your intuition. And you'll feel this, you probably have felt it before, as a gentle nudge to go in a certain direction, or maybe a pull back and away from something like, that doesn't quite feel right. There's 500 million cells in your gut alone. It has a higher intelligence even than your intellect. So when we start listening to this gut feeling, this intuition, we're guided in directions that we don't always understand why, but we find out later. So when applied to your business or a career that you're in, relationships, home, travel, it's starting to open doors that you may not just see with your eyes, but because you can feel it, you can trust it. And that's where faith comes in. And you might even think of a time where you've trusted your intuition in the past. What happened? And that builds self-trust because you know you can trust this part of you. So whenever you're ready, I invite you to gently start to open your eyes and just notice your presence, how your ability to connect with life underneath the surface is here, right? And so you can start developing relationships. You can start taking action steps towards where your intuition is guiding you. So I'm such a conversational teacher. I would love if anybody wants to share. And if not, totally fine. I can go to another topic, but it's just kind of my style. So does anybody want to share what their experience was and maybe where their intuition has guided them and what the result has been? Anybody want to? And don't feel pressure if you don't want to.
What's coming to mind, I'll just share something that I'm only now learning as a woman of 51, which is that when I was younger, I learned, I guess I was learned not to trust my intuition because I would be feeling something and then my mom would say like everything's okay, but inside me it wasn't. So there was like I don't know what that word would be, but
Yeah, or incongruent, maybe.
incongruency, exactly. And
Sort of.
so I'm just feel like just now as a grown woman, I'm really learning to tune into that and trust that. Like tuning in is one thing, and then developing the trust around it is another. And I know that's not exactly what you asked for shares about, but it just keeps coming up. And like, do you have any insight on maybe developing it even deeper, or for someone like me that has had those incongruencies?
Yeah, I love that you brought that up. Thank you. It actually reminds me, I've had some parents at the school come up to me, but like, my child, da, 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 and the child's standing right there. And the child actually knows the truth. And I'm like, actually, your child's very intelligent. They're just feeling something different than everybody else. So you were just feeling something different. I was the same. You know, I started seeing things when I was 8. It's like, okay, but my parents supported it. I had to learn how to trust myself. So to answer your question, whether then or now, at any point, it's to listen, trust yourself, make the choice to trust yourself. Then the second part is to get in a community like this that supports what your intuition knows, because then you're validated. And so it gives you that reassurance. And then the third part is to take action on it, because it actually like kind of proves it to yourself, and you can start in like little baby steps, right? Like my intuition said to turn right, and oh my goodness, I ran into my best friend on the way there. I can trust my intuition. And then you can be like, well, my intuition says to move here. Okay, that's a bigger decision, but I'm going to trust it because I know it works. So those are the 3 things I would say that you can do every single day. Yeah, and find your community, right? Like you're building one now, find your community, like keep growing it. Yeah, community is huge, and being in, partnership or relationship with people who get you, because you need to be understood. It's a whole new world out there, right? And what's really funny? Back when I started intuition, it was like, what's intuition? Now it's like the cool thing. People are like, oh, you're an intuitive? It's just so funny. So it's just kind of like being you is cool. So just try it. It'll be fun.
Well, and along the lines of what you said, I've always looked at myself of like this lone wolf type person, but now that I'm branching out thanks to COVID, the gifts of COVID, into community, I feel like you can do that when you begin to trust yourself. Then when you begin to have boundaries and self-trust and all of that, that's what allows you to reach out and commune with others and be safe in that environment. So thank you for teaching about this.
For sure. And the other thing I want to say on that, what if lone wolf was being a leader? Because to me, you're a leader. So a lone wolf is somebody that goes where nobody's gone before. And they're like, hey, this is really cool. Y'all want to come? And so that's how I would reframe that, because obviously you are a leader.
Thank
so
you.
that's
I'll take that. Thank you so much.
Totally. Absolutely. Let's see. Yeah. Does anybody have any other questions? It's so funny. I really thought it was an interview. I mean, I can bring a lot in. I just love to learn where people are at and where they want to take their intuition, right? Because I just love the practical application of it. Yeah, and just real briefly about kids, right? So as we create the environment for them to be themselves and validate their experience, they can allow their own intuition to guide them. So that's how we do the intuitive child or teaching. So, yeah.
Abby, I have a question. I've been intuitive my whole life as well, and I didn't trust it because of what Jody was speaking of. And gradually along the way, I felt like I had my feet firmly planted on the ground and didn't understand all the esoteric kinds of things until I did. And but the question that I have unrelated to that is, are you seeing in the children these days an elevated level of their own understanding of their intuition?
I mean, elevated as compared to what? You know what I'm saying? So I just kind of see them where they're at. They have a higher awareness. They're very honest. They know what's true. And so it's just, to me, it's the conditioning. And luckily, because our world has shifted a little bit, parents are more open to different types of education and way of being together. So, I mean, if you want to call it elevated, I think they're just highly aware. I just don't have anything to compare it to.
The children of the past is what I'm thinking of, because, I think we were systematically shut down as children in the past, but
Maybe.
yeah, I started when I was working in the school system. I started seeing more and more kids that seemed like super psychic kids, that they still didn't feel understood. But there were more of them within the group, and you could sort of pick them out just based on how they played, or what they played with, that sort of thing. I didn't know if your experience, you were seeing that.
Yeah, I mean, I do notice some kids have a little more like quiet, contemplative nature, like they can meditate better. But I was actually rewinding to it was probably over 10 years ago. I did a little presentation in one of the classes, and I had all the kids write down or draw what their intuition was. And they were like drawing fish, like guts, it feels like guts, like they still could get it. So I almost feel like any child can get it at any point. That's just my personal belief, because to me, intuition is innate. It's always there. And so it's just a matter of tapping into it. I think your question is more the awareness of it. My personal opinion is I think it's we're getting more and more aware. Like children are becoming more and more intuitive. The frequency is getting lighter and lighter. And so all the more reason I do agree with the boundaries things around, keeping the energy light and protected. I know my partner's super protective because there's a lot of different energies out there, so you want to be aware, where are your children, what environment are they in? That's what I want to say. What environment are you and your children in?
Having a 10-year-old, I feel like this is almost the most important thing I can teach her. And that is what I've been trying to impart since she was born, really, is just to trust her own gut feeling, to discern what that feels like in the body. I probably am teaching her that because of my own childhood, but I think it's very important work, and it's important to let them know, especially when they're young.
Yeah.
That is innate, and to trust it.
100%. Because people can say different things, but if you're solid in yourself and your own gut, it's just like, okay, the wind's going by. It's not a big deal. It's really important. I love that you're doing that for her.
I find, having worked with a lot of kids over the years at different camps and organizations, I always found that kids already have that. Like you said, it's innate. You're born with it. You're born with this, pure energy. And then it's the beliefs and the parents and the community and life. And so people get separated from it. But I think you're right. It's always there. We just have these layers and layers of life stuff that separates us from it, right? And I think the biggest thing, the question I always get asked is, well, how do I discern? Is it really my intuition? Is it real? Or am I making it up? What do you answer to that?
It's a really good question, Anne. So is it real? I want to say everything's real because everything's energy. So whatever you actually feel to be true in your body is the truth. That's where I go, like we're talking about gut feeling, because it's your truth, and you're going to get a yes or a no about something. And I think it's so important for everybody to honor what their yes and their no is. Kids, us, everybody, because there's so much out there. And I guess I want to circle back to what you're saying, but what's coming is, I know you guys are probably all in business at some point, and people listening, hopefully. And so you want to have positive beliefs that are aligned with your intuition, that support you. So your beliefs can work for or against you. So if you're in connection with your intuition, this isn't meant to be religious at all, but it really is your soul embodied. It's the highest aspect of you. So when you're in that connection, you actually merge your mind, or you bring your mind into alignment so it can actually work for you. So part of my program is NLP, and knows this, where we actually reprogram the mind and the nervous system to actually say, okay, now this is what we're going to do because my intuition knows it's true. So you want to kind of upgrade your belief systems. And I think the easiest way for you to know what's real is to take action on your intuition. Like, that's how I did it. I'm like, I need to teach spiritual entrepreneurs to monetize their gifts, like whatever, how long ago it was, because I'm like, wait, they need to have money. They need to have this table. They need to be real into this planet because they're here to serve. So what better way than figuring out how to make money? And I wrote my curriculum very quickly. I think it was a matter of days. And I was just teaching at different colleges, and they're like, hey, will you come teach your stuff? It was just given to me for people like you listening to say, hey, this is what you need to do to bring it to this planet. and you're going to support yourself and other people in doing it. So see what beliefs are supportive to you that are in alignment with your intuition. And then you're just going to be guided.
Right.
And like the blessings are amazing. Like I just look at my life and it's just one big miracle because it's like, it's beyond what you could think. It's just amazing. And that's the fun of it, you know?
Well, that's pretty much what I tell my clients. And I think, and I know you guys, everybody here knows this, but, we all have clients and we help others. But it's always about, the question is always about learning to trust that.
Yeah.
So like you said, I guess it's beliefs and upbringing and all of that stuff. And like Jody was sharing too, that sort of keep people from trusting themselves. So they'll trust something outside themselves. If you tell them they'll trust it, if they read it or hear it or see it, but it's that inability to really go within and take responsibility. And maybe that's the key word that keeps coming up, is that if I go within, and it's a general statement, not me, but if I go within, and I trust what I'm feeling, that means I have to take action on this. And oh my God, what is the world going to think? What if I'm wrong, right?
Well, so a couple of things. So the first thing is, if it feels good, it's right. It's the right direction. So if it feels good for you, it's really simple. Trust it. If it feels bad, it feels bad. Like, don't do it. I know it sounds silly and I work with it too, but it really is that simple. And even if we take it to this point, I'm curious what everybody feels, but even if somebody says something and it resonates, then you are agreeing with them. If it doesn't resonate, then you're not. So you still are trusting yourself either way, because you're choosing to buy in, to believe or whatever, right? It's still you actually, because you made the choice to say yes or no to that belief, that opinion, whatever. So it's all you anyways. That's the fascinating thing.
Right.
Even other people reflecting stuff at you. You see what I'm saying?
True. Yes, I get that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just thinking of Angela Montana, who presented yesterday, saying there is a power greater than my own thinking. And actually what that's pointing me to is that feeling state. It's that higher self state that actually activates inside our being, our physical body. And so, it just was playing in my head. I wanted to share that.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did. I have a quote in the kitchen. It says something like, you're a part of something beautifully, profoundly good. And so like even the nonprofit I started, like my heart broke into 1,000 pieces and spread its light across the world, right? Because like something I thought was painful actually opened my heart to see all these children and where I was supposed to go. So it's like, just keep opening, because we all are a part of it. And that includes you. That includes you feeling good. It includes you taking care of yourself. That's something I had to learn, to actually say yes for what I needed too, right? So I think oftentimes as healers, it's very easy just to share our gifts, but to remember that you are the gift and you need to take care of yourself. So
something you said reminded me of what Rochelle said. Rochelle, we can't hear you. I keep getting that picture in my mind about, she had this picture of a nut being cracked open. And almost everything I'm hearing reminds me of, cracking open that nut.
Totally. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Does anybody else have any questions or like anything that you would want your intuition applied to, like a specific question about business or growing your business? Like I love doing that. Like most of my clients, I think they're like quadrupling all their companies. It's ridiculous because when you apply this stuff, you're like quantum. So I'm just like, I would love to help anybody that's on right now, because I'm like, I'm here. If you want, it directly applied.
Lots of people to donate money, to throw money at me so that I can open up and have this beautiful space for all people to come and have retreats and do amazing things in this world to raise the frequency of the planet. How about that?
So that's what you want? That's your goal? I missed the first part of
my vision is to have, when I leave this plane of existence, I want to leave something, a place, a physical place that can carry on and that people can go to and get healings and being taken care of and become, spiritual, all of this stuff that we are currently doing, that they can do this place and have that.
I would say start doing it now. So one of our dear neighbors, she started this thing called the Peace Garden. It was so beautiful. She had all these flowers out, beautiful sayings, and she is a dear friend of ours. And so it was probably a couple months ago, she actually passed over to the other side. And I always thought that her peace garden would be there forever because that was like what she's created. It just started getting taken down, taken down, taken down.
Oh.
So the reason I'm telling you this is I just get a very clear message, start it now. And I'm not saying it will be taken down for you. I'm just saying while you're here, do it, because it's the impact while you're here in your body, serving the people you're meant to serve. And every moment is totally precious. So we need you here and now. Yes, I do believe you'll have a legacy you left for your kids and other people, but set it up. And the donation thing, that's part of it. You also want to build a profitability thing, right? So I created a for-profit business, and then the extra I had, I would give, right? Some of it, not always, because I have a lot of different things, but it's like you want to get your foundation solid. So just, that was the main thing. Just start it now, and we can talk more later, but just like start it now. Yeah.
Abby, Michelle McLean has a question. Michelle, do you want to come off mute and ask your question?
Yes, thank you. So I was in the meditation I was brought through, when I brought it into my heart, it was me singing, and I got the Little Mermaid song kind of, that was the big guy.
I was totally watching mermaids before this. I'm not even kidding. I was such a kid. I was literally watching a mermaid show. Okay.
I was just told last night I was a mermaid in a previous life. So I was told to start using my voice, and that's my intention, is to start using my frequency, because I know I can heal with my frequency when it's in sound. So I want it to be like people can play like a song on repeat when they can't go to sleep at night, or they've been through a lot of trauma. Because that's what other people were for me. It's kind of like I want to give that gift back. But I'm trying to find where to start, because writing the music is not my gift. Just singing it is my gift.
Yeah, so it is the vibration. So first of all, it's the courage to speak. So to speak what's true, even if you're afraid. The second thing is Misty and I are doing something called the intuitive dance groove movement, and people are signing up for that. And I think the next class, or there just was the class, Finding Your Voice. So that comes to mind because you're in your body. Because when you say voice, it's not just your words, it's your whole body. Like you said, it's your vibration. There's just a piece about moving beyond the fear. Actually, I think that's the first class, moving beyond the fear and then finding your voice. That's why I just feel like that is for you. So if you want to email me, just abby@lifeforceconnection.com, ABBY, I can send you the link to that, because I feel like as you embody the energy, you're going to feel confident to speak it. Then speaking it will bring it into reality. It feels like you're meant to channel something through you. You just need to open the channels first. That's all.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. This has been amazing.
Yeah, good. I'm glad it helps.
Michelle, thank you for setting aside your busy schedule to be with us for 3 full days.
Oh my God, half of my stuff I've just thrown out the window because I've been so drawn. Every time I get on, it's so divinely, like where I needed to get up out of a meditation and move. I'm going through a Kundalini awakening right now, so my whole life has changed in the last 2 months. So this, divinely guided for sure.
Nice. Yeah, for sure. Definitely feel that. Yeah.
So Abby, I have a question for you. Since we have you here, I've been learning the technical skills for growing my business. I've worked for a job for many, many years. So in this entrepreneurial world, I have been developing the technical skills over the last 3 years, and yet it's not really coming to fruition from a financial standpoint. And I just wonder what your thoughts on that kind of thing is.
What do you mean by technical skills? What does that mean?
Well, like the business, the online business concepts and the, how to run a class and how to set up a funnel and all of that kind of stuff. Okay. I'm getting those skills, and still I'm not getting butts in seats, so to speak, right?
Okay. So this is my personal opinion, and I think everybody should follow their own intuition, but so only take what resonates. But my personal opinion, what I've seen with clients and myself included, is that doesn't work for intuitives. To go say, this is what you need to do, this is how you need to feel class on inner, it just doesn't. We're super vibrational. We're connected to spirit and our life force energy. So I teach a course. You can check it out if you want. It's on the main site at lifeforceconnection.com. But under it says, I think it's Intuitive Success Coaching Level 1. And I go through basically becoming the energy. And this is what I've been doing for, so many years, because I don't think in fact, I've had so many people come to me, we can't do it that way because you're reaching outside of yourself. And the whole point is to go within, feel it. Then people are so attracted to you, right? There's thousands of people on my list. Like, you just keep coming because it's like, ooh, what is that? They don't know why. So also, you want to become an expert in your field. So once you've owned your own energy, connected with your purpose, and this is some of what I talk about in the course, but you want to own it, become it, have the mission and vision, then people are attracted. And so then you're serving them. Once you get to the point of realizing you're serving people, you're just basically sharing energy or charging a certain amount that you feel good about and they feel good about. And to me, it's like, I always ask that they get like 3 or 4 times the value. That's what makes me feel an integrity. And I still have pretty high rates, but it's like they get that. So I'm like, I'm good as long as I feel resonant, then you can charge it. But at times, if I haven't felt resonance, I couldn't. So you need to feel resonance with your rates, or it may not click, right? So make sure you've owned your value, you've aligned with your mission and vision, become the expert, and then allow them to come. There's a lot with you. I mean, yeah, I feel you, because it can be so, this may or may not be you, but it could be like so painful to work so hard and be like, what's going on? So it's moving into your heart. And I truly do believe this, because I know it's not always easy, but I believe it because I've lived it. You can do what you love. You really can. And if you just keep with it, love is truly the greatest power. It really is, because it may not be right away, but it could be 2 years from now, you're a millionaire. You're like, oh, well, I just needed to learn a little thing here in my belief system that then allowed me to trust my heart and my intuition. And now here's the process that I'm teaching everybody, and I'm making so much money on the back end. That could be you. It's very possible. So just, if you can open up to that, like, I just really want everybody to feel that, even if you put your hand on your heart, like just, I trust you. Like, I trust my heart, right? And then your gut is that compass that guides you, right? It's following the path of love. And it's like, okay, yeah, I can do this. And then get your community on your side, because they will remind you and whisper in your ear, you've got this,
Yeah. I've had my local community for years and years and years.
Yeah,
at least
you need to go
12.
global. You need to go global.
And that's what it is. I'm trying to reach outside of my current, I mean, my followers are local, are, pristine, and it wants to be bigger, right?
You need to email me. We need to talk more offline, because you need to find, if it feels right for you. I can share with you some ways to reach more people, because it's like a little pool versus the ocean. And so if you're ready, then it's there for you. So yeah.
She's ready.
Thank you.
And she's already going global.
I am ready. I've got my book. Can you see it? No, yep.
I love that. I have a client. Does it say Radiate?
Radiate, change your frequency, change your life. Yeah, there
Beautiful.
it is.
I love that. Aw, I love that.
Well, wait a minute. We are global right now. We're the global.
That's what I was going to say. You're on the Global Healer Summit. I'm taking it.
Yeah. We're taking this step. Just want to make it happen, right?
To share this really quickly. Somebody had said to me, I said, I'm doing a Global Healer Summit, blah, blah, blah. You should check it out. And she goes, I had a vision, I had a dream about you, that you were going to go global. And I'm like, okay.
That's fun.
Thank you so much, Abby.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Abby. Way to wrap it up with the vibration of love.
Yeah. And power and just radiant energy out into the world. That was just fabulous. And I could just feel you glowing. It just so awesome. Yeah, thank you.
I just love it. I genuinely love people so much. And I think that's the secret. Like, since I was a kid, literally had so many people help me. Like, my teachers would be like, sure, let's do this, let's do that. I was like, thanks. So when you have that pure intention, you're supported. I swear to God, you just will be. It's just the law, So yeah.
Wonderful.
Abby, someone wants you to put their email in there so they can reach you. Is that?
I put it in there already. So her
It's
website
just
is down
Abby,
below. Yeah.
ABBY@lifeforceconnection.com. Yeah. But yeah, thank you. It's so fun to connect and just know that it's rippling, right? Because you guys are all teachers. That's the thing. I feel like I'm a teacher's teacher. You guys get it? Go do it. That's like why we're here. So,
Right.
yeah.
Yes, thank you so much for saying yes and being here. And what a wonderful way to close out our 3-day event.
Fun.
So powerful, so powerful. Yes.
Fun.
That was incredible. And look at all the people that are still here. It's so wonderful. I love that they stuck it out to the end. And, you know, really from earlier today, we've only lost about 3 people.
Wow.
Yeah, it's incredible. So we've got a dedicated group of amazing light workers that are radiating out the power that's coming from this event in every direction and holding the space for that, which is so awesome. Yeah.
And I just have to say, I love Julia so much. And
Oh,
Amy, and Abby.
I love
and
you
Lori.
too. So awesome. She's so awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you
it's
to all the
good
attendees.
to meet
who've
each of
been
you.
here.
Yeah. Yeah, really. So to wrap this up, gosh, how do we wrap up such a powerful, amazing event? It's hard to even know what to do other than to just let you know we are so grateful. And I'm going to speak for myself and let you guys speak for yourselves. But the level of gratitude that I feel and the level of wowness that is just vibrating within me for what has happened here these last 3 days is mind-boggling, but heart expanding and globe elevating. That is what our mission was, and we are sure that is what happened. And I love each and every one of you from every aspect of my heart, including the bottom. And oh, I couldn't have been more grateful for all of this. So thank you. I bless you and I love you and I'm with you until we meet again, and know that your work, every participant that was here, your work is vital, just like whatever we have done, right? It is not just about us. It's about everybody's effort and stepping into your own inner power and expanding it outward now. Now is the time to really expand outward and to love and to share and to feel your inner strength coming forward for the world as well. Thank you.
Well, Rochelle, you said everything I wanted to say. How about just ditto on that? And we came together not really knowing in the very beginning how this was going to unfold, but our intention was always to raise the frequency, the vibration, and that everyone was a part of that, doing that. Like it was just us or just the presenters, but everyone. And so everything that Rochelle said, and I'm feeling the love, I'm feeling the vibration. I'm going to carry that with me till we do this next year in person.
Yes.
Thank you, ladies. It's been so wonderful to work with you both. And I would just like to add that from an organizational standpoint, I am working on getting the videos uploaded. I'm going to definitely have day one. As soon as we're done here, I'm going to send out in Eventbrite the whole first day's events. And then it's a process, and I have to go to New Mexico for a funeral at 4 a.m. So I'm going to do my very best, but we're extending the time that you get to look at all the videos and process this mass amount of information that's just been downloaded and given to us during the last 3 days. I know I'm going to need to take some time and really go over each presentation and revisit it and, find the nuggets in there again. So thank you all for attending.
In answer to your question, Julia, we are going to separate the videos out to individual speakers, but we will send those individual speaker videos to the speakers. The full event will be on YouTube, and then actually we will send you a link to the private access to the YouTube videos for just the participants. And I believe Jody is working on getting the first 2 up, the first 2 days up now. Maybe she's already got them up. And the third day we'll get up as soon as possible so that everybody has access to that. I hope that answers your question, dear. Yeah.
ASAP is the goal.
Yes.
These are huge files. So I have to actually I tried multiple times last night where it was downloading for 3 hours and then it failed. I actually have to get one off of my computer before I can even work with the other one. So it's a process, several hour process just to do the one video, and it'll take a little more time to chop it up, but I am going to do it.
Jody, we appreciate you so much and all the work you've done with the techie stuff. So thank you.
Right. And to Jonathan and
Cornelia.
And Cornelia, I think she's the one that's here now, but I'm not sure. We are so blessed to have you in our support system because we would not be able to operate it without you. So thank you for your hard work, your dedication, and your support. Look, it's what's happened. It's so awesome. Thank you. Oh my goodness, this is awesome. So I don't know what else to say other than wow, just wow. Bless you all. Be well, as Christine and her team says, and know that we are loving you from every direction. And we will meet again very soon. Okay. So many opportunities for us to grow from this event. And so we get to utilize all those tools. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to say before we close?
Just thank you. It's awesome.
You know what? Can we do this? You guys, I had this vision I'm sorry, Abby, while you were talking, I had this vision.
Intuition. You had an intuitive vision.
Right. Everybody reach your arms out to the side. Everybody, I'm gonna put you on gallery view just a minute. And everybody, if you extend your arms out to the side and imagine that you are holding the hands of one of the people on either side that's in this beautiful picture in the boxes, right? And can you feel us? We're all holding hands together and we've got a giant circle enveloping the earth. And now radiate love from your heart directly into the center of the earth as it's in front of us all around our circle. Oh my God, you guys, this is bringing tears to my eyes.
No, it's making me emotional.
We are the love that will change the world. And it is happening now. Feel this embrace with each other to the world. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
I'd like to end by saying the word that I think Jody's mother-in-law spoke, and I've used it for many years at camps with children. When I worked at Camp Ubuntu, and it says, I am because we are.
Yes. So true. And so it is.
Should we do what we always do too?
Yes, yes.
All right.
I love you and I'm with you. Everybody come off mute. Come off mute and just share your love. I love you.
I love you and I'm with you.
Yes, bring yourself off camera or on camera too. And I love you and I'm with you.
I love you and I'm with you. I love you and I'm
Here
with
if you
you.
need
You're all
us.
so wonderful.
Put it all together.
Oh, I love you and I'm with you. Everybody come off camera or come on camera. Michelle, we love you. Anna, we love you. Oh my gosh.
You're all amazing, beautiful goddess beings.
Yes.
Mm.
Bless you all. And
I have never been able to say goodbye, so I'm just saying, see you all soon.
Right? All right.